ABC News with Mira McDonald. Good afternoon. The e-Safety Commissioner says Apple will soon face an Australian government mandate to use technology which better identifies online child abuse material. Ali Crew reports.
Commissioner Julie Inman-Grant has accused Apple of not doing enough to identify and report online child sexual abuse on its platforms such as iCloud and iMessage. She says a national reporting hotline received just 267 reports of child sexual abuse from Apple last year. That's compared to around 27 million reports from tech company Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram. Ms Inman-Grant says tech companies now face mandatory use of technology, which allows platforms to better identify abusive material. She says new regulations and tougher financial penalties will come into force later this year.
2 men remain in hospital after a violent brawl outside a shopping centre in Melbourne's north last night. Costa Haratos reports.
Police say a fight broke out between a group of males outside the Epping Plaza shopping centre on High Street about 8 o'clock last night. Police say machetes were used and a firearm was discharged in the attack, but the group had left before officers arrived. 2 men went to the Northern Hospital in Epping for treatment for stab wounds. Police say they suffered non-life-threatening injuries. Both are in a stable condition. Police are appealing to anyone with information to come forward.
The International Committee of the Red Cross says its officers in Gaza have been hit by shelling, killing 22 people who were sheltering nearby. As the BBC's Yolanda Nell reports, it comes as the UN again warns of the deteriorating humanitarian situation in Gaza.
The UN and different humanitarian workers who we've spoken to say there's been a breakdown in their own systems since Israel's incursion of Rafah. In Rafah itself, we're hearing that, there is fighting that is still going on in the past couple of days, particularly intense street battles between Israeli soldiers and Palestinian armed groups to the north and to the west of Rafah, with intense Israeli shelling going on as well. There have also been deadly Israeli strikes in parts of Gaza City. A reminder, really, that, Gaza, as the humanitarian crisis deepens there, it remains an active war zone.
A court in Switzerland has sentenced 4 members of the billionaire Hinduja family to prison for mistreating their servants. Prakash Hinduja, his wife, son and daughter-in-law received sentences ranging from 4 to 4.5 years after bringing staff to Geneva from India and paying them as little as $12 a day. The family's lawyer, Romain Jordan, says he's shocked by the sentences.
I have the feeling that the behaviour was judged on moral grounds and not on legal grounds. On the one hand, you have a very wealthy family, and on the other, poor people. Objectively, therefore, it's a kind of punishment for this gap between the two groups of people.
Activists are clashing with Melbourne Water on how to best address litter management in Elwood Canal in the city's south. Angus Delaney reports.
Tracy Harvey and other members of the Elwood Canal Action Team, who advocate for the health of the creek in Port Phillip, pull rubbish from the canal every day.
It's very distressing seeing the litter flowing down the canal.
They've proposed to Melbourne Water that installing an end-of-line litter trap as a last line of defence would stop waste entering the bay. Melbourne Water says any trap would increase the risk of flooding or harming wildlife, and it's investing in improved maintenance and education programs to change attitudes around littering. The activists have welcomed this, but are adamant a purpose-built end-of-line litter trap would have an immediate impact in stopping the flow of waste.
The authorities in Paris have postponed a rehearsal for the Olympics opening ceremony because of the high levels of the River Seine. The rehearsal was scheduled to take place on Monday. The ceremony itself is due in 5 weeks' time. In soccer, France and the Netherlands have played out the first scoreless draw of this year's European Championship. There was a VAR controversy, as Netherlands was denied a second-half goal after fullback Denzel Dumfries was ruled offside and was deemed to be impeding France's goalkeeper. Dutch captain Virgil van Dijk has told Optus Sport the goal should have stood.
I feel like we scored a goal that is a fair goal. He had no chance to get into that corner, but the English referee decided to give it.
Elsewhere, Poland is now the first team out of this year's tournament after a 3-1 loss to Austria. To the weather now. For the state, cloudy with isolated showers in the south, most likely over East Gippsland, a mostly dry and sunny day in the north. For Melbourne, mostly cloudy, the slight chance of a light shower becoming less likely this afternoon. We're heading for a top today of 14 degrees. It's 13 degrees. ABC News.
the Men's T20 Cricket World Cup.
Zampa again, he tries the reverse in the air court.
Live from the USA and West Indies.
Maxwell, who backs away and slams it for 6.
Catch all the action on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass.
Care pass to Ngoe, the Collingwood superstar, Ngoe, the destroyer.
AFL coaching record holder.
Mr. Mick Malthouse.
The man's about to coach a team for the 715th occasion.
Premiership player.
Number 12, Luke Ball.
Finals pressure. Luke Ball from 45 metres out directly from goal. Scores the level.
AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bally. AFL Saturday. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
What a night for the Carlton Football Club. All the Friday night fallout of the Blues, the biggest challenger to the front-runner Sydney for the Premiership in 2024. Patrick Dangerfield's back for the Cats, but is he in trouble after his tackle last night on Sam Walsh? And did we see Tom Hawkins on an AFL field for the last time last night? It's been a big week. The Australian Football Hall of Fame. A Hall of Famer is in the house in Mick Malthouse to talk us through it. Plus, our feature guest is the senior coach of the Carlton Football Club, the Brownlow medalist, triple premiership player, Michael Voss, to join us right here on AFL Saturday through ABC Sport.
Akers collects, handball away to Cowan, the teenager. Cowan kicks it. His first in the big time. Well, there's the blueprint. Carlton put up 138 points, their highest score of the year, and win by 63 against a team that has lorded it over them for a decade. Carlton win it wide.
This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. As you heard in the title, my name's Corbin Middlemass. Luke Ball is here, the Premiership Pie, and Mick Malthouse, the coaching icon. What a night for the Carlton Football Club. There's a fair bit to pick up on, and Michael Voss is going to join us shortly. Keen to hear from you. The talkback number 1300 558 222. Luke Ball, great to see you in studio.
Corby in studio, yes, yeah, great to be here. It was powerful, wasn't it? It was powerful and ominous last night, the Blue Baggers, and we'll talk about it. We'll pick it apart a bit soon, but I think, as a simple answer to one of those questions you posed off the top, they are clearly the biggest challenger to the number one seed at the moment. They don't want for much, and I think we'll talk about maybe like the anatomy of a premiership team in a sec. As I said, they tick most of the boxes, Mick.
One man who knows a fair bit about premiership teams is Mick Malthouse, the Hall of Famer, and of course the coaching icon himself. Were you impressed last night, Mick, with the Blue Baggers?
Good morning, good afternoon, Corby and Bally. Absolutely, and Bally's on the money. I think that they are the real deal. A couple of players out that could even add more value to them if they need it. They can interchange their ruck if he gets a bit tired by the end of the year, and then bringing back for the finals. They really are impressive in a number of areas. Their backline is firm, forward line is deadly, midfield has got a number of options. The run last night was incredible. Now, the proviso is that they play Geelong in the finals, and they'll make to the grand final because the Cats little resistance, and this is uncharacteristic in many respects over Chris Scott's career. What he's got is a side that has been slow, and now that it's getting older and a bit more fragile, it has been totally exposed for lack of pace and ball movement. They've stuck to the one line all night. They've very rarely tested Carlton laterally and with speed on the outside. So Carlton's game was outstanding, and that probably contributed to Geelong's game, but Geelong also, I think, abetted the Carlton's resurgence and the way they played.
Number one pressure team in the competition, the Blues, and we saw that on show last night. It feels like Bally in this competition, it might sound like an obvious thing to say, but you need your best players to be your best players. And we're seeing the rise of the tagger or the stopper to basically try and take that away from teams. But last night we had Patrick Cripps, 41 disposals, 17 handball received. So that was an interesting stat to go along with his line in the way that he's been able to get the footy as opposed to how he's done it historically. Walsh, 33 again. He's had more disposals than any player in the competition the last 3 years. 5 goals for Charlie Curnow.
And perhaps one man whose conversation needs to be among the better players consistently for Carlton is Tom De Koning. So 2 games in a row now he's played the highest rating game of his career, including last night, which was the highest rated individual game of the season by any player so far.
That's unbelievable. Against his brother.
What a night.
Against his brother, yeah.
But just getting back to Curnow, you go to jail for some of the things that were happening to him last night. Honestly, he was fair dinkum, held back. You could not believe the number of times that he could, in all honesty, he could have had another 5 shots on goal from absolutely looking at that game and seeing the Tiggy Touchwood free kicks that are paid the fours these days compared to how he just had to virtually fight being grabbed to get to the football. Now, that was Colin Jazzy, that's all he had up his sleeve was just to keep blocking and holding to keep him away from the football. Anyway, just to add on to that, and of course their ruckman last night was, look, I didn't think it was a great move, I've got to say. Now, if Stanley was fit, if he wasn't fit, why was he on the interchange? Ruckman for ruckman, and Bully, we spoke off air and you were saying, well, this could be the start of it. I'm not sure you can, you only start this stuff if you think your year's finished by bringing in your fullback. His tongue was hanging out the 5-minute mark because it's a different dynamics. You've got to be very careful bringing that type of player into a dynamic role like the ruck role.
Oh, especially against his older brother, who I think can make a real charge for the All-Australian ruckman, the way he's going. I know Gawn's the incumbent, and Brodie Grundy's the other one that clearly has to be in the conversation. But if Melbourne drop away and miss the finals, and this Carlton team continues to charge on, led in a lot of ways by Tom De Koning in the ruck, it's been an amazing rise, hasn't it, in the last month of footy? And they just annihilated Geelong last night in the middle of the ground. It was plus 18 clearance, which led to, obviously, field position. I mean, Geelong just couldn't get it down. Everyone was screaming at Jeremy Cameron to get in the game. The ball wasn't getting down there. And you mentioned it was Cripps, it was Walsh. There's players out that we know will help that. And I think we spoke I think right back to the start of the year, Mick, about the anatomy of a premiership team. You're right, Corby. You need the star players. You need stars to star at the pointy end of the season. We've seen that with premiership teams over the last decade. They tick the box there clearly. At either end of the ground and then through the middle of the ground. They've got role players around them now, which are becoming really trustworthy. And there's some pressure for spots. When you think about Chincotta and then Owies at that end, and Motlop's out at the moment. Fantasia, there's pressure for spots around there. Jack Martin's another one. The wingman, Akers plays a great role. Hollands was magnificent last night. They do what wingers should do.
Yep.
There's a wing-back and an offensive winger. They actually both play wing-backs and offensive. Could I just jump on one thing you said, Boy? Had it been 3 months down the track, you're saying about All-Australian ruckman going head-to-head in the grand final. Grundy, who's a clear case of De Koning. I mean, it could very well be the young and the old. And the gentle mix, because I can't see Melbourne make the 8.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. That's 1300 558 222. Catherine off the SMS. De Koning not just in the air but everywhere. And how's this for a little look ahead? And a question: who should Chincotta go to when Carlton play Sydney in the final? So already starting to think about.
It's good, isn't it? Well, they played. They had it was 4 or 5 weeks ago. They played. I think. We know how that turned out, but it feels like it's a different team already. And just to finish, clearly defence, the premiership team's defence, and perhaps a bit of the question mark has been it's Wiedering or bust a bit. I think, Kemp's come along. Mitch McGovern, he's playing, he's in back to career best form. Sard's back in the team. Nick Newman is playing at an All-Australian level. And when you look at, I guess, the balance there, the question mark around, well, who's their second tall? If you have a look at their competitors, I'm not sure. Is there a team that you need 2 gun key backs against at the moment? I'm not sure there is. When you think about
only themselves.
Well, that's right. Maybe the Bulldogs. If Norton's back playing, so I think they're beautifully balanced. They're winning. It's not just stoppage now. They're turning. They're with Newman and Sard.
So you don't
their
think
turnover game's strong. I don't think they want for anything, and they're deep. And there's 30 of them. I think there's a squad of 30 because the challenges will come. We're prognosticating, 10 weeks out from the finals. The challenges will come, and we know that, one injury here or there always challenges the good teams, but I think they've got the depth to cover it now. So, really impressive.
I'm keen to hear from Blues fans. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. Luke Ball, very big on the Carlton Football Club today. Wasn't such a great night for the Geelong Football Club. Here is Chris Scott with his summary on what went wrong last night.
Yeah, no, I thought they jumped us right from the start, really. We came back... okay in that first quarter, and then sort of late in the third, gave ourselves a chance, to win the game. Sort of 4 goals down, sort of. You're always a chance when you're only 4 goals down, but it didn't. We were just outplayed. So we'll obviously focus a lot on what we need to improve. We've understood for a little bit that we've got a few holes and we've got a few problems, but I don't often spend much time talking about the opposition. But gee, I thought they were good. But even when we were fighting to get our chances to get back into the game, we couldn't execute. Sort of going forward, we looked in reasonable position in certain contests, but they were just too good. Yeah, it's as good as I've seen a team play against us for a long time.
That's Chris Scott last night. It was a great takeout, wasn't it, where he's sort of analysing the game in his own head, and he thought, gee, they did some things that we just couldn't stop. They were just too good for us last night.
Was there any questions there in regard to, one, how long it took, who was it to come on, Rowan to come on, and two, the ruck situation?
I'm glad you asked, Mick. We haven't set this up. It's a perfect synergy. That's what happens when we spend every Friday night and Saturday afternoon together. He was asked about Sam De Koning in particular and his role in the ruck.
Sam's probably an example of what I was referring to about us needing to be a little bit creative. Like we're so optimistic about the player that he can be. And in my mind, he's been like one of the really high-level players in the competition. But like us, he's just not there at the moment, and we felt that getting him up around the ball a little bit more, might give him the spark that he and we needed. It's an aggressive move and not one without risk. Sam's a developing player and one we're going to invest in. We will make no apologies for prioritising him.
He can zig a bit, Bally, when you expect him to zag Chris Scott. I'm remembering back to that prelim in 2019, he wouldn't play blitz halves on Tom Lynch. It didn't go their way. And then last night we all thought, blitz halves is going to ruck it alone. And sure enough, you've got the centre half back who spends most of the night against the informed ruckman in the game.
Yeah, you read between the lines there, though. And I think, to the eye, this has been the case since that 2022 premiership where he burst onto the scene as a youngster. Since then, he really hasn't played anywhere near those levels. So you read between the lines there with Chris. He's challenging his young gun physically to impose himself in the game because he hasn't been doing that. His last 18 months, he's been caught short a lot, I think, in that department. So I really liked the move. I liked it, and the added bit about your brother. Can you steel yourself against your older brother? And I thought he did. I thought he showed signs. He got outplayed clearly, and his older brother, who's clearly more experienced in the ruck, taught him a bit of a lesson. But I think it's worth. And maybe not now because they won't give away their season. They're still 8-6 and there's games to come. But I think it's something that's worth looking at because clearly and you mentioned Stanley earlier. I mean, clearly they've lost faith in him a little bit, or they've gone past him. They dropped Shannon Neal, didn't they? Who's shown a little bit in the ruck. So I think it's worth when you see the amazing progress of his brother. He's the same size. He's the same weight. Why can't he? I don't mind the challenge. Why can't you follow in your older brother's footsteps?
You were less big on it, Mick?
No, I'm all over it.
Okay.
It's remarkable just looking at raw stats.
Yep.
The paper I've got in front of me has got at the top when they do the point system.
Yep.
Both of them head their clubs.
Both rated high.
So
yeah.
On last night's performance.
Yep.
I'm okay with it so long as you make up your mind that this is the way we're going to go. I think personally that after Jack Henry's game last night, I was a little bit, you'd be worried about that. But you've got games are won and lost in the middle.
So when they roll up against Essendon next Saturday night, would you expect Sam De Koning to start in the ruck?
Well, I'm just looking at 2 metre Peter. You'll get away with medium-sized forward Essendon.
Jones, Harrison Jones, or Langford,
You'll get away with that with 2 metre Peter. You may not. They might have to sort of bring one back in there.
And then they got Goldstein and Draper, so they got sort of big.
But
you mean about covering the whole in defence?
Covering the whole. If you're going to go that way, introduce him to ruck work midway through a season is very, very difficult. He's going to end up. You saw as a boil today because a different sort of workload. But I am absolutely clear that if he follows in his brother's footsteps, there's going to be two outstanding ruckmen going around the next couple of years.
High praise for the Draconian boys, and I'm sure their mum Jackie will be very happy with both their efforts last night, both kicking a goal and obviously Tom getting the honours. It's the fourth time they've played against one another, and now the head-to-head record is exactly 2-2. Michael Voss is going to join us shortly, the coach of the Carlton Football Club. To your calls on 1300 558 222. Grant in Hobart is the first of our callers. G'day, Grant.
G'day, Corby, Mick, Luke. Great to be on your program. Two things about last night's total dominating win by the Blues. Mick, I'm very impressed with Carlton last night because they're the first team I've seen in quite a while that was so far in front of their opponent near the end of the game and didn't take their foot off the accelerator and increase the margin. That doesn't happen very often these days, and I find it incredibly annoying. I'd like your opinion on that. But also, I agree with you completely with the umpiring treatment of Curnow last night. He should have had another half a dozen goals, pretty much. But overall, the umpiring, which should be talked about from last night, was pretty ordinary. And that goal given to Geelong just before the half-time break, or pretty much in the half-time break, we should have won by 69 points rather than 63. That was an appalling decision with three umpires on the ground all turning a blind eye to the most obvious free kick that we've ever seen in our game. Now, that happened this is a roster game. What happens if that actually happens in a grand final, and it's incredibly disappointing? It's only a matter of time before it decides the future of the finals. Gentlemen, I'd like your ideas of that.
Well, we've seen it happen with umpires just making a mistake in whether a club's going to make the finals or doesn't make the finals. You can go last week that North Melbourne should have had a win. You could go last year with Adelaide, the touch ball. It's happening too regularly, and we're getting answers from the AFL that defy what we think. That's almost opposite to what we think, to protect the integrity or the decision, instead of coming out and just saying, yes, look, there was a mistake. I'll ask you this question and maybe throw it out to her. Have we got too many umpires on the ground, therefore, with four, there is a hesitancy for an umpire to blow the whistle because he thinks that he's going to be protected by another call, and that's going to be instant. So I'm a little bit confused by why we need four, and I think that when you've got that, you're going to have these scenarios, particularly with Curnow, because there should be an umpire actually in the back half watching those forward of the ball. So that should have been picked up time and time again. The first question was...
First point about putting the foot down in the final term.
That's a Michael Voss. Yep. I'm pleased you mentioned that. Michael Voss is a bloke who took no prisoners as a player, and I reckon he's got his ethos is no prisoners as a coach, and he would be stressing that this is an opportunity to keep the foot on the accelerator and bury the side.
But it's also a reflection of their team and their capability of this team.
It wasn't Bally, because they gave it up.
I'm talking about the team now. I agree with you. I'm talking about the team now. There's not many teams across the competition who have the power to be able to do that. Sydney's one. The Bulldogs have shown at their best with all their players playing. They have the power. No other team has it, and that's it's reflected in the ladder. Collingwood with their full squad. Yeah, that's right. But not really, Mick. I mean, Collingwood are winning games. Collingwood won 12 games by under 10 points last year.
But
so not really.
But they don't stop going.
They don't stop playing. I think the gentleman, I've forgotten his name, we're talking about when you got a 5-goal lead with 10 minutes to go in the last quarter, make it 10.
Yeah,
don't win by 3.
1300 558 222. Michael Voss on the way, and your calls to come, plus a little early edition of Coolhound Luke on the way very shortly. Just to tidy up out of last night, is Patrick Dangerfield in trouble for his tackle on Sam Walsh?
Mick, I thought it was early in the game, so everyone's hyped up at full speed. I actually thought he slid down next to Sam to try and lessen the contact with the ground, if anything, if that makes sense. I think it's okay. I'm not sure that Patrick could have done a lot more in that position. Tackling from behind, it's different. It's tough. It's a really tough position to be in. I thought he actually executed it reasonably well.
I've had another look at it.
Yep.
There's no case to answer.
Wow. I'm the other way. I think he's going to probably get a week. Mainly because... Yeah, go on.
I believe that he slid from behind and held up the player who... I'm still trying to work out how Walsh actually threw... It's almost like his body was thrown forward. I take it back what I said last night. I thought he was in trouble last night. Having a look at it again today, no.
Yeah, interesting though. I mean, the duty of care is holus bolus on the tackler, isn't it? So that's the thing that Patrick Dangerfield's going to have to answer. If they do grade it, it's likely to come back as a high contact, medium impact, and he'll be missing a week. Chris Scott spoke about it last night.
The way that holding the ball is being interpreted at the moment, if you have hold of an arm, you're very likely to get a free kick for holding the ball. And Pat didn't sling him. He had hold of an arm, and with that sort of momentum, like you're both going into the ground. So that's the way I saw it. But they don't listen to me, Rog.
The other fear is Tom Hawkins, who is 4 goals away from 800. To see him limp off the ground in that fashion yesterday and really was trying to burst away and lead up, and it was the same foot in which he had that mysterious injury on after the 2022 grand final. We were never told whether it was a Liz Frank or navicular or whatever it turns out to be, but it took him a while to come back. He was in a moon boot for about 8 weeks after that particular incident. There's only 9 weeks left in the season now for Geelong. We all expect this is going to be his last year. I guess the fear is maybe that was his last game last night.
Well, we should get an answer very shortly on that. And Geelong are pretty good at giving answers, so I'd be surprised that X-ray hasn't already been taken or the scan haven't taken. I'd be surprised they don't know the answer. Now, if they're holding, if we're not hearing, they are holding it back, which is very rare for Geelong to do.
Yeah, we hope not, don't we? It just looked.
Well, he walked off the ground at the end.
Oh, he limped off. Yeah,
limped off.
But just the mechanism. Yeah, and you become an amateur doctor, don't you? Sometimes when you're sports physician when you watch it, but 115 kilos when it's already had some trauma.
Can't talk about weight, Paulie. Not allowed to talk about weight.
That. Sorry, yeah. Well, he's a big man. He's a big, powerful man.
Non-impact injury.
Non-impact injury. He just went down, didn't he? And yeah, I mean, fingers crossed, but it didn't look great.
Live off the SMS. I don't know whether my Blues can beat the Swans, but I do think their bottom 6 players have improved greatly, so there's hope. Brendan in Hobart off the SMS of Fully Fit Pies will give the Blues a fair run for their money.
Agree with that.
We have lines available on 1300 558 222. Michael Voss is on the way. Before we get to the Carlton side of things with Vossi, Geelong last night. It is now time for Cool Hand Luke.
On AFL Saturday.
What we've got here is
the champion bloke.
Failure to communicate.
This is Cool Hand Luke.
It's a little early one today, Corb, and I've changed my tact. I was going to go with something else, but just as I was watching last night, I thought I'll just flick it on to ABC Radio because as you do, as
best post game,
turn the TV commentary off, and I happened to flick on at the time at a very opportune time when my colleague across the room here, towards the end of the game, started putting the pen through the Geelong older players. Let's put it in inverted commas. Having we know had a great history of coaching said older players. When you think about Pendlebury and these sort of types over the years, and I just wanted to. I think to look at the names, I think he put a line through Reece Stanley, Jed Buse, Zach Toohey, Tom Hawkins, who if this injury becomes serious, and Mitch Duncan, and who have I missed there? And with an asterisk, Cam Guthrie, who we just haven't seen enough of, and with an asterisk, Paddy Dangerfield as well. And I just wanted to, in the cold light of day today, just pour a little bit of cold water on that and just say that this team's 8-6. They still sit in, as disappointing as they were last night, and I agree, they were way off the mark last night against a team who I think are top 2 at the moment. They're 8-6. They've got the Bombers, Hawks, Pies and Dogs in the next month. So I just thought that conversation might have just come a little bit too. I can understand in the heat of the battle how it can happen when you're watching and commentating on the game, but I just thought we could have a discussion this morning.
Who in particular?
In the cold light of day. And look, I don't disagree in total, and I think it feels a broader discussion as I'm sitting watching last night based on the domination of Carlton's midfield. I mean, I look at it and you hear about names like Luke Davies-Uniacke and Bailey Smith. I think Geelong need to go all in for these sort of players. Now, they don't, historically, they don't pay overs, do they, Geelong? And I think because they offer other, so much stuff off the field as well, and I think they can still do that, but I'd be going really, really hard for a Bailey Smith. I think what we're seeing is clearly Dangerfield and Guthrie are on the decline. The guys that they've brought in, when you think about, so Tanner Bruin didn't play last night, Jack Bowes, now they were top 10 picks, but we've probably seen enough to say that they're not going to be at the level of a Walsh, Cripps, etc.
No.
Jai Clark's high reps, but only 13 games, so we'll wait and see on him. And then Parfitt can't get out there and others. So to me, and I'm, it's not revelationary here. And Chris Scott almost alluded to it. They know, they're well aware of it. I'd be going really hard for for a Bailey Smith or a Luke Davies-Uniacke and try to entice them down to this club with the culture that they've got. But I think Dangerfield and Guthrie in particular, given that they're early 30, I think they've still got a fair bit of footy in them. And what we don't see is their impact on the club Monday to Friday as well, and their leadership and those sort of things.
What do you reckon, Mick?
No, I disagree. I think that there comes a time. Now, I was interested in what Kel said last night, and she said, "Oh, hang on, you spoke to Craig McRae, and don't move all players at once." And the word is not get rid of; it's move players into retirement stage. Collingwood have got enough senior players, even if those two did. And I think Scotty Penry will go around again. And the way Steele Sideburn is playing, who knows? He could go. Geelong have got enough senior players, particularly blokes like Stewart. Who else?
Cameron.
And to both ends of the ground, they just need someone through the middle. I always say that you're better to move a player when he's got just a little bit left in the cup than at the stage. Because I always say to them, "Look, I don't want to play seconds." And the question is, what's that mean? I said, well, I can't see you playing every game in the seniors. You're too good to have been playing the seconds. Let's go out on top. Now, those players, Buser's not getting the game. Stanley got dropped, regardless of what they say about injuries. He's been on the nose for a long time because simply, and then he has a blinder, and they win a premiership, and all of a sudden he's back in. But they haven't been able to get a ruckman. This is their opportunity.
Yep.
The other three I said. Now, as I said about Guthrie, he's in and out injury-wise. Dangerfield, in and out injury-wise, lost his power. So we've got to be very careful how long you keep players for.
This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Your thoughts on 1300 558 222. The senior coach of the Carlton Football Club is going to join us next. Michael Voss on the way.
So what's the most entertaining thing about sport?
All the stuff that goes on beyond the final whistle, of course.
Correct.
Tony Armstrong, Catherine Murphy and their celebrity guests delve into all the personalities and stories of the weekend in sport.
Americans, they love entertainment. I don't think a KFC bucket on the head is going to cut it.
Heads up for Monday's Experts.
That's us, Tony.
Of course it is.
Monday's Experts, 9:35 Monday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listener. Just look for the AFL button.
Waiting at the back is Durden, couldn't quite get there quick enough. Oh, slipping over and missing it is O'Connor, and Charlie's going to put through his kick. It's a handful for Charlie Curnow.
One for the thumb for Charlie Curnow last night. 5 goals along with his mates Cripps and Walsh. Dynamic through the midfield and Tom DeConing all over the ground. It was a perfect night for the Bluebaggers. They kicked their highest score against Geelong since the 1995 grand final. And there's been a lot of talk about 1995 and a long premiership drought for the Carlton Football Club. The Blues right there in the premiership mix in 2024. One man, as the old school radio announcer would always say, who knows all about premierships, is Michael Voss, the 3-time premiership player himself. And, of course, he is the current coach of the Carlton Football Club. He joins us on ABC Sport. Michael, appreciate your time and congratulations on the win.
No worries. Yeah, thanks. It was, a really compelling performance from the boys last night.
What impressed you most about that?
I think the level of consistency that we played at. There wasn't a phase that... all phases were together. We've sort of had spent most of the year with one probably just been slightly off. The contest, how we defended and our ball movement was right on last night.
Mickey, well done so far. And I know that you've got undone work that you need at the end of this year. This is a random question, and it won't be about so far this year. The two sides of Carlton, how have you coped with the winning and the losing, and how the influences around the club affect you, Brian Cork, anyone who's new to the football club? How have you found that?
Well, one of the things that we've been pretty committed to do was to try to create a really consistent environment. So with all that being considered, and obviously probably in the past I'd heard something similar where where the people that would probably interfere, if you want to call it that. But I haven't experienced that being here. I mean, fortunate to be able to have the leadership of Luke Sayers and also Brian Cook, and their main task is to be able to try and give us the space we need in the performance area to continue to grow without that happening. And, so what we've tried to do as coaches is just be able to try and create that normal environment. And as you know, Mick, you're the hero and the villain, and we've tried to normalise that a bit. We've tried to talk a lot about what's real and what's not real. So it gives us an opportunity not to look at the game emotionally all the time. Let's look at the process on what we're executing and what we're not, and let's get after it pretty hard.
Mickey, just on your team, which is flying, absolutely flying. It's as good as you see any game played this year, the way you've just demolished a Premiers from 2 years ago. And these are about the team. Is there room for two ruckmen? Is there room for Jack Martin to get in the side? Is there room? How does Chera change the dynamics of a midfield that just blitzed its opposition last night?
Yeah, there's always room for it, and form always is the primary indicator for us. And when you've got a group of players that have just started to create some stability, if you want to call it that, week to week, the cohesion is growing, the clarity of the roles is becoming stronger. So when you make those changes, you have to sort of know what lever you're trying to pull and what change you're trying to make. So, look, form is always an important guide for us, but we're also trying to evolve as a team as well. And we know whatever we're doing now, we have to continue to work on and continue to evolve and get better because, if we do want to figure prominently towards in the back of the year, then it's going to take a lot of people to be able to get there.
And finally, for the ruck drill last night, were you surprised that that Tom had Sam as his opponent, and did you think, wow, that's opened up our front half from a fairly good defender, that if we can get that football, clear it, we're going to be putting pressure on a smaller defence?
Yeah, well, actually, interesting when they picked the team, we were sort of half planning for Licavs to do a lot of the ruck work. We sort of thought that's probably be what would happen with Tom relieving in the ruck. As it turned out, he took the primary responsibilities. Obviously, when you've got a player who hasn't played in that position, it's a really heavy lifting position to be able to be part of. I don't know how many contests you're involved in, but let's say it's 60 odd. There's a lot of resilience required to be involved in that many contests. So we're sort of hoping a little that over the course of the whole night that we might be able to get the ascendancy on that, but it certainly added to the theatre, didn't it? That we had a couple of electronics. I believe I'm reliably told that Sam shared the news with Mum the night before.
Yeah.
And
Mum's the word.
And Mum definitely kept the word and didn't tell anyone. So yeah.
No, it was great. Ross, you've been reluctant to individualise, but Alex Chincotta has been, I think, a great story over the last 4 to 6 weeks in a sense, and you've probably used a variety of players to play more defensive roles through the middle of the ground. Think Hewitt and Kennedy, these types, but. Tell us what you saw in Alex Chincotta, or what you continue to see that's giving you the confidence. You were tagged in nearly every game you ever played in. What have you seen from him that's given you the confidence to tackle really significant roles over the last month or so?
He's hungry and he's a competitor. And look, when we've had training, he's just the boys don't like playing on him. So they struggle to get separation, and he's probably done some of those roles, but more from the back end on some of the smalls, and had really good impact being able to play on them. He's just really hard to get off because he's powerful. He's quite big and strong. He's clean over the ball. So there's a lot of attributes to like, but we sort of toyed with it. There's a few in the match committee that were pushing him to go forward and almost be that almost pressure forward. When we had a few holes in the team there for a few weeks. And we didn't do it, but then we were sort of forced to probably explore it, and we found a role for him, and he's doing it very, very well. It won't exclusively stay there. It's having an impact right now, but as we saw last night, if we need to deploy him either back or forward, then we'll entertain that as well. You
mentioned the balance, and I think that's one thing that Carlton supporters as well really enjoy. I mean, you've always been, we know that the power around the clearance, and that was very much on hand last night. You absolutely slaughtered them around clearance. I think it was plus 18 to half-time, which set up the game, really. But your ability to score off turnover, which we know starts at the source, so 80 tackles, number one pressure team of late, that must be really pleasing when you think ahead to how finals footy is played. Your ability to be able to continue with that that power at the stoppage, but then turn the ball over and score from turnover as well. That must be really pleasing at the moment.
Yeah, and we've had games where that one wood, as you highlighted, hasn't been going so well, and so we've had to get to work on that because we understand that teams put a lot of energy and effort into that, and if you can sort of start to build your capacity in another phase, then it makes, I guess, for the opposition, harder planning, harder to execute. But there's also, we've had to change our profile a little bit because, as you highlighted, that probably wasn't going to get the job done for us when we needed it the most. So, really pleasing to see the transformation we've taken as a team. Never take your eye off it though, because it's you can never take it for granted that it's always going to be there. But certainly at the moment, it's been a real strength of ours.
Michael Voss with us, the coach of the Carlton Football Club, with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball on ABC Sport. Is there an area you think you want for Michael? I mean, we watched that last night and you think, gee, that's a complete performance from the Blues. Is there one thing that you walk away thinking, gee, I'd like that addressed?
Mate, I'm a coach. I'll find holes in everything. So it's look, there's always. I mean, I walk in every week and we look at the review and sometimes the players probably roll their eyes. But look, we take progression and advancement seriously. We like to have a good relationship with growth and look at opportunities to be able to get better. But we're not ridiculous about it either. We want to reinforce the positive and our strengths and what we bring to the table. And, every week there's an identity that we're trying to chase and we're trying to continue to refine that. Our biggest challenge right now is that we've said from the start of the season is how do we consistently do this? And as a football club, we haven't proven that consistency. There's been other clubs. Collingwood have proven that. Brisbane have proven that. We're having a good start to the season, but we haven't proven that as a football club. So there's short-term need in that and there's a long-term need in that, and we're determined to be able to try and fulfil that.
Just a couple of competition-wide ones for you that obviously relate to your football club. Michael Voss with us, the coach of the Blues. The Camporeale twins, who are obviously eligible to join Carlton under the father-son. We heard Laura Kane do the radio rounds last week, and she mentioned there could be a possible change to the draft points for this year that would obviously impact your football club in some way. What did you think when you heard that from the EGM of footy at the AFL?
Yeah, well, I obviously stated my view on that. I think we've stated our case as a club. We feel like we've been listened to. We're quite emphatic in our position and exactly when that needs to take place. But also, us as a club, we have to respect the process now. And obviously, there's some decisions that need to be made. And I just reinforce that we're not against the changes. We obviously, the timing of those changes has probably caught a few by surprise, that were so readily to do that in such a short period of time when key decisions have already been made. And that's the important point here. Not that changes need to be made, but when they need to be made is probably the point of contention.
You played your entire playing career up in Queensland. Mark Evans, who's the chief executive of the Gold Coast, has been strong in the last couple of days about if the grand final stays at the MCG, then week one finals involving Victorian teams should be played interstate as a result. What do you think about that as a possibility from the CEO of the Gold Coast?
I've got to be careful here because being a person who was interstate for all his playing career, and I'll state this as a Carlton person, if you're good enough, you'll win a grand final, and it doesn't matter where it's played. So, and that's just, I think we need to take that on. That's our approach. If we're good enough, we'll win. If we're not, we won't. And that's just the way that the competition pans out.
And the Carlton Respects game last night, it's the ninth year annually that we've seen it. Obviously, the orange accent that was very obvious right around the G and on the Carlton playing strip last night. Can you tell us a little about it and what it means to the footy club?
Well, it's an important program for us. And again, I'll double down what I said last night in the press conference. We're extremely grateful as a club that the media has been able to give us the platform to be able to communicate out that message. And it's obviously an important growing message for us. What that's enabled us to do is raise some much-needed funds to be able to expand our reach and educate and create the transformation that we're looking for. And so the fact that we've been able to exceed what we were looking for, I think the 250 was about the target we're looking for, and we're looking like we're on the upside of 350,000. So, what that means is that we get to expand our reach, we get to expand our education, and get out into schools and be able to create that generational change. So we know that doesn't happen straight away. We know it obviously happens over time, and we're extremely grateful as a football club that you've given us that platform to be able to communicate that message. So once again, thank you from us.
Vossi, I just want one quick one I neglected to ask before we let you go. Just on the De Koning matchup as well, which I know you addressed after the game. But when it became apparent that Sam had potentially been set for Tom pretty early on, did you have a word to Tom at quarter or half time, just around how to handle the younger brother? And I ask because I recall, I remember back to an old teammate of mine who was a star himself, Brett Voss, being set for an older brother one day and being pretty close to some words that were had during that game. Did you have a word to Tom about how to handle the annoying younger brother at any of the breaks?
No, all I'll say is that big brother doesn't like little brother beating him. So it's so sometimes it can become quite personal, and you actually have to make it as impersonal as you possibly can. So there's no doubt that I look back on the first few times, and I actually didn't handle it very well, I don't think. I thought Brett was brilliant, by the way. Mum didn't like it one bit. So I do remember a couple of phone calls on Monday, and Mum sort of ringing me and just saying, "Are you okay? You and Brett okay? Like, you guys aren't fighting at the moment, are you?" It's like, "Oh, Mum, like, it's footy." So no, I probably took it a little personal there for the first couple of times and realised I need to pull my head in and sort of be impersonal. But it was a good little byplay, wasn't it? And I'm sure they enjoyed the experience as much as they probably hated it at the same time.
You're not just a Hall of Fame player, Michael Voss. You're obviously the coach of one of the biggest teams in the land in the Carlton Football Club, and they are flying at the moment. Everyone wants a piece of you, so appreciate you spending some time with us on ABC Sport today, and all the very best on the rest of the way in 2024.
Thanks for your time. Gents. Cheers.
Michael Voss, the coach of the Carlton Football Club. Just on that Carlton Respects program too. So the hope was to raise $20,000. This is a program which was set up basically due to the alarming statistics around domestic and family violence, which has been extremely topical, obviously, in Australian life this year. $200,000 was the aim. And the figure last night, and still counting, was at $350,000 that have been raised. So important cause. And if you or someone you know is struggling with sexual assault, domestic or family violence, 1-800-RESPECT is the number you can call. So great work by the Carlton Football Club. And does it date back as long as your time there, Mick, the Carlton Respects game? Did you just get that?
I don't think so.
No.
So that was not. I left 9 years ago, yeah.
Just after.
Yep.
One thing you were front and centre for was Dane Swan's induction into the Hall of Fame the other night. Beautiful submission, by the way, the video package which rolled leading into it, talking about your relationship with Dane. And he obviously mentioned you a number of times during his speeches, including this moment in particular, which I'm sure you've heard a couple of times by now.
When's the fork in the road? Is it the end of the second year at Collingwood?
Yeah, when I got arrested.
Right. Yeah, probably do.
Yeah. So that was fun. So that was absolutely. I got drafted and moved straight out of home, moved in with my mate, who's here tonight, and I thought playing AFL was all about getting drink cards on a Saturday night. I'd give no effort. I give a lot of effort. It was all on Saturday nights. There was no effort. There was no effort during the day. So, and I didn't deserve to be on an AFL list. And then obviously got in that blue and got in trouble and thought I was going to be sacked. And you don't know where you've got till it's gone. It's very cliche and rang true with me. My dad sat me down and he's a man of a few words, but he said, "Mate, don't continue to be on the list if you don't want to be. Just because you think it's what we want you to do. If you don't want to play AFL, don't." And then got there and all the heavy hitters of the footy club were sitting around the footy club and they all told me what they thought of me, and I must have been a very good human back then because there wasn't too many positive connotations coming back my way. And then just got to Mick and he said, "Mate, we're not going to ruin your career and want stuff up. So prove to me that you belong here and now start showing some faith start repaying some of the faith that we're showing in you. And that, obviously, I want to say I got put on the right path. I'd say I was probably put on a righter path than what I was on. But so Mick saved it, and then two of the boys that are here today, Benny Johnson, Chris Tarrant, sort of helped me train and lift weights with them and showed me the work ethic that was needed. And so without any of those three, there's absolutely no chance I'd be up here, accepting this tonight.
Dane Swan, one of 6 inductees into the Australian Football Hall of Fame the other night, and of course Jason Dunstall, the 32nd player to be elevated to legend status. How did you feel watching on, Mick, to see one of your boys go into the Hall of Fame?
Oh, it was fantastic. He's so honest, Swanee, and the people I've run into, I've been around, I was junior football this morning, and you run into people around the place, and they go, "Isn't it refreshing to listen to someone who is honest?" Just gives it the way it is, nothing hidden, no trying to be, protect this, protect that. Just say it the way it is. And a bloke said to me this morning, he said, "What about the one about the kids? I want to thank my kids." No, I don't. They weren't even born. I mean, it just says so much about him. And there's similarities with a lot of players, but they're all individual. And I'd say with Dusty Martin, you never see him argue with an umpire, just gets on with it. Dane Swan, bounce ball up, free kick, just gets on with it. I just, they're players that just don't waste time, don't waste energy on something they can't control. The thing is, and I know I've said this, and I'm not sure if it was on that show or not, he is a very proud person. Make no mistake about it. When he played football, he played to be the best he possibly could, hidden under all these bits and pieces that I don't care, I got all the mates, and that's more important than everything else. No, yes, he is a very great friend of a lot of people because he cares. But let me tell you, his training was done to play the best football behind closed doors.
So when he got arrested in 2003, and it's a crossroads moment for him, did you see a Hall of Fame footballer in him then?
No, not by a long shot. I can't remember how many Hall of Fames have come from my coaching. There's a few, but probably I inherited the one at Collingwood when Nathan Buckley was in his latter part of his career. That was always going to be one. I suppose, Scott Pendlebury's certainty at some stage, and you'd suspect that early days for there. And a few at the West Coast.
Team Camp.
I'm just trying to think at Brad Hardy is one. We had our blue at the time, but that's all settled down. So no. The answer is no. I didn't know where he was going to fit in because I knew he had power, and I knew he had a pace, and I knew he also found the football.
Could find the footy. Yeah.
Where do you play him? So we started him on halfback flank, and as I said in the interview, I regularly found him in the goal square kicking the one off the ground or marking it because they'd kicked it, he found space. Next step was into the middle. And the next step after that was, how do you maximise that running capability? Well, it's got to be short bursts. And I don't say he was the genesis for the rotations. In fact, he wasn't, but he was a beneficiary.
What about you, Bally? You obviously shared a locker room with him, and you're out on the field with him. What was special about him out there that he did that I guess other guys couldn't?
Yeah, it's a good summary from Mick. Yeah, so I got there. So we're the same age. We same draft year and all that sort of stuff. Didn't have a heap to do with him growing up because he was a later developer. Didn't play in any of the rep teams and all that sort of stuff. So, and as you spoke about there, did it the hard way. But yeah, that was the one thing that. And so I come to Collingwood, and you've got a bit of a preconditioned idea as to this player who was just starting to really become top echelon then, and you mentioned to me that was the thing that caught my eye as well, that he had a great understanding of what he needed to do as an athlete, and you're right, and in a lot of ways it was great for me because I was going through a bit of a period. I've been injured and I was in a bit of a crossroads, let's call it, in my career.
And doubt.
Doubt's a good word. Absolutely. Absolutely. And so in a lot of ways, I credit, Swan and Thomas and these sort of guys, because I was certainly one way and at that stage, it wasn't faring well for me. And those guys sort of opened up my eyes a little bit to, and I was never going to be part of the Rat Pack, okay? But I tell people I used to get the odd day pass where I'd just go and hang out with them, but they showed me that you could still train hard and play and And for him, it was, And a lot of times I'd join him. I'd go and train. I'd go and join him in the altitude room for those burst runs.
Thing,
Absolutely, yeah. So, and you're right, competitive. Don't let the sort of the the sort of laid back demeanour fool you. Once, and a lot of the times from those 3 years or those 3 or 4 years, he'd get tagged, and that was red rag to a ball. He didn't want. And I don't reckon. I mean, he talks about Ling maybe getting him a few times, but no one else did.
No,
because he saw that as a challenge, and it was always challenge expected. And it was always challenge accepted. And he often just used that power that you spoke about and run him into the ground.
Paulie, I'm going to ask these questions. Your top weight when you played? Let's say the grand final year.
83, 84.
So Swanee was 95.
Yeah, he's powerful.
And your height?
Similar height, 6 foot and a half.
So, there's a player who, your grand final was excellent, and you look at Swanee, so there's a difference of 12 kilos. And that is significance when you've got that burst of speed. And the first movement he always did was his body would turn. He would turn marginally off the line. And you couldn't grab it.
Yeah, he was strong in the gym. His bench press and all that was strong.
The other inductees, Chris McDermott, of course, legend of South Australian footy with Glenelg, and then inaugural captain with the Adelaide Crows. Kelvin Templeton, the 1980 Brownlow medalist. Michael Graham, the Flash, who made an excellent acceptance speech as well up on stage. Dane Swan going in. And I love hearing about the old-timers, and we talk a lot around Anzac Day, Mick, about the crossover between football and war and the amount of veterans that went away that were also league footballers around the time, including 2 of them that were inducted here. So Ray Schofield, champion fullback, finished 4th in a Sandover medal, which is incredible when you think about the best and fairest in the competition to be so high in the position that he played, champion of the West Perth Football Club. And Ralph Robertson, who's really credited as one of the pioneers of the game in the Harbour City, started his career at St Kilda, spent 3 seasons there before moving to join East Sydney and played a lot of his footy up in New South Wales.
What category did he go in?
I think that's a great question. I think he went in just as a player. I don't think he did go in as a pioneer.
So the pioneers to me, he to me would be logical for a pioneer. And as I said before, so Pastor Doug Nichols, I think he could be a pioneer. It's a rarity that you go in there, but if you've had some form of changing the game and bringing something better to the game.
Little shout out to 1971 Premiership player Michael Porter as well, who was actually listed
Flash,
in the.
Was it?
He was. Sorry, it's Michael Porter who was listed as the in memoriam.
Yes,
he's actually still with us. So
well, there was another big blue that night too.
Was that?
There was a massive blue also, but Rick Smith, the player who apparently died.
Yep.
And the photograph was not of him. It was someone else who's currently alive,
still with us.
And
you'd get a bit of a shock, wouldn't you, when you're rolling around and you see your image up in the in memoriam,
and he'd be probably watching it.
Yep. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Great to have you with us. Corbin Middlemass, Mick Moldhouse and Luke Ball in studio, and we are joined by a very special guest. She is the face of ABC Sport at the moment. Her name is Catherine Murphy, and she joins us in studio. G'day, Murph.
Good to see you. You're actually the face of ABC Sport, but I appreciate you sharing it.
You're not only the host of the AFL Daily podcast, of course, which is up and running with Paul Roos. You can catch that something new in the podcast store every day on the ABC AFL Daily channel. But brand new show up and running. Started last week, inaugural show, Monday's Experts, which is back again this Monday and every Monday after that. Tell us about it.
Can you believe they're letting Tony Armstrong and I come back for episode 2? It's at 9:30 on Monday night, so it's a sports entertainment show. We have a panel with comedians. Mick, tell me you're going to stay up till 9:30 on Monday, because a crucial part of our show...
When you're 70, you're lucky to get past 8:30.
You can do it. So we have top athletes on the show, but we want them to be more relatable. So you guys with your premierships and all of that, we need people to be able to relate to the athletes. So we're asking our A-listers. We had Matt Horton last week. We've Lydia Williams on Monday. We're asking them to throw darts while holding a pint of beer and drinking it. And not many athletes can do that. So I want to ask you, Luke and Mick, do you think you could do that well? Would you be good at darts while drinking?
I reckon Swanee would.
Dane Swan is such a good idea.
Yeah.
Yep.
Could you do that, Luke? You only had day passes for the Rat Pack.
No, that wasn't part of the induction process into the Rats. No, so I can't think of when I might have even attempted that. Catherine,
you are it's very funny and humorous, but also you're well prepared and across everything that goes on the program. Our mate Tony, though, I can't imagine he's spending too long in a production meeting. How do you actually go structuring it together when Tone's sort of just shooting bullets?
I'm going to be honest. So our production meeting last Sunday went for 9 minutes and I kept hearing this beeping. And I'm like, Tony, where are you? I'm at Coles. And you know that he was self-scanning his entire shop while doing the production meeting for the show. But you know what? Despite the fact we only had a 9-minute production meeting, we didn't call anyone dead that was watching at home. So I feel actually quite good about episode 1 after today's chat. And Mick, that was an exclusive that Mick just announced.
Yep.
We had photos of people that were alive that hasn't been discussed either. We didn't do that, not once.
What a great start. So already off to a flying start. Monday's Experts, 9:30 on Monday night. That's on ABC TV, but you can catch up any time in iView, so you can find it there. Murph, all the very best.
Thank you. It's so good to be finally in a studio with Mick Malthouse. It's a big moment.
More from Mick and Bawley coming up after the latest from the
liver over here.
ABC newsroom. And if you're in South Australia, you're off to the footy. It is Port Adelaide and the Brisbane Lions. So all of that coming up next.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Australia's e-safety commissioner says tech companies will soon face significant financial penalties if they don't remove applications which use artificial intelligence to generate pornographic images. Commissioner Julie Ingham-Grant says there's been an alarming increase in people using AI to digitally alter images of people in sexually explicit ways. Ms. Ingham-Grant says new regulations which will come into force later this year will place more responsibility on companies which create and host the apps. She's told ABC Radio National the tougher standards for tech companies don't exist anywhere else in the world.
Going to stop some of these apps from being in existence, because sometimes the entire purpose is creating nudification or creating synthetic child sexual abuse or fetish material according to the look and the age and type that the pedophile wants to create.
Federal opposition leader Peter Dutton has used a speech to the Federal Liberal Party Council to rally the party faithful around his plans for nuclear energy. This week, Mr Dutton revealed that if elected, the coalition will build 7 nuclear power stations on the sites of retired or soon-to-be-retired coal-fired power plants in New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria, South Australia and Western Australia. The move has been labelled economic madness by the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. Mr Dutton hasn't revealed how much the plan will cost, but says the government's renewable energy strategy is reckless.
I will not sign up to an arrangement where unachievable emissions targets and a reckless renewables only rollout destroys our economy, makes businesses go broke and sends families bankrupt.
The UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres is calling for calm amid fears tensions between Israel and the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah could spiral out of control. The BBC's Lucy Williamson reports.
A mutual show of force is part of a long tradition of deterrence by both sides, but there's growing speculation over whether Israel's leaders are preparing to use military force to push Hezbollah further back from the border, with the aim of returning evacuated communities to Israel's northern areas. Mr Guterres said that people in the region could not afford Lebanon to become another Gaza. One miscalculation, he said, could trigger a catastrophe beyond imagination.
Ecuador has begun construction of a new maximum security prison as part of efforts to tackle a rise in violent crime. Clashes between criminal gangs and police, as well as a spike in violence, has seen Ecuador's president, Daniel Noboa, declare a state of internal armed conflict. Mr. Noboa says the new prison is a key part of his plan to restore security to the country.
When I set out to serve the country, I committed myself to regaining control of the prisons and creating new ones. And that is why we're here today. We're building new prisons, maximum security ones, designed to reclassify and isolate highly dangerous criminals.
American actor Tyler Wiley, who became known for his roles in the television series Hawaii Five-0 and Magnum P.I., has died aged 56. Born in Hawaii, he started his career as a sumo wrestler in the 1980s before turning to acting and becoming renowned playing an informant on Hawaii Five-0 for a decade between 2010 and 2020. He also appeared on Magnum P.I. for 6 years from 2018 to 2024. Forensic officers remain at the scene of a fatal shooting in North Queensland today. More details have been revealed about the weapons history of the man allegedly responsible, as Lawrence Jeffcott reports.
34-year-old Natalie Fram was shot dead as she sat in her car in the driveway of her home in South Mackay on Wednesday. 2 young girls were in the back seat. Neighbour 66-year-old Jimmy McGill rushed to help but was also shot. He's recovering in hospital. 31-year-old Ryan Cole, who also lived on the street, has been charged with murder. A motive is still unclear. A crime scene remains in place at the house with forensic officers closely examining the scene. It's been revealed Mr. Cole's weapons licence was revoked in 2021 after he was sentenced for drug possession. Police are investigating how he came to have the gun allegedly used in the incident.
And 6 people are being treated for carbon monoxide poisoning in hospital following an event in Melbourne's northwest. Paramedics were called to Fraser Rise this morning where they treated a number of people at the scene. You're now up to date with the very latest from ABC News.
The Parthenon of Athens is famous as a temple and a treasury, but is it also a crime scene? In the days of the British Empire, things were taken.
It was a ransacking, I'm afraid.
From countries worldwide to museums and all kinds of strange places.
Join Mark Fennell on a new global quest.
It's about the theft of history itself.
The epic new season of Stuff the British Stole. Monday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listener. Just look for the AFL button.
Into the path of Crisp. On that left boot, drives it long towards the goal. Riding high! Oh, what a mark! And maybe that's Collingwood spark. As only he can, going vertically. Oh, wow. Right on the shoulder of Billy Frampton.
Have we got a new clubhouse leader for Mark of the Year? Bobby Hill with his hang-up last Sunday against the Roos at Docklands. Just bumped the back of his head on the roof on the way down, but what a hanger. It's either him or his teammate, Jamie Elliott, after his high fly on Anzac Day. Regardless, whoever wins is in for a new prize. So instead of $10,000 and a bunch of pies and a pie warmer, the winner will now get $50,000 plus 2 million frequent flyer points.
Yeah,
which
expect to see a few more have a crack at it. That's
going to take you a long way, isn't it? 2 million.
I think they said basically here to
Return
Europe
around
and
the
back
world.
is around
Business class.
$500,000. So you can essentially do that
4 times.
Business 4 times.
Yeah.
Wow.
Or you and a friend.
Yeah.
Once.
Yeah.
There and back.
Yep.
Fair enough. I mean,
Elliott's in front for mine.
Oh, no, I've got Hill. Yeah, and I saw both live. I had a great view of Bobby's last week. I was in the stands, the kids, and I mean, it's splitting hairs. But the second rise, in a sense, I just felt like if you're really sort of drilling down, nitpicking, I reckon Mackay buckles a bit under Elliott, and he marks it slightly on the way down. Whereas Hill's at its highest point.
It's Anzac Day, mate.
And he landed. Okay, so Mick's giving me a bit of Anzac Day loading. I don't mind that. That's fair enough too. But no, Hill for me, just.
Yep. We've got a busy half hour coming up, a fair bit to get to, including mixed messages in just a moment. Sun CEO Mark Evans, his submission to the AFL, I asked Michael Voss about this a short time ago. Michael Voss was pretty strong on basically saying, look, if you're good enough to win a premiership, you'll win it from anywhere, as someone that played his whole career in Queensland. He's obviously now wearing navy blue. Sun's chief executive Mark Evans said, and I quote, if the grand final stays at the MCG until 2059, Victorian clubs must play week 1 home finals away. If we get to 24 weeks at some stage, with Tassie entering the competition, and there's 9 extra games on the fixture, then those 9 extra games must be played at non-Victorian venues. Basically, the whole point here is to show if you were to flip the script when it comes to the grand final and say, hey, let's take any one final and move it to a neutral venue, in the Victorian team's cases, they would be up in arms, and I think basically that's the point of his comments, is to antagonise the Victorian footy fans and basically say, hey, if the Pies or the Blues or the Bombers or whoever it turns out hosts a week 1 final, it shouldn't be in their state. How do you feel about it?
No, I disagree to the point that, but, I'm going to say but, if you finish, and I've been, the football club I coached, West Coast, was a victim. Well, we're saying 9 times or thereabouts, where they should have had finals at home because we finished higher on the ladder. It was denied. Now, that was early days when the AFL sort of announced itself as AFL, which was 1990, and went through. My last game, for instance, was at the MCG, should have been at Subiaco, and perhaps it wouldn't have been my last game. But wherever the ladder falls, and this is where I feel for Geelong, if they finish 5th,
yep,
they should have the first final at home down at Geelong, regardless of who they play. Like Giants a couple of years ago when they played West Coast, the game was up in Giantville, and that's where the game was played. There was more West Coast supporters there. Big deal. That's what you get as a reward for finishing higher on the ladder. So, as much as I hear what he's saying, and I get it, I think the fairer one is to be fair.
What do you reckon, boy?
No, I agree with that. I think across all of this, obviously, is that just the commercial element of taking for instance, 2 big Melbourne clubs to a venue that holds half, a third of attendance wise.
Sometimes not even that.
Well, that's right. That doesn't make any sense, clearly. So I just can't see that ever happening. I take his point, and one thing I know about Mark Evans, he's always very, very considerate. We don't hear from him much, to be honest. He's very, very smart, and he would. There's always something behind what he's saying.
Part of his broader submission was that the Suns play a single MCG game this year, which is in round 24.
Yeah, see, I don't like to say that. See, that to me, that's not fair. That's not fair.
No.
Yeah.
Well, there's so many things that aren't fair. Yep. And I'd like to touch on those when we have my message. But there's so many things, Paulie, that aren't fair. And I don't know whether I think we can fix a lot of the unfairness up, not all the unfairness.
Mark Evans said we need to go and call Taylor Swift. She plays at the MCG more than we do, so little backhander. And Victorian teams in the last 10 grand finals between Victorian sides and non-Victorian teams are 8 wins, 2 losses.
Yeah.
So that is perhaps some of the trend, particularly when it comes to the grand final. I know Caroline Wilson is writing about this in The Age, and Chris Fagan spoke to us about it, about the submission that Fagan had made to the AFL, basically saying, what more can we do in grand final week? Should we spend a whole week down here, about different approaches, and sort of hinting at the fact that the Lions wanted to get down here early last year and were basically told by the AFL, nope, you'll come later in the week on the Thursday and do the parade. And
is that right?
Yep, rather than spending the entire week.
But there'd be some players that wouldn't want to do that either. So it's just always a challenge. I mean, if Sydney finished the season with the minor premiership 3 games clear of the next, it's going to be really up in lights then, isn't it?
The other thing about the home and away games at the MCG, so take finals out because obviously it's very much determined on who you play. This isn't just a problem for non-Victorian teams. So if you look since 2015, the clubs that have played at the MCG the least, Gold Coast are last with only 8 games at the MCG since 2015. Second last with 10 games is North Melbourne, who play there tonight. So the Roos never get a chance to play at the G either. They often play their games at Docklands. Then you're into Brisbane, GWS, Fremantle, West Coast, Adelaide. The Bulldogs have only played 17 games at the MCG. Port Adelaide have played more than at the G than the Bulldogs over the last 10 years. The Saints are then on the list at 19, and the Sydney Swans at 21. So this is home and away games only. I'm leaving out the finals. So you've got the Swans that have actually played at the MCG more in the last decade than the Saints, the Bulldogs, or the Roos.
Yeah,
despite the fact they're based in the state.
Yeah, the draw is hard. We know that, and playing games home is where's home. Don't forget GWS played Canberra.
Yep.
The old West Coast, as you know, Corby and Fremantle would play at the Wacker and Subiaco, which has now been broken down to Perth Stadium or Optus Stadium. Again, it's one of these things, if we're going to talk about fairness, it should be all put out and eliminate as many of the things that can be eliminated by a simple common sense approach.
I don't mind Michael Voss's point just before, though. You know, if you're good enough, you'll win anywhere. You'll find a way to anywhere. I get it. Let's try.
You know the difference between what you've just said and what I will say? I've coached in Western Australia for 10 years.
No doubt. And you were good enough, and you won 2 premierships on the MCG.
We could have won 3 or 4,
94.
perhaps, if we had a very fair, even.
Potentially.
And where's fair? Fair's a place
Fair's
where
a place where they
judge pigs.
Yeah, right.
It is now time for mixed messages.
On AFL Saturday.
What do they reckon? They come to play marbles or football, or think they sat in their cars waiting for the game to start and go out there?
This is Mixed Messages.
Saw a great game, Corby, last night, Carlton versus Geelong, and I thought, haven't I just seen a Geelong-Carlton game? I had, not long beforehand. I am in amazement that we have 18 teams, why we can't have the 18 teams play 17 games, and I'm not going to say regardless of the ladder, the previous year's ladder, the top 6, obviously from that you can play your other 5 games. Now, I've got a 22-week season, okay, there might be we'll forget 23rd game at this stage. So top 6 sides, they play each other once. That gives you your 22. The next 6, like the same, and the bottom 6. Now, people say, oh, okay, what are the derbies or derbies that happen in... Forget it. You've got one a year, and if it goes to 2, you've got 2. You can't just call upon that. There's the other thing about it can't be numbers of people going to games. It cannot be the dollar. The dollar's divided at the end of the year anyway, and what falls out, falls out. So whether it be big, small, or indifferent, it's not going to matter that much. But what will do, the unevenness of a draw anyway with 22 games, 23 games, can be at least made fairer by what I've just said. And I just cannot believe that we have seen number of games where the clubs have played 2 against their direct opponent and still yet to play other sides in the competition. Makes no sense.
It doesn't. Yeah, I can't remember it. Is this a recent thing, a recent phenomenon? It never used to happen. I didn't feel like it. It was always play everyone once.
It happens probably because of yesteryear used to be Collingwood could play Essendon twice. We know it's going to be Anzac Day. Collingwood could play Melbourne twice. It's got to be King's birthday, Queen's birthday. West Australian teams play together twice. Why? South Australian, why? The Q game, why? There's no necessity to have that. You only need the one, which is done year about on one on and one off.
It's done for revenue and interest in those markets.
I know the media were led into the arc this week, weren't they? Just to
I
see
was.
I
went.
You went? Yeah, so I know we're going to hear about that. Maybe they need to be led into the fixture teams.
Room. How good would that be?
That's in Canada, isn't it?
There's one, I think there is a Canadian program that puts it together, isn't it? There's one room I want to get into in the AFL. It's whoever decides the jumpers. I feel like that could be my hidden blessing. It can't be that hard, can it? To be able to put 2 teams out there that don't look the same, have one dark team and one light team, and yet so often during the course of the
GWS played last night, didn't they?
What we have had Carlton out there with a splash of orange on their jumper, but it feels like we get that wrong a lot of times here. But I wasn't able to find that room from my particular visit the other day. It was very beneficial. They invited a section of the media down there and took us through 4 different stations. You went to the Arc, got to see how things worked in there, where the concussion spotters sit. And Michael McDeasy was there, the chief medical officer, and we were able to ask some questions to him and Laura Kane and Stephen Mead, the general counsel. So it was a beneficial trip on that front. There was also where the umpires do a lot of their training and their reviews, so people that pick out vision during the game, so they will highlight as many as 135 different incidents where there might be 40 free kicks, and yet they'll also spotlight ones where there was no free kick paid. They'll review them, work out what they got right and wrong. And then if you're struggling in a particular area or perhaps a junior umpire, they also have these, you'll love this, Mick, virtual reality goggles. So you sit down a corner of the room, put the virtual reality goggles on, and it is awesome. We got the opportunity to do it where you get this little controller basically that you can put the correct answer in, and you watch GoPro footage of what an umpire is wearing in the game, so it puts you right out on the field, and then it'll stop at a certain point and you have to decide what the decision is. And I think out of the 6 examples we had, 5 of them were actually no no call. But again, it illustrates that you go, there's multiple times where you are making a decision, even if it is
a no call.
A no call. So that was a nice experience during the week on Wednesday. We had some data presented to us as well from Stephen McBurney, who is, of course, the umpire's boss, and talked about how holding the ball free kick since the interpretation change, of course, not the rule change, the interpretation change, has gone up 1.6 per game. And they divide holding the ball into 4 different categories. I don't know if this happened when you were there, Bally, as the umpire's lead. Prior opportunity, incorrect disposal, no genuine attempt, or dive/drag the ball in. So they're the 4 different ways you can be caught holding the ball. And they pointed out that since the change in interpretation, there has only been a change in the data in one of those 4 areas. So prior opportunities the same, incorrect disposals the same, dive/drags the same. The only difference in the number is we've seen holding the balls go up by almost 2, and we've seen this category go up by almost 2, is genuine attempt.
Yep.
So what they're basically saying is players that have an arm free, that can knock the ball out, kick the ball out, dispose of it in some way, and they choose to hang on to it instead of getting rid of it, they're the player that's actually being penalised, which I think all of us as a game would probably agree with.
Yep.
That if you've got a chance to get rid of it and you don't, sure.
Yeah, that the incorrect disposal, I think, annoys people still, even when they haven't had prior opportunity, and you just see that he didn't get a hand on that, or even though he tried, he let that drop. So, I think that supports, I think, what we're seeing to the eye. They're blowing the whistle quicker, and for
Players
those
are quicker too.
They are, and for those that would usually, and coaches used to talk about ball security, don't let it out. They're picking them, and I think I agree. I think that's good.
I'm just going to ask this question.
Yep.
What I've noticed that players are now a lot more nervous with the football, because they're not going to. I'm not going to take you on ball. I'm going to actually lay it off, or if you get near me, I'm going to kick it, or whatever. There is one element that no one has ever said about. You've played the game not long ago, Bally. I have this thing in my mind when I'm watching plays these days that in the hurly-burly, when they really get hit hard and they've got the ball tucked under their left arm, if they believe they can swing a leg at it, it's almost like a hidden thing saying to them, "Don't do it because you're going to get injured." I just see that now it's only a couple of times, because you think, I've only got the one arm free.
Yep.
I can probably get my left leg to this, but in the meantime, I can see I'm going to be either crunched, bashed, or my leg split apart, or whatever the case may be. He almost gives it up, just goes, well, I'm caught.
Live to fight another day.
I have seen that a few times.
It's interesting still. I think what it's separated too is the players that still back themselves have the strength to take a tackle on and stand up and dispose. You think of Cripps last night. It hasn't changed the way he's played one bit. I don't think, because of his strength and his ability to stand up in a tackle and still get his hands free and dispose of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Luke Ball, Mick Malthouse and myself, Corbin Middlemass. A little off the SMS, Mark in Barwon Heads. I might have stolen some of his thunder here. Not all Victorian teams play at the MCG. The Dogs play there twice this season, less than the Adelaide Oval, given the fact they play both Port Adelaide and Gather Round. So thanks, Mark, for that. A Port supporter off the SMS, no name, no pack drill, but what does the panel think of Chris Scott's views on the bye? So this is talking about the league shut down for a week. He's supportive of that, as opposed to having sort of teams have rolling buys over various days?
I am. No, his reasoning's right. I mean, they say they get some time off, but there's still 6 games on, and they're probably playing one of those teams next week or the week after, so they're still going to watch the footage, and they're still going to be thinking about the game, whereas if there's no footy on, they can actually genuinely for 48 hours switch off. So that's not a new concept. I know I'm talking about that back when I was involved in the Players Association. It works in other codes. I don't mind it.
I don't have 2 buys. One, like Chris Scott's saying,
yep,
and one grand final week.
Yep, as opposed to the pre-finals.
Oh, you can't have that. The grand final week gives you the capacity for a concussed player to at least play. It also gives other players a chance to have that rest, both sides, and go into what we hope is going to be the best game of the year.
And if what Chris Fagan's saying, if a club wants to do that and come down early, they can do that.
Why not?
They don't feel like they're getting crammed after a Saturday prelim, having to try and fly Monday, spend the week down here. Yep, rather than the short turnaround. Chris off the SMS need 2 conferences, one with 2 WA teams and South Australian teams, the other with 4 teams from the northern states. I actually think we can do some clever things with conferences. I know I'm an American football fan and they do it there, but it's great for us in the media game too, creates different conversations. You're always grouped with the same teams. So, teams are good at different times. Conferences are stronger than other times, but you can get other opportunities to qualify for finals like wildcards and everything else. I think we can do a bit in that space. So that's from Chris off the SMS, and from Graham. How many games did Adelaide play at the MCG in 2017 when they finished top and played Richmond? I'm guessing once, and Richmond 14 times. The good enough argument is a cop-out. Maybe your mob can play with 15 men if they are good enough and they still win, from Graham. So
he's spot on.
Yeah.
Because when you do travel a lot, and let me tell you, 10 years of it, it takes its toll. And I'm interested in what you said about was North Melbourne only playing the one game at the MCG.
Yeah,
it's just nonsense. It's nonsense. If the MCG is the mecca of football, then clubs have got to have the capacity to play there.
We're off to Port Adelaide and Brisbane in just a moment. Quentin Narkle has replaced Willie Rioli. So Willie was actually picked for this game and then laid out. Also, Travis Boak came out yesterday, so he's out with illness, and Josh Sin has taken his place in the team. Quentin Narkle's going to start as the sub, and Shadow Brain is the sub for Brisbane. Sydney played Collingwood and Richmond early this year, and they don't play there again. So, for what I'm not sure if what's that got to do with? That's the MCG. Sorry. So Sydney played Collingwood and Richmond already this year. They don't play at the MCG again until potentially grand final day. Just to pick up on that point. A couple of really quick ones I want to fit in before we go. The concussion retirement fund this week. So this is very nerdy footy chat, but about how much of the medically retired player's salary comes out of the cap. The AFL have made this public that year 1 will be 90% will be paid outside of the cap. Year 2 will be 75%, and year 3 50%. Year 4. You're up for the whole whack. So in Angus Brayshaw's case, he will have his salary paid outside of the salary cap in large part, up to half of it for the next 3 years. But year 4 still has that year owing. Melbourne won't have that in their salary cap. They'll be paying Angus Brayshaw 4 years from now. So I guess a bit of a response from the AFL. They're not overly happy with the long-term deals.
And
they're putting the onus on
nor
the
they should
clubs.
be.
No, I don't. I understand the rationale behind that. Yep.
I think the AFL have got to make a rule on it. But they say the maximum you can have is 4, 5, 6 years, whatever you want to do. But have a uniform rule. Here we go, talk about rules. But this is one that can be introduced over a period of time. Okay, by 2028, we are saying no more contracts beyond 4 years or 5 years. Whatever.
Chris Fagan said he was a fan of that too. The issue with that is you're going to run into restraint of trade issues, aren't you? If you tell someone they can't be contracted out.
But can't you have a contract signed on admission to the rules and regulations? I'm applying to be drafted. I'm abiding by these rules.
I'm sure. Well, there's got to be ways around it, doesn't there? I mean, you think about the draft itself as a restraint of trade, isn't it?
Of course it is.
Yep.
It is.
This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Just a little quirky one. As an Essendon supporter, this particularly appealed to me. I'm sure there's other people out there thinking I couldn't care less, whatever it looks like. The Essendon Football Club is giving their members the chance to vote on what their clash strip should look like for next year. So there's 3 different designs, including one which is all of a red base with a pure black sash. So basically what Richmond have worn in previous years, all yellow with the black sash. Now, the issue is it is technically a breach of Essendon's constitution, which says the Essendon Football Club should always play with a black jumper with a red sash. So in every game in Essendon's history since 1897, they have always worn a red sash of some description. Sometimes it's been a thin red sash, sometimes it's been on a grey jumper, it's been red with an outline, but the red sash has always been there in some way, shape or form. I'm a little passionate about this. I'd love to see the red sash change, and yet it feels like the Bombers are gearing up that potentially they're going the complete inverse is what they're offering members. And some members have called for this for many years, but instead of black with a red sash, it'll be red with a black sash, and the red sash will be no more for clash games.
What did Dennis Tenuto say? It's in the Constitution. You can't do anything about that.
Well, Corby, I mean, we know where your blood lies. So, I mean, are you going to put into what sort of...
I'll vote.
Yeah, you will.
Yeah. Absolutely. Good. So I'll vote for the red sash of some form, even if it's a thin red sash. I'd like to see it remain, but that's a little bit of a shame. It feels like the club's gearing up to get rid of it. As I said, not many people will care about that except me. And even a lot of Essendon fans probably won't even care about what they wear as long as they're featuring
winning
in September. And winning when they get there. The games today. So first of all, the Giants up against the Swans. John Stenholt's story today in The Australian. The Giants looking to play big home games. So talking about Collingwood, Richmond, Essendon, the big powerful Melbourne clubs at the SCG. Going back into the eastern suburbs, which I'm not sure about that, but they meet today in Sydney's West at the Sydney Showground.
That makes sense to me. If again, I'm not sure what the Constitution says around the SCG and who needs to play there, but if they want to do that, that makes sense to me.
Well, I think the 30 or 40 people who go to the game at where they currently go. They get a bus there.
The issue is they're in the competition to represent the west of Sydney.
I understand that.
True. So if you retreat back to the east, which is already an Aussie rules, not heartland, but certainly has a lot of Aussie rules fans, are we actually making any ground into the whole point? There's a lot of AFL money that goes into making Western Sydney work. Why are we going back into East Sydney?
Just for the odd game.
Who wins that, by the way?
Big game today. Sam Taylor, such a big out. And the Swans do. I mean, the Swans. It feels like they're going to drop one at some stage, but they're healthy.
Not against their little brother.
No, I don't think so. They like getting themselves up for this. It's out in the west. Yeah. So
I'm going for the GWS
for an upset.
Only for my in-house. Vote.
You're trying to pitch a few back. No, I think the safe tip's the Swans, just especially with Taylor out and the Swans so healthy.
Yep. That's Mick's going with the upset there. How do the D's cover Christian Petrarca? Obviously tonight up against the Roos.
Well, there's opportunity.
I'm going for Roos. Yeah. Simpkin back. Melbourne with their tail between their legs. One of their 3 or 4 good players. The rest are average players. So I think they can knock them over. And the bitterness of last week's defeat by a point or whatever it was from Collingwood. I think they can get up North Melbourne.
If they play like they did in the first half last week, they'll beat most teams absolutely. But I just think Melbourne have got one last punch to throw. I think they'll find a way, and whether it's a Rivers or I'm just trying to think. I mean, Jack Viney he'll lift. We know what he'll bring.
McVie,
someone like that who can just try and spark this last 10 games. I think they've got one last punch to throw, the D's.
And coaches can do some wacky things, Mick. That's why you're here, to provide all your various wackiness that you coaches implement over the years. Chris Fagan this week brought the speakers out. They played Never Tear Us Apart at training for the Brisbane Lions.
Great song.
Before they walk into Adelaide Oval to play the Power. How are they going to
go? Well, with the outs from Port, I'm still going to stick with Port because it's home, but I don't know about the music. Unless you just like that music, which I do.
We're going to find out a bit, aren't we?
That's the only reason why I'd play it.
Mick, I know you don't trust either of these teams, and fair enough too, so we're going to find out a bit. It's a massive game, either way. I'll go with Port.
Off the SMS, no to the black sash, and Glenda says, how do we ever watch this with stripes and similar type jumpers in black and white TV?
Yeah,
it was never a problem, and nowadays
North Melbourne Hawthorn.
It's so different. Thanks heaps for coming in, to Mick Malthouse, to Luke Ball. Thanks to Craig at the controls. Catch up anytime in the podcast store or through the ABC Listen app. Off to the footy.
The Men's T20 Cricket World Cup.
Zampa again, he tries the reverse in the air court.
Live from the USA and West Indies.
Maxwell, who backs away and slams it for 6.
Catch all the action on the ABC Listen app.
So what's the most entertaining thing about sport?
All the stuff that goes on beyond the final whistle, of course.
Correct.
In a brand new show, Tony Armstrong and Catherine Murphy go deep into the weekend's biggest stories with special guests and self-confessed fanatics.
Join us for the weekend that was in sport.
Heads up for Monday's Experts.
That's us, Tony.
Of course it is.
I knew that.
Monday's Experts, 9:35 Monday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
If you think you have anything other than a split second in this game right now, you're kidding yourself.
It's all to play for.
Every single bloke has stood up.
They are leaving nothing out there.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From 55, Simon launches, goal! The Brisbane boys are on top of the AFL world. They win a spellbinding game of footy. God, what a breakfast!
This is ABC Sport.
The umpire holds the footy up.
You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter.
Take your moment. This is that moment.
Listen to the roar.
The pressure's certainly gone up. Punches the air with the right hand. That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch. Stand by. The arms are outstretched as he pumps his chest out.
Fill your lungs, fill your lungs. Are you ready for it?
Wherever you are, do not move.
We're going the full journey.
'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
This is the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From outside 50, goes bang with everything he's got.
Former bad boy looking to redeem himself with kicks like that.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
One step nonchalant banana finish. Wow. Charlie Cameron snaps, goal.
Something big
deep in the pocket. That is amazing.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
This guy wants it at home on the biggest stage.
And Gordon can finish from 35. Oh, Errol.
It's there.
Superb finish.
What a hanger.
He joins the party.
Whacks through the goal.
Oh, what a moment.
Brilliant, wasn't it?
There's nothing this man can't do.
Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment.
Stolen, snapped it over his shoulder. He's kicked an absolute ripper.
Spins around and buries it.
Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill.
This is just football at its best.
Weaves around the plate and gets a brilliant goal.
Gathers, snaps, it'll bring the house down. Time to steady and pull the trigger.
Right foot drop punt is pure. We're not done yet.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season on radio, Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
We've got a high-stakes matchup with a retro flair to kickstart your Saturday. Welcome to the Adelaide Oval as the Capricious Power celebrate their 20-year premiership anniversary by hosting their old rivals, the resurgent Lions. Port's inconsistency continuing to damage their credibility, with Ken Hinkley swinging the axe for this afternoon's must-win clash. Meanwhile, Brisbane are on the charge with just one loss in their past 6 games and are now eyeing off a spot in the top 8 for the first time this season. There is a late change as well, so Willie Rioli hasn't pulled up from his calf injury. He is out, and as a result, Quinton Narkle is in and the sub for the home side. There was a late change yesterday with Travis Boak coming ill, so he is out, and Josh Sin is also into the 22, so he will start in his 7th game. No late changes for the Lions. Shadow Brain in his 3rd game is the sub for the 3rd time, so we'll see him this afternoon, the product from Noosa, as Port Adelaide makes their way out onto the ground. Big celebrations here this afternoon as part of this premiership anniversary, and wearing the old 04 strip, half teal at the top, half black at the bottom, and the lightning strikes across the side. Plenty of fans in attendance donning it, and it will be an impressive afternoon if they can get the job done and work their way back towards the top 4. Aaron Bryan's calling the action for you on ABC Sport, and alongside me is Neil Cross. Good afternoon, Crossy.
Aaron, be very interesting this afternoon. If we look at those, as you mentioned, Brisbane, their last 6 games, only the 1 loss. You look at Port Adelaide, 2 losses against sides that we expect to play finals in the last 2 weeks, GWS and Carlton. So it would seem, even on their home deck, they go in as underdog, Port Adelaide.
The record this season hasn't quite stacked up against the best, has it? 8-5 so far, and fresh off a loss against the Giants. Meanwhile, Brisbane, as I touched on, rolling on that win streak, 6-6-1 with a victory over St Kilda last week by 20 points and eyeing off a spot in the 8. The throwbacks to the 04 Grand Final are aplenty this afternoon. There's premiership stars spread across the ground, and one of those is in the box with us this afternoon. The iconic ruckman behind Port Adelaide's only AFL flag. Good to see you, Dean Brogan.
Oh, great to be here. A really special day for Port Adelaide, and don't they look good in those 20-year anniversary Guernseys? And let's hope they can play, better by wearing these Guernseys. Maybe if they take a bit out of what we did hopefully 20 years ago against the Lions, it might help them today. But look, in all seriousness, great to be here. Probably a season-defining game for Port Adelaide. They really need a big scalp. They really need to get their game going. They've been disappointing for what probably best part of a month now. They really need to get a scalp today, and Brisbane are probably the informed team in the competition, so they've got their work cut out for them today. But we know Port at their best can almost beat anybody, so I'm looking forward to today.
Just quickly take us inside the 4 walls as well. You had a premiership lunch in the last hour. How was it like to see all your teammates again?
Look, fantastic. I think 12 of the boys are here today. Look, it's always good to catch up with those lads, and we've been lucky enough to have a couple of functions already this year. Today's not a huge one. We're all going to catch up after the game for a couple of beers and a bit of food, but the big one's at the end of the year. But it was really good to see everybody, and they're all here having a few beers, so they're walking off the ground now. But I'd much rather be here with you guys in the commentary to call this big game.
It is a pleasure, Brogues. Alongside you this afternoon, someone who'll know all about premiership reunions very soon. Three-time premiership player Ebony Marinoff in the ABC Sport Box. Good to see you, Noffy.
Yes, it's a stunning afternoon. We love Adelaide Oval, and it's a big clash. And to be honest, the Guernseys look great. I guess I'm probably a little bit more interested in, Brogues, you just said, big game. You're looking at the ladder here. Porter, they're only a couple of games or a game outside the top 4, but they're also only a couple of games outside the top 8. So it's really crucial that they get these 4 points. I think it's going to be I think it's going to be a hard one, but if they can walk away with the 4 points, it'd be really uplifting for their back half of the season. But Brisbane Lions, God, they're on the way up, aren't they?
I love a ladder predictor, and I don't think Port Adelaide could drop out of the 8 this week if they lose this afternoon, but gee, they're right on the edge. A win puts them in the 4 at least temporarily, and for Brisbane, they'll find themselves in the 8 with a victory this afternoon if they get there. Probably will be knocked out by the end of the round, depending on how other fixtures go, but they'll be right amongst it. If they lose, they're essentially 3 games behind because of the draw that they currently have. So it's arguably more must-win for Brisbane this afternoon, but Port Adelaide, I mean, you want to be in the top 4 if you're any chance of winning a flag this year with the Swans and Carlton rocking and rolling right now.
Yeah, look, you're spot on with Brisbane. It's a huge game for them, considering, last year's grand finalists, albeit they lost by 7 points, so you could argue they're one kick away from winning the flag. They've been somewhat disappointing this year, but their last 6 weeks is almost back to where we expect Brisbane to be. But both teams now, the time is now. It is now. There are a lot of teams struggling outside of Sydney and Carlton. So that big logjam from 3rd to 9th is very significant at the moment. And these 2 teams have a chance, especially Port Adelaide, to go and grab that position, that top 4 position. So the time is now for both of these teams.
We talk about the logjam. I remember when the Brisbane Lions had that draw, you almost go sense of relief of, there wasn't an outcome, me being biased to the Crows, but you almost, in the next month, you're going to find out if that draw is going to really cost them, I think, when you're up at the top end of the ladder. But I just think the form of McCluggage since he's, had his big contract signing, I mean, that was controversial. Would he stay or go? It looked like he always wanted to stay, but just had to get that across the line. But their midfield has just been, they don't need to get the big 30 touches. Lockie Neal, McCluggage, they're just averaging around below the 30 touches, but having a real impact. I mean, Joe Danaher last week with the 5 goals. He's had, all his goals, he's presenting up the ground. I think there was a stat about 90% of his goals have come from straight through the corridor, so it means they're getting it nice and easy at the forefront of in face of the goals. And 5 goals last week will be interesting to see who comes up again here today.
It could really be a shootout, couldn't it? Brisbane over the last month averaging a competition high 108 points, and they were more than happy to go toe-to-toe with St Kilda last week. And the question we posed during SA Grandstand this morning, Dean, was does Port Adelaide have the firepower to then match that? Could that be the difference maker, that if Brisbane go for broke, that they may be able to score more goals at the end of the day?
Well, Port Adelaide just need to kick a bit straighter. Like, they're the second to last or last in the comp for accuracy. They kill themselves when they go forward. So if they can kick a bit straighter, and there's no pressure like scoreboard pressure, so really early on, if they can, lay 3 or 4 goals on in the first quarter and be 3 goals won or 4 goals won, the rest of the team gets energy out of that. So the first sort of 10 minutes will tell a tale, and if they're on or not in front of goal.
3 goals up in a big game against Brisbane. You know all about that, bro.
So,
20 years ago?
Well, yeah, we were watching the replay of that, with all the boys. We didn't realise how much we almost shot ourselves in the foot in the first quarter. But look, there's generally a golden rule in footy. You kick 5 a quarter, you're normally going to win your footy games. So you want to see from Port Adelaide, you want to see them move the ball quick. You want to go forward, not sideways and backwards by foot. You want to see them gain yardage and go with speed and velocity to give their forwards better looks at goals and kick the ones from the goal square and dribble the ones along the goal, or when you're having a set shot, because you've moved the ball quick, get goals right, get shots right in front of goals. So you only do that when you move the ball off turnover quick. So that's what you need to see from Port Adelaide today, because Brisbane will do it.
Bounce down minutes away here at the Adelaide Oval. The first game of 3 on ABC Sport for your Saturday. We've got the Battle of the Bridge, the Giants and the Swans still to come as the middle game, and then Melbourne and North Melbourne at the MCG to wrap things up to conclude your Saturday trifecta. Our listeners in the ACT as well, we'll have the NRL to come after this game. I will take you to Gold Coast and New Zealand following this contest. 0437 774 774 is the text line if you do want to get in touch with us across the entire day. I will be here and waiting to hear your thoughts, your opinions, your analysis. Get in touch with us, 0437 774 774. got a tricky question for you, Noffy. During the week, Chris Fagan decided to play Never Tear Us Apart at Brisbane training, and obviously this is something the Crows have had to deal with over the last few years with Richmond, but what do you think about blasting the opposition's, not even theme song, but I guess just a spiritual song in the build-up to your matchup?
Yeah, it's so interesting. I actually did look at it. Someone sent it to me, and I think they were just doing fundamentals at the start of training. For me, it's bizarre. I just think... I know when we play Port in the Showdown, you actually just embrace the song because it's actually a pretty bloody good song. So I think it's weird how they play that and think it's, I guess, beneficial. But I guess, yeah, I'm really not sure about it. I don't know what it does, but each their own. I think we cop backslap. Or what did we start playing? Never... from the Richmond song, was that?
The Richmond theme song, yeah.
Richmond theme song.
Which didn't go very well.
No, so there you go. I said it was going to be a bloodbath earlier in the morning, but let's see what happens with that. Maybe that might go to Port's favour.
So context behind that, you're very confident Brisbane's getting the job done this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just the midfield battle, and I did just see Port Adelaide, their midfield crew, go in a circle right in front of us, really tight. We spoke to Josh Carr earlier, and I think it's been put on the midfielders from Port Adelaide today to get the job done. But I just think it's going to be a stretch. I'm really interested to see how Connor Rozee bounces back. The captain of the team. It's been six weeks probably to forget and to start fresh today and really find some form at the back end of the season. And then another one with Zach Butters just copping that tag. I think we've seen Tom Stewart last night and the past couple of weeks. What do they keep saying? The tag's back. I just think firepower all across the ground. Harris Andrew, the co-captain, 200th game today, and I think Brisbane Lions will try and get the job done for him, but I think it's going to be a stretch for Port Adelaide.
While you're on Harris Andrews and Connor Rozee, the toss has just occurred out in the middle, so let's check in downstairs with the fifth member of our commentary team on ABC Sport this afternoon. Welcome, Josh.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Harris Andrews, who Ebony just mentioned there, has won the toss, and Brisbane will kick to the Northern Cathedral end of the ground. I'm just looking now to see if any of the Lions players are singing along to Never Tear Us Apart as the anthem blares across the Adelaide Oval. It's a bit of a modest turnout, maybe not quite the ideal time slot for a fixture of this pedigree, but certainly a big atmosphere nonetheless for what is a special day for the Port Adelaide Football Club. Now, debutant Logan Evans received his jumper from Premiership player and Dean Brogan's old teammate Matthew Bishop today. The mid-season recruit will start on the bench alongside Jackson Mead, Josh Sin and Mitch Georgiades. Willie Rioli failed a fitness test on his calf this morning. He's been replaced in the 23 by Quinton Narkle, who starts as the sub. On the Brisbane bench, Logan Morris, Kai Lohman, Connor McKenna and Bruce Rebel. And the man with the coolest name in footy, Shadow Brain, is the Lions sub.
Gee, it's on early, much like 04. Harris Andrews has charged into Jordan Sweet, and we've had a melee in the centre circle.
Means Port are ready to go.
20 years on from the iconic grand final. It's crunch time here in round 15. Port Adelaide and Brisbane live from the Adelaide Oval on ABC Sport. Here's Neil Cross.
Port sitting 7th on the ladder. Brisbane 13th, and yet the Lions will start as favourites straight away. The knock forward for Brisbane picked up by Houston for Port Adelaide, off to Rozee and then across to Zirk Thatcher by hand. The kick smothered. Rayner came through, and all that taking place still inside the centre circle. Taken down and a tackle there on it was Dunkley, who was coming through for Brisbane, about to get a hand pass away. Tackled, ball up. Lots of action to start this one.
Sweet taps it down, but found Berry for the Lions, who hands it to Bailey, hacks it out of there towards half forward, and landing beautifully in the lap of Hipwood. Opens up the angle, and on the left, hooks it into the 50, a little wide in the scoreboard pocket, but it bounces favourably for Cameron, gathers, snaps, and misses across the face on the left-hand side. First score of the afternoon goes the way of the Lions in the opening minute. Charlie Cameron with the minus score. They're up by 1.
Well, it's an interesting matchup. Bergman's got the job on Cameron. Watch that one with interest. We know how dangerous Cameron is.
Ball kick long from the kick-in by Houston, and Port Adelaide get it towards half forward. Coming the other way, though, for Brisbane was Neal, and he got it off to Wilmot, who quickly kicked the ball back down to the front end of the square for Brisbane. It's off Alia's hands and wide. Berry's got a lot of room to move. He's at left half forward. Steadies, goes all the way to the goal face. Positioned at the back was Cameron, and he just couldn't hold on to it through for another minor score. Rushed through. 2 behinds for Brisbane to start the afternoon. Minute and a half down.
Well, Alia, he'd normally mark them, but he looked a little bit nervous then and just smacked the ball on the ground. He's got to mark them and take them so they can get their turnover game going, Port Adelaide.
Farrell exits to Aaliyah, then Butters, little 1-2 with Rosie, but he left it behind when he got it back. Bounces around in the centre square and picked up by Dunkley for the Lions. Got it to Neil, caught high, paid the advantage. It'll come back as the kick inside 50 was poor. Dunkley's a little worse for wear as well after that contact, but on hands and knees, eventually gets to his feet. Dunkley will take the possession and hand it off to Zorko, who blasts it towards the goal square. Archie rises, can't bring it down, does his own crumbing. Caught the belly of the ball, though, as it skies towards the goal square, and Drew is waiting for it for the power. Brisbane by 2 on ABC Sport.
Drew taking that mark away from McCluggage. And now it's Ratanalea taking the ball in their back pocket. New pronunciation there. We'll come to that in a moment. Ratanalea for Port Adelaide steadies. And then comes to this broadcast side and just inside the boundary finds the chest of Ollie Wines. Plays on down the line looking for Finlayson. Good mark away from Starcevic. So Finlayson moves on the left foot for Port. Down to centre wing. Finds the chest of Marshall. Port creating space. Running for him, Drew. Hand pass over the top. Drew will go inside 50 with his kick. And that advantages Brisbane in the end. And falling back there, Dunkley. Showing no signs from that knock he's taken. Drops it in short to Wilmot.
Waiting a defensive 50 for the Lions. Wilmot shares it with Neil. Just the required 15. And charges around the outside of him to get it back. Hits up Rayner. Centre half back and down the spine he goes looking for Hitwood. Crutched by Zerk Thatcher, hits the deck. Lester wrapped up and gave it away to Wines for the power. Marshall tunnels one through up to Finlayson. Didn't know where to go and Dunkley closes on him and forces the turnover with the tackle. Rayner now bulldozed over. Butters got him in the end and a ball up to come on the Logo broadcast wing.
Both teams a little bit scrappy, aren't they? There's a lot of mistakes being had at the moment. It just shows what it means to both these teams. Both teams are a little bit edgy with ball in hand at the moment.
Off the ruck contest, ball on the ground, umpire circling, says give it back to me. It was not coming out from under Dane Zorko, the former Brisbane captain.
Already been 15 tackles, so the pressure's on early.
Dunkley just sweeps a hand pass as best he can. Drew knocked it forward for Port Adelaide. Wines did the same towards the boundary line and eventually right half forward on the broadcast side. Ball goes out of bounds. Just a reminder, Port Adelaide kicking to that River Torrens end of the ground. Josh Money on the boundary.
Zach Butters this week said it's an honour to be tagged. He's got Jared Berry for cover today. He's wearing him like a glove early.
Just the 17 touches last week matched up with Toby Bedford. Toss back in. Brisbane will get out of the stoppage. Bailey to Dunkley. Switches it out to right half back. Finds Fletcher, the son of a gun. Shares it with Payne. And up to centre wing. Here's Starcevic. Nice methodical ball movement. We've seen it the last month from the Lions. Kick mark with plenty of pace. Bailey just in front of the Bashir stand. They're up by 2 at the moment, Brisbane, but no goals so far in this opening term. He skies it long. Hitwood's on the charge. Knee in the back of Aaliyah, but couldn't clunk it. Spills to Rosie, front and square, dancing and dodging. He turned into the wall of Rayner, who buffets him back towards Mead. He'll hand it to Ratanalea. And up to the broadcast when he goes, looking for Finlayson. Hit the deck up against Lester. Got away from him anyway. Finlayson gathers, arches the back. 2 bounces to 50 from 45. Lowers the eyes and drives it with a tunneler through the goal. Celebrates with the crowd as well. And Port Adelaide have the first of the afternoon. Josh Carr-esque 20 years on as he charges into the 50. They're up by 4 at the 5-minute mark of the opening term on ABC Sport.
Oh, Jeremy Finlayson just had to make a contest there and keep his feet, and that he did. It's a really fine finish. He had Jace Bergen running down to goal, but he just was able to execute. And didn't the crowd love that one?
Look, great hot start from both teams, but Port Adelaide have really come to play. Like you said, the tackle count, 7-2 in favour of Port. You can tell what their intentions are. You can normally tell in the first 5 minutes if a team's on. Port Adelaide are definitely showing us that they're on today. Love the energy by Jeremy Finlayson, where sometimes it can wane in his game. He has started the game really well, which is going to be massive for Port Adelaide.
Who did it better, Kari or Finlayson?
Always Kari.
Finlayson immediately taken to the bench. Bounce back in the middle. McInerney just knocks it forward. Houston got it. Flicked the hand pass to Mead for Port Adelaide. Then off to Butters, wide with his hand pass. And the new boy Evans fumbled twice. Now he's over the ball again. Picks it up for the 3rd time. And taken in a tackle by Lohman of Brisbane. Forces a ball up just slightly ahead of centre wing on this broadcast side.
Others didn't help him with the handball, though, to the first gamer. Handballed at his toes.
Ball off the contest to Neil and then forward to Lohman. Lohman able to run inside 50. Oh, it was a poor kick. Didn't help his man, the other Logan on the ground. That was Logan Morris. And as a result, Port Adelaide get it and come away from half back.
Zerk Thatcher to Mead. Now Bergman spearing it up towards right half forward and hits Georgiadis. Rising in front of Leicester. Swings it into the 50 for Port Adelaide. Marshall one out up against Payne. Ball hits the deck. Gathering it is Sin. On his 7th game, he snaps around the body. And Sin salutes with the front row. Oh, the energy is palpable at the Adelaide Oval. They're up by 10. 2 straight 12-2 behind. 7-minute mark of the opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, we talk about turnovers from opposition turnovers to goal. That's exactly what Port Adelaide just did then. Zerk Thatcher marked it on the back, sort of on the back 50 for Port Adelaide, but he went to go quick, he summed it up and then hit the bullet kick in the middle of the ground. They handballed to Bergman. Bergman sees a one-on-one ahead of the footy and they're inside 50 in the blink of 3 or 4 seconds, which leads to easy, fast goals. It is the name of the game. You need to score from turnover, and Port Adelaide, that's exactly what you need to do. Love the celebration from Shin.
That's 2 jumper tugs, so it looks like there's some real passion behind this Guernsey.
Because I feel like I want to run out there at the moment. Port have come ready to play today.
Ball from the middle. Rayner had it briefly. McInerney, the ruckman, followed up, kicked it towards half forward. Brisbane have got it there a couple of times from the centre bounce, and it's come back, and it's coming back again. Hand pass flick to Bergman, came from Wines. Through the centre he goes and kicks long up to half forward. Marshall had the ball knocked away from him. On the ground, caught in, not coming out. It's caught behind Rosie's leg. He somehow reefed it out. Now the hand pass from Lord went high for Burgoyne. He's tackled. Play on, called the umpire. Reville went away. Gave the hand pass to Neil, and blessed relief for Brisbane out to Charlie Cameron on the eastern side of the ground.
Cameron looks to go through centre wing. Almost the 45 to Rayner. Marked it falling back against Wines and hands it off balance to Berry. Loads up towards the 50. Penetrating kick. Is it clunked on the line by Danaher? No, umpire calls play on as it hits the deck. Zorko tried to slap it central and it's cut off by Logan Evans for the power. Gets it wide to Radanalia and up to centre half back he goes as the players converge. Ball bounces off them. Rayner, blind spin. Back inside 50 for Brisbane. Danaher juggling, couldn't reel it. Alir becomes the tackler. Busting through Archie, got a handball. Out of traffic. Giving it away though was Zorko. Busting by Reville. Got a snap, bouncing towards goal from 30. Out of nowhere, Bruce Reville strikes. And Brisbane have their first of the afternoon. 1-2-8. Port Adelaide 2 straight 12. 9 minutes into the opening quarter. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Dean Brogan and Ebony Marinoff.
Well, goes to show how fast it
Sorry,
can
Ev,
happen.
you go.
It's just some clean ground ball skills and execution.
Yeah, I think Jace Burgoyne slipped over at the crucial moment there, and he just slips over and gives an easy goal up. But Brisbane really needed that. They've been under the pump. Port have been all over them in all facets of the game, and to steal a goal like that probably settles the nerves a little bit for Brisbane.
So Brisbane are the first 2 scores of the game, a couple of points, followed by 2 straight goals from Port. And now the Lions have answered back. Seesawing contest to start. 10 minutes into the opening quarter at the Adelaide Oval. Ball thumped down in the middle. Ruckman look at each other. McInerney got the tap down for Brisbane and then towed it forward. Archie picked it up. Hand pass McCluggage. Reflex, gave it to Dunkley inside 50 with his kick. There was holding, play on advantage, and sliding the ball through for a point was Rayner. Oh, he could have run further for a start. He could have stopped and said, we'll take the free kick 10 metres out. Instead, he dribbled it and missed it. Minus score 3 the margin in favour of Port Adelaide.
Always that fine balance in it when a small forward picks it up 30 metres out and dribbles along when it should have been a set shot. He's pull forward to be frustrated with that.
Long exit from Farrell, who was pushed as he kicked it, and it lands in the lap of Andrews in the setting sun. Or the rising sun, I should say, on the outer side here in the Adelaide Oval. He looks inside to McCluggage on the logo.
We're just past the solstice, so just one of the shorter days of the year.
McCluggage called to play on. Long ball into the right forward pocket. Players converge, throw a blanket over them. Danaher rips it out of there and hacks it towards goal. Bouncing ball through for a minor score on the right-hand side. So now down to a 2-point deficit for Brisbane. On 10 plays 2 straight 12. Aaron Bryan's new cross. Port Premiership ruck Dean Brogan and 3-time Premiership Crow Ebony Marinoff. Got a bit of an issue here inside the attacking 50 for Brisbane as, again, the players are getting stuck into each other waiting for...
I think there's a free kick.
Top of the goal square. Top of the goal square.
Oh.
So off the ball, there's been some sort of contact, and Brisbane will be handed the footy at the northern end. Charlie Cameron will be gifted a goal. So there's plenty of feeling in this contest. The 20-year anniversary of this old rivalry between Port Adelaide and Brisbane, and it's cost the power here as Cameron is handed the footy and cashes in on the free kick to give Brisbane the lead once again. They're up by 4, 2-4-16 to 2 straight 12 at the 12-minute mark of the opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport, 4 premierships in the box. Dean Brogan and Ebony Marinoff combined.
Just trying to have a look at the replay here from what that was.
Far off the ball, it looks like. So it's gone through for a minor score.
And Francis pushed someone in the back.
Right after the kick, I think, for that
really
minor
hard
score.
to tell, but costly either way.
Let's check in with Josh Money downstairs.
So my interpretation of it was this. I think Horne-Francis went after either Berry or Neil, who, of course, Berry in particular is giving Zach Butters a lot of attention. We saw Butters act out last week against the Giants, nearly got himself suspended. Josh Carr asked for a bit more support this week. Maybe they've gone too far.
Horne-Francis in the middle, tackled off the ruck contest. Crowd wanted maybe a free kick. Dunkley's tackle was deemed fine. Still the ball in the centre circles. Danaher's gone into the ruck for a bit of relief for McInerney for the Lions. Ball comes off the contest to Mead for Port Adelaide. Tackled. Another ball up.
It's a really interesting one with that tag. I think if you spend too much time and energy, trying to defect it, maybe just Butters make sure Berry's not getting his hand on it.
Well, Danaher was spectacular out of the ruck contest. Got it to half forward. Ratanalea picked it up and sends Port Adelaide wide as a result. And over the boundary line for the throw-in.
Some context for the listeners who are just joining us and are going, why are you saying Asava's name like that? He actually joined the Sport and Spice team, which you can hear on the ABC Listen app, and said this is how it's pronounced. He's got the Fijian heritage, and it is Ratanalea. Toss back into play. Finlayson taps it down from behind, but only found Bailey for the Lions. Wheels around out of trouble, but only handed to Zorko, who got crunched in the tackle. Drew right behind him. So ball up to come in front of the benches. Brisbane up by 4 at the moment. The 2 lead changes in this opening term. Quick reset. Finlayson again wins the tap up against Danaher. This time to Rosie on hands and knees. Shoveled a handball out to Horne-Francis, who can walk it over up against Zach Bailey.
I will probably make that mistake today. So is that going to be okay if I do say Ratanalea?
That's a new era. We're going to slowly work it in.
Ball coming back into play. Danaher and Finlayson, the 2 relief ruckmen. Now Finlayson got the better of it. His left foot down towards half forward. Pulled in there by Georgiades, who was immediately pulled to ground and over the line there by Lester. The veteran, he's only just short of his 200th. His fellow defender, Harris Andrews, the skipper of Brisbane, playing his 200th game of AFL football this afternoon. Ball comes back in. Danaher gets the better of Finlayson this time. Flicks a hand pass out. Finds a bit of dirt. Picked up quickly and well done. The hand pass off to Fletcher came from Neil. Fletcher to half forward. Morris in space by himself. Immediately mark inside 50. Archie running back to goal. Takes the mark. Play on goal. Brilliant from Brisbane. Efficient inside their forward line. It hasn't been evident very often today, but it was that time. And so Brisbane move out to 3-4-22. Plays 2 goals straight 12 from Port Adelaide. Travelling through 15 minutes in the opening term.
And that's that over handballing, kicking, like just getting through the corridor. And it really came from the contest up the ground when Connor Rosie just lost his feet. It's so important to keep your feet and not create that overlap for the opposition's runners.
Well, it's the midfield battle and the clearances are just, Brisbane are just starting to flex their muscle around the stoppages, and as we saw there, that was a stoppage goal by like you called, Ebony, Rosie slipping over. You can't do that against this midfield team of Brisbane. They will punish you. So Brisbane just starting to edge their way on top there.
Voice of Port Premiership ruck Dean Brogan and 6-time All-Australian Ebony Marinoff. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Nice high bounce in the middle. Brisbane by 10 at the moment. Finlayson took it out of the ruck and then missed the handball. Just slipped out of his grasp. Picked up by Logan Evans on debut anyway. Long ball as he jams it up towards the 50. Georgiades the target. Sport away from him. Becomes the tackler on Starcevic holding the ball. That's a brutal decision. Poor Brandon Starcevic had nowhere to go. And Big Mitch has the footy for the Power. Side angle to the right. 45 out.
That's that new rule. When you have a little bit of time to leg drive, they call it now.
It's Georgiades has the hot boot at the moment for the Power. 3 goals last weekend and 9 from his last 3 games. Starting to take the grasp of the talisman for the Port Adelaide Footy Club in the absence of Charlie Dixon. Slow approach from the centre square. Georgiades leans back from 50 and just misses to the right-hand side. First blemish of the afternoon for the Power. 2-1-13, Brisbane 3-4-22 approaching time on Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Zorko got his skates on, took it in very quickly off the ball. No, there wasn't something off the ball. Danaher now is called to play on, having taken the mark. Handball to Reville and then back to McKenna, who went back inside defensive 50, and with a bounce, Danaher runs the ball out to this broadcast side. He looks for Lohman, who does almost enough to take the mark. He flicked a hand pass up. He had support there in Wilmot. Fletcher was involved, and now the hand pass back and finds Bailey. Took his time, got a 1-2 away with Zorko, and then goes down to half forward with the kick. Archie did well to bring it to ground. Aliir with a hand pass. Or at least it was a hospital hand pass. He's taken to ground. Ball held in. What does the umpire think? Calling play on. Fletcher picks it up. Hand passes for Rayner. Then to Neal. And then Neal flicks it inside to a running Charlie Cameron, who goes with the outside of the foot to the top of the square. And an intercept mark taken there. Might be McEntee, who's way back in defence for Port Adelaide.
So close one there. Cameron tucking the ball under one arm and surging his way towards goal but couldn't finish. Rosie now the skipper. Heads wide. Finds Logan Evans. Plenty of footy early on debut. This will be disposal number 3. And he'll get it back as well as he combines with Aliir. Now Farrell, defensive edge of the square. Lethal left. Soars its way above the Adelaide Oval and down towards centre half forward. Marshall was there, couldn't clunk it. Wilmot at the ball drop. Links up with Bailey. Brisbane now. Deep ball into the 50. Right on the layer there. Did well. Out-managed McInerney rather, and ball hit the deck. Zerk Thatcher wrapped up in a tackle, dropped it under pressure from Hitwood, and now a sandwich on Rannon Aliir. And a ball up to come. 35 out straight in front. Brisbane's attacking 50.
It must be still slippery down there. I wonder if we can get some boundary updates on the ground surface. Players are slipping over everywhere like it's a really wet day.
Ball off the ruck. Conti's picked up by Burgoyne. Just sticks the slipper into it. Intercept by Wilmot. He's inside the centre square for Brisbane, though. He goes sideways. Finds Payne. Payne goes into the scoreboard pocket. Lohman can't get a run at it. Hipwood at the front. Couldn't take it. Zerk Thatcher was on the ground. Got it out to Rosie. Lohman's still down from that marking contest as Mead clears the area. And Payne takes an intercept mark. Got rid of his opponent Marshall fairly easily. Sends it out to about 60 from goal when Neal marks it on the eastern side of the ground.
The dual Brownlow medalist in front of the Wanganeen stand. Neal sends it inside 50. Hitwood rose above his teammate in Danaher. The two big bodies, take your pick. Brisbane have a set shot straight in front, 25 out.
Oh, Marshall just needed to be better. The exit kick came out to him and he just got, as you called, Crossy, it was just too easy for his opposition to mark the ball, and he's just got to be better there, Marshall. You've got to halve that contest and get a stoppage out the outer wing. Now Brisbane go back in with a shot on goal.
So Eric Hitwood, 10 goals in his last 4 games, a resurgence much like the Lions after a really disappointing start to 2024. Hitwood crosses the paint of 50, trots in, low and hard towards goal and never in doubt. Brisbane have the last 3 and are up by 15 points. 4-4-28 plays 2-1-13. Time on in the opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, premiership players Dean Brogan and Ebony Marinoff.
That's the challenge there. We've got 2 smalls against Hipwood and Danaher. We spoke about it pre-match, just being able to, you said half a contest, and it's going to be worrying signs for the tools down there because you've got players launching left, right and centre at these, but it's been a sad 5 minutes for Port Adelaide.
Yeah, Brisbane's just really starting to flex now. They're almost plus 20 in possessions. Just edging clearances, but contestable and uncontested possession is where they're just starting to beat up Port Adelaide a little bit now. 15-5 inside 50 Brisbane. So Port are hanging on for dear life at the moment.
Brisbane 4 wins and a draw and a loss from their last 6 games, just showing the power of their scoring in that period. They've scored 107.8 points per game in the last 6 games, conceded only 76 on average. So ruck contest in the middle, comes out, forces another ball up. Wines comes through, can't get rid of it. Thought he threw it out, so did the umpire. Just tried to get it out from under him and lifted it. McInerney takes it for Brisbane, immediately plays on, sends it long. Lohman went really high over the big men. Ball fell to the back and an intercept. Bailey with the easy shot. He missed it. He got a hand pass straight from one of the Port defenders and then slipped it onto the boot and pulled it left.
I think it was the debutant, Logan Evans. He just handballed straight to Bailey. He didn't know what hit him in his lap, and he got away with the one then, the debutant. That should have been a goal to Brisbane.
Lions by 16. Houston, direct kick out to Logan Evans, who slipped as he tried to play on. Composes himself and hits up Horn Francis. In the corridor at the moment. Looks wide to the outer side. Butters reels it in with one arm because the kick was very dodgy. Superman dive and hands it back to the Hornet, charging by. This a bit more direct as he hits up Rosie. Left half forward. The skipper wheeled around, had a player next to him, could have been 50. Kick went long and cut off by McCluggage inside the attacking 50 for Port Adelaide. Brisbane have done well here under pressure. He hits up McKenna. And then wide to Lester. Thrusts the handball out of defensive 50 to Reveal, who gives it straight to Aaliyah in front of the Bashir stand. Port Adelaide will get another crack. They're down by 16.
Aaliyah looks and says, who's there? He's looking for a lead. He didn't get one. He drops it inside the 50. Comes straight off the front to Rosie. Drew in 3 lines. Gave it to Butters from 50. Sends it into the pocket. Going back with Zorko, and so is Georgiades. There'll be a review, I think, as to whether that crossed the line before Georgiades had secured the mark. It'll be right on the line, so we'll have a very, very awkward angle to work with, but we will get a review on whether the ball had crossed the line.
While we wait for the vision, you asked about the weather, Brogues, and the state of the ground. I was here very early for SA Grandstand. They were actually running the rope as they do during cricket season because it was so cold overnight. There was this dewy frost over the ground, and maybe that's lingered a bit.
Players are slipping everywhere.
What are you seeing on the replay?
Looks good. Shot on goal for me.
So the crowd's been told the very same thing. So it's between the goal post and the behind post, about midway is where he's taken the ball. He'll be set hard against the boundary line. And Georgiades sets up. I've got to ask a question about this, depending on what the result is. Georgiades sets up, sends it across his body, sends it high. He hit the middle of the ball, and McInerney knocked it through for a behind. You're forced, Brogues, to stand 10 metres away. Unless you're behind the player, you can only be 5 metres away. Yeah. I don't understand why players don't do that.
Makes any sense. I think players practice it all the time, but coming game mode, they seem to forget what they're doing.
Brisbane by 15 at the moment. They've exited to the outer wing pretty quick as well. Reveal gathered, tried to run around Burgoyne and is caught holding the ball. So free kick to the power in front of the Odie stand. Burgoyne, this young gun rising through the ranks, soars it towards the 50. Marshall this time uses the body of Payne and wins. He's been out-muscled all afternoon, won the matchup, sent it inside 50 and hits Butters. Who outmarks Zorko straight in front, 40 out.
Well, that's what you want your big key forward to do, is halve the contest at least, but he just got his opponent out of the way and took a fantastic mark, wheeled on quickly. We know how good a field kick he is, and hit Butters probably 40 out directly in front. But well done, Toddy Marshall. You've got to see more of that from him.
The tag hasn't hurt him this afternoon. Disposal number 7 incoming for Zach Butters. We'll start far back in the centre square. Long approach as he kicks from 50. Plenty on it. It's hard, it's long, it's home. Butters has his first of the afternoon. The deficit down to 9. 3-2-20 plays 4-5-29. Still 3 to play in the opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Premiership ruckman Dean Brogan, 6-time All-Australian Ebony Marinoff.
Oh, that's just an awesome finish. I'm really loving this energy from the Port Adelaide boys. You can see they're up for the occasion. You touch on Zach Butters, 17 disposals last week. Seems like he's switching forward and mid with Connor Rozee. So just maybe, just being able to run away from that tag. And he did actually match up on Lachie Neale in the previous centre bounce. So it'll be interesting to see if they just go head-to-head.
Well, that's a really good call, because that's exactly what they're doing. They're swapping from half forward to on ball between the pair. But Rozee 8, Butters 7, Wine 6. So that's a good sign for Port that their best players are touching the footy around the midfield. So really good signs for Port. But Brisbane still look like they've got the edge this first quarter.
Well, that 9 shots at goal for 4-5 Brisbane. Port Adelaide with 3-2 on the board. And they'll get the centre break eventually through Rozee. He breaks and he goes long. And Andrews is there. And Lord couldn't get the ball. And through came Starcevic, who was held by Georgiades. So the umpire calls that. Starcevic for Brisbane will go out to the eastern side. Keeps the ball low. And a mark taken by Rozee. Took it away from Dunkley. Now he plays on. He goes long and deep again. And this time Georgiades throws aside Starcevic and gets pinched again. Miles before the ball came down, he had picked up Starcevic and said, no, you're not in the contest. Bang. Free kick.
Really like to see Connor Rozee just take his time going inside forward 50. They had Jeremy Finlayson at the top of the square and he just hooked it to the left.
Zorko, treacherous kick out of defensive 50. Low, lingered in the air and Burgoyne cut it off. Floating across Harris Andrews, hits the deck. Wrenching it out was Berry. Got a handball towards Fletcher for Brisbane. Then Lohman, they can settle down on the broadcast wing. Kick up towards the logo, hits Hitwood. Steps across from Aaliyah and inside. He drills it to McCluggage, lowering the eyes. Dinky kick to Fletcher that Aaliyah can cut off. He bounces off with a hip and shoulder to Cameron. Left the footy behind though. Dunkley, diving handball to Berry. Then Zorko, out wide for Brisbane to Hitwood, attacking edge of the square. On the left, screws it towards the 50. Archie Rose, but so did Sweet. The big ruckman had the height mismatch. Takes the intercept and launches it out of defensive 50.
Berry was clobbered by Rozee. Berry stayed down, as has Rozee from that contest. Now it's away to Farrell, and then he gave it to Sin, and a hand pass forward. Burgoyne was set up, had to just hit and hope. Did it well, got it to Mead. Mead flicked the hand pass away to Rozee, who has got up towards the boundary line with his kick. Andrews, very considered and laconic as he is, in game number 200, sees it over the boundary line. Rozee crouched over with a trainer now, and the Brisbane player who is involved in that collision as well is up, and we will get a throw in just ahead of centre wing for Port Adelaide.
Just looks a bit winded. He'll be fine.
Lions by 9. Toss back in. Neale gets it out of the stoppage. Jam kick. Found Lohman. Got front position on Farrell and had Ryder in shotgun in Neale. He hands it to him. Then Berry lowered the eyes. Chip kick. Danaher on the charge. Lace out. Tight angle on the left. 40 from home.
Oh, Farrell just needed to be better. It was a genuine one-on-one. It was a bit of a dump kick from Neale, and Farrell just sort of, talk about halving contests. He just needed to be better from a half-back. He needed to stop his opponent from marking that, which allowed Brisbane to play quick, and Danaher with the shot.
Big Joe kicked 5 goals on the Power in the qualifying final last year. Comes in from 49, starts left, but it's got a beautiful curl. It'll come home straight over the goal umpire's hat. Danaher has his first of the afternoon, and Brisbane are back up by 15 on the cusp of quarter time. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Premiership players Dean Brogan and Ebony Marinoff.
Just that overlap handball that we speak about all game. You've got the likes of Jared Berry and Lachie Neale just running it out from a clearance. But previous to that, Connor Rozee just got knocked down and he did a dinky kick and creates a stoppage, and Brisbane are able to counter-react, and he's in some form, Danaher.
Well, we talk about Port's prime movers touching the ball. Lachie Neale so far, 11 disposals, 8 uncontested possession, 2 clearances, 2 ground balls, 2 contested possessions, 2 tackles, 4 score involvements. He's having a first quarter and a half. He's Port's nemesis. He loves playing Port Adelaide.
Contrast that with Josh Dunkley. He's had the 9 possessions and they've all been at the base of packs, and he's there again and he just fumbled it. Wines took it, sent it long. Is there time for Port Adelaide to score? Closing in on quarter time. Ball comes to ground and eventually across the boundary line, about 40 around from the goal face in the right forward pocket. We'll get a throw in. Brisbane's had 10 shots at goal to 5 in the opening quarter.
Enough time for a score here. Toss back in. Brisbane's 50. Sweet wins it down. Bounce towards McKenna. It's Port Adelaide's 50, I should say, but they won't get a chance. It's cut off by McKenna, who kicks it up to left half back. There is a whistle here. There was a free kick for a jumper tug going Port Adelaide's way, so they can technically have a shot on goal, but it is very far out. We'll look at about 70, and Chase Burgoyne has the pill.
Malcolm Blight torpedo here.
This could be something special if he pulls it off.
Do you have to take the kick when you're 70 metres out?
No, you've got the option, but he fancies himself.
Sun behind him. Burgoyne tries to load up with the torp, but didn't quite get the connection, and it will drop short. No score. The Lions by 15 at the first change. 5-5-35 to 3-2-20. The goal scorers all individual. Danaher, Archie, Cameron, Hipwood and Reville for the Lions. For the Power, Sin, Butters and Finlayson. If you are just joining us, the one late change, Willa Rioli didn't get up from his calf injury, so Quinton Narkle came in as the sub for them, and Shad O'Brien is the sub for the Lions. 0437 774 774 is the text line. If you do want to get in touch, we've got a couple of big games coming your way. The Sydney Derby, the Battle of the Bridge, the Giants and the Swans coming up next, and then Melbourne and North Melbourne to conclude your Saturday trifecta. Wherever you're listening on ABC Radio, News Radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
It's the most magical time of the year, right? Footy season. This season you can get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. Unbelievable. AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle, called by ABC Sport's expert commentary team.
A wonderful goal! Game, set, bingo!
100% pure footy, live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Adam Malia, and up to the broadcast when he goes, looking for Finlayson, hit the deck, up against Leicester, got away from him anyway. Finlayson gathers, arches the back, 2 bounces to 50 from 45, lowers the eyes and drives it with a tunneler through the goal. It's Georgiadis rising in front of Leicester, swings it into the 50 for Port Adelaide. Marshall, one out, up against Payne, ball hits the deck, gathering it as Sin on his 7th game, he snaps around the body. And Sin salutes with the front row. Busting through Archie, got a handball out of traffic. Giving it away though was Zorko. Busting by Reville, got a snap, bouncing towards goal from 30. Out of nowhere, Bruce Reville strikes, and Brisbane have their first of the afternoon.
The head pass off to Fletcher came from Neil. Fletcher to half forward. Morris in space by himself. Immediately Mark inside 50. Archie running back to goal. Takes the mark, play on goal. Brilliant from Brisbane.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
A high-stakes clash between the Power and the Lions to kickstart your Saturday trifecta on ABC Sport. The home side had the hot start, kicking the first 2, but Brisbane have had 5 of the last 6 and are now up 5-5-35 to Port Adelaide's 3-2-20 at the first change. Aaron Bryans and Neil Cross calling the action for you. The text line 0437 774 774. And your experts, 3-time Premiership Crow Ebony Marinoff and Port Premiership Ruckman Dean Brogan, who's part of the celebrations today, the 20-year anniversary of the 2004 victory over Brisbane and Port's only Premiership triumph. How'd you see the opening quarter, Brogues?
Oh, look, I thought it was a very good game of footy. Like, 2 teams that are playing like everything's on the line as we expected, and the way Port started was exactly what we wanted to see from them. So they jumped out of the blocks, they played with energy, they played with toughness, they played with an edge, they played quick. They looked really good, but then when Brisbane settled, they just looked like the better team, didn't they? They had a lot more inside 50s, they were a bit better around the contest, they were just a bit sharper with their hands and going forward, and you know they've had 10 shots on goal. So look, it was a really hot start by both teams, but Brisbane just had a little bit more for most of that quarter.
It's the sharpness around the contest to actually overlap, one after another and really open up that forward line. I think at times we've seen Brisbane just have a mountain of space, and then when Port Adelaide have been going inside their forward 50, they've been going, really deep in at the goals, and I'd really like to see them find something around the 30-metre mark instead of just pegging shots at goal. And, Brisbane Lions have got 5 goals, 5, so they've been inaccurate as well.
Well, the danger zone with the inside 50s is around that, in the middle of the 50, it's around that 40 to 50 mark. If you keep launching the ball there, which Port Adelaide have done a little bit, it's going to come back with interest. Whereas Brisbane, like you said, Ebbs, they're lowering their eyes a bit better. They're looking for their forwards just a little bit better. But we know Port's entries inside 50 haven't been the best this year. I love their intent to want to go quick, but they need to be a little bit more smarter when they do enter their 50, because the Brisbane backs will eat you alive in Andrews and Starcevic and players like that. So they just need to be a little bit sharper. And like you said, maybe just pull back a little bit and wait for a forward to lead at you so you can lower your eyes and hit that leading forward.
If you've ever wondered what the boards are like down there, they hold up the big boards that everybody wants to see. Well, fortunately, Brisbane were facing towards us. I got a good look, and it was all green. It was all positive, contested ball, possessions, etc., etc. The only thing that was negative was the pressure factor, and that was in red. The rest of their board was green. They were happy with what came in the opening quarter.
On the text line, Peter from Blair Athol says, I reckon Brogues called it early, saying that you need to aim to kick 5 goals a quarter to win a game of footy. And it sounds like Brisbane were listening, enjoying the insights from Ebony Marinoff as well. The Lions kicked 5 goals after you had the call out, Brogues. So maybe did you pass by the rooms after your premiership lunch?
It was a golden rule Mark Williams always used to tell us back in the day. The 5 goals a quarter, the stats say you're 80% chance of winning football games. So, they've had 10 shots, so they could have kicked a bit more than 5. But, look, it's a cracking game of footy, and Port are nowhere out of this, but they need to start again like they did the first quarter. 2
of the best first quarter teams in the league as well, so Brisbane's won that battle. Up by 15, second term underway on ABC Sport, and McInerney puts it down the throat of Neil, who's clipped high by a stray hand of Butters. Play tried to continue, but it will come back to the dual Brownlow medalist outside the centre circle. The kid from Narracourt, now the veteran in the AFL, sends it up to right half forward. Finds Starcevic for the Lions. Releases McKenna. The Irishman from 55 drives it to the goal square, and off hands it's through for a minor score. Brisbane strike first, just the behind. So 5-6-36 they move to. Port Adelaide 3-2-20, opening minute of the second term on ABC Sport.
Houston surveys the field and comes out the broadcast side. Playing on straight away was Butters, having received the mark. He goes sideways with 2 bounces, 3 bounces now. Gets outside defensive 50, turns it over straight to Danaher, who says, I'll take that, and boom it from 60. Just away to the right of the post as the goal umpire looked at it. In fact, it hit the post, he just said. So just a minor score for Brisbane. A let-off there for Port Adelaide. 17 the margin in favour of the visitors.
Houston goes long, driving ball. Horn Francis, beautiful reel in with one arm. Hands it off to Butters, combining with Bergman, but it hit his bootlaces. Keeps fighting for it and hacked to fresh airy. McInerney came across for Brisbane. Gives it to his former co-captain in Zorko. Then Berry out wide. Morris is wrapped up. Dropped the footy against Evans, who rips it away from him. The youngster for the power. Gives it off to his skipper in Rosie. Up to right half forward to no one. Hidden hope, empty paddock, and Leicester could close it down and cut it off for Brisbane.
Well, that's just the difference. Butters is going at 33%. I love how he wants to take the game on, but his disposal is absolutely murdering Port at the moment. And Rosie just there. The difference in the midfields at the moment is Brisbane are just a lot sharper with ball in hand at the moment compared to Port.
They transitioned Zorko, Dunkley, and then McKenna, and then his kick inside 50 was atrocious. It went wide, it went out on the full. Houston has it. All on the eastern side this. He kicks it down the long line. Andrews came late over the back of the pack. I think he might have collected his own player in Starcevic as he thumped the ball over the line. Josh Money on the boundary.
Yeah, so Crossy Bros was talking about the dominance of Lachie Neale. Willem Drew's been running around with Hugh McCluggage, who's working, as that's just 4 disposals to McCluggage. But you just wonder, given the dominance of Neale, whether they might make a switch there. Also a Lions play down on the far side now. Looks like it might be Brandon Starcevic.
You're correct, Josh. He's on hands and knees, just looks incredibly winded. We're about to see a replay of the incident. Just collected by his teammate Harris Andrews almost sandwiched him into Leicester. And he's maybe copped an elbow into the ribs or the sternum. Either way, he's a bit worse for wear and will jog off alongside a trainer. Although at the last minute he's turned around in the centre square and said, "Stuff it, I'll stay out there." Meanwhile, there's a bit of biff going on off the ball. Butters getting into Berry. It's tossed back in. McInerney won it down. Found Dunkley. Tried to release Archie. Wrapped up quickly by Wines. Gets another crack at it. Archie driving headfirst through the pack. Caught in a couple of tackles and will get a ball up in front of the Rashudo stand.
I mean, the difference between this midfield, Connor Rosie running at 50%, Zach Butters 33%, and Josh Dunkley and Lachie Neal all at 100% of their kicking efficiency. It's really hurting them. It's really challenging when your teammate's going fast and you're not be able to keep up with the speed of the game.
Speaking of speed, Zorko moved it forward to Berry, then lost his footing. He's outside 50, slips out the hand pass. Morris, he just made up his mind twice and then lost the ball. Turnover, Port Adelaide off half-back. I think Berry might be down behind play for Adelaide, for Brisbane, as Port Adelaide goes forward through Finlayson, goes long to Marshall. There were 4 Lions around him, but he picked him out, and Marshall takes it 40 out straight in front.
Oh, I've got great kick by Finlayson. That's a one-step 40-metre kick in the middle of 4 Brisbane players and hits Marshall. Great kick, but great tackle on the wing out there, which led to Port Adelaide being able to go quick, and quick they went.
Looks like a corky for Berry. He's just hobbling on the outer side.
Marshall lining up at goal. Meanwhile, trots in over the 50. Normally a very straight kick. No exception, that one. It just sneaks inside the right post. Marshall just curtailed the celebration just for a moment. He was pretty confident. In the end, proved correct. Port 4-2-26. Brisbane 5-7-37. Got through 4 minutes of the second term at the Adelaide Oval. Your experts, Dean Brogan and Ebony Marinoff.
That's just that overlap that Brisbane have been doing and hurting Port Adelaide. It was a fantastic transition up the wing. A brilliant contest from Zach Butters and Jared Berry. And how's the execution just to go a little bit faster than the opposition and find Todd Marshall in space? It's about 4 Brisbane Lions surrounding him and no one was able to create a contest.
Yeah, huge kick by Marshall too, for his confidence that is. Like, if Port are to be any good, not only today but for the rest of the season, they need a fit and firing Todd Marshall, who's very confident in front of goal. So great confidence booster for him.
Lions by 11, Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Beautiful bounce. Sweet taps it down looking for Horn Francis. Got an awkward bounce towards him. Rayner puts his head over it, wrenches it away. Got it to the big man in Oscar McInerney. Thumped it up towards the 50. Bounces in front of Cameron and he's on the charge. Bursts onto it and ran it over in the end. Just too much momentum trying to get away from Farrell. So we'll be tossed in right forward pocket, 30 out.
It's a dangerous proposition trying to run down Cameron. He did well there, Farrell, to not get stepped and keep...
push him to the boundary.
Keep him to the boundary, yeah. Dangerous player, Cameron.
Boundary umpire now setting himself up, ready to throw in. Lots of bumping off the ball. The 2 midfields going at each other. And off the ruck contest down to Dunkley, who was tackled by Butters. So Port Adelaide forcing the ball up. Off the ball, there's a lot of push and shove going on. And Berry going against Horn Francis. And on the ball, it's Brisbane with ball in hand. Archie this time, tackled straight away. There is a lot of push and shove out there. Angst between the players. McInerney knocks it wide. McCluggage runs onto it. Horn Francis was maybe pushed in the back to get rid of him. Ball's come away from McCluggage towards the boundary and we'll get a throw in. So it's about 30 around from the goal face for Brisbane. And there is plenty. It's hard to watch because there's plenty going on in spot fires all over the place.
Barely any spare patches of turf inside 50. There's players everywhere as it's tossed in. Butters slides in trying to get it out of there. Only found McInerney. Releases McCluggage. Snapping it around the body, tight in the pocket. Radonaleo was there and he knocks it through for the minor score. So the Lions back up by 12. 4-2-26 Port Adelaide plays 5-8-38. They want to exit quickly as well. There's another player down behind play. This time it's Charlie Cameron as Port Adelaide look to move it to the broadcast wing.
Well, they started with Farrell on the other side of the ground, and he slipped a beautiful long kick as he does. Drew and Butters with handballs, and then Horne-Francis with a beautiful kick inside 50. Finds the chest of his lead-up man and Ollie Lord. And off the ball is a bit happening with Andrews, and Lord is... The Port Adelaide player will go back and have a look at the goal face from maybe 30 out, a bit more severe than a 45-degree angle. And he's wasted a lot of his 30 seconds having a bit of a talking to with Andrews.
Well, we haven't spoken enough about this matchup. Remember Ollie Lord in the final last year kicked 5 on Andrews, so this would be huge for Lord and Port Adelaide if they can kick one on Andrews.
Lord comes in, arcs out to his right, hooks it around, and it stays straight enough. Port Adelaide creep back. 5-2-32, Brisbane 5-8-38 through 8.5 minutes of the second term.
Well, that's Port Adelaide at their best. They switch the ball with... We know how good Farrell is with his left foot when he switches the ball. He switched the ball flat and hard, and then they got the overlap run. They are dangerous when they play like that. And then what that does is it allows a forward to get out the back and lead out the kicker. As you called Ebony, we want to see more Port Adelaide lowering their eyes. And it basically takes an uncontested mark with a reasonable set shot on goal. But when you go slow, you don't give your forwards any chance. They went quick, and Lord gets a great look at goals on arguably one of the best players in the comp in Harris Andrews, the captain of Brisbane, who you want to kick goals against.
Lions by 6. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Bounce in the middle favours Sweet. McInerney got there late but tapped it straight to Horne-Francis. Arches the back and takes a bounce to the outer wing. He'll drill it to right half forward to McEntee. Takes the uncontested mark but too far out to score. Wants to move it on. Hard and low to Marshall. Bit too shallow in the end. Zorko's there. Trying to get a handball to Lester. He deliberately flung it into the second row. Knew he was getting set upon and has got away with it. Boundary throw in 45 out, right forward pocket for Port Adelaide.
You could tell what McEntee wanted to do. He just needed to hit it straight away. He did lower his eyes, but it was too late in the end and butchered the kick a bit.
Sweet lays down the ball. Fletcher got the hand pass away for Brisbane outside defensive 50. Burgoyne taken down in a tackle by Revel and forces the ball up. Still at right half forward for the Power. Towards the boundary line from the ruck contest and over. So we get a throw in now. There's an enormous number of players bumping and shadowing and blocking off the ball in this game. So Hyatt comes back in. Sweet knocks it down. McInerney follows up. Hand pass that just dribbled in front of him. On the ground, Zorko knocks it out. Now buried to McCluggage. McCluggage is taken down. Finally, Neal got it. Off to Revel. Down the line he goes with the kick. Zerk Thatcher and picked it up. Hand passed it away. Now in the middle of play, it's Farrell with good vision to Bergman. He draws it out onto the broadcast side. The intercept mark taken by Starcevic. Forward he had Fletcher. He decided to go for Hipwood, who takes the mark 45 out. And it's not a bad angle for the left footer. Going for his second goal of the day. It would be his 250th in AFL football if he connects. So Eric Hipwood has his detractors both within the supporter group of Brisbane and outside for his consistency. But the last few weeks has been very, very good. Finally he's lined up. He's ready to come in. If he hits it sweetly, he'll make the distance. He's hit it pretty well. It's coming back. It's coming back beautifully just inside the left post. Eric Hipwood with his 250th goal in AFL football gives Brisbane back that 2-goal advantage. 6-8-44 plays 5-2-32. 12 minutes into the second term at the Adelaide Oval. And it is an enthralling contest.
Isn't it? It's fantastic. I think both teams are playing with great energy, but that just goes to show a costly error from Port Adelaide on the far wing. Eric Hipwood, was able to just catch his defender off guard, and that's pegging it from 50. An impressive finish, and if it's not Danaher, it's Hipwood, and he's certainly found some form over the past month. I think he was pretty average to start the season, but he can kick some goals.
So the sixth line to kick 250 goals, Eric Hipwood. Brisbane by 12. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Danaher now in the ruck. Pete Finlayson towed it off the deck and hit Cameron at half forward. Wheels around to the top of the goal square. Rayner has outmarked Aaliyah.
Good mark.
That's impressive from the young gun. He's in the pocket, about 20 out.
That's a good mark. He's such a strong unit, Cameron Rayner. That is a fantastic one-on-one mark.
Just own that front spot for the drop zone of the footy. That's centre bounce dominance.
Bit of an everyman is the pick one, but he seems like he's finally found his home as that mid-forward connector. Pumped a couple of big ones in the past fortnight. Comes in from 30. Rayner's on the scoreboard. Good contact. And the Lions up by 3 goals. 7-8-50 to Port Adelaide's 5-2-32. 13-minute mark of the second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, 4 premierships between them. Dean Brogan and Ebony Marinoff.
Well, it was just a hack, wasn't it? Out of centre bounce by Danaher. Just hacked it forward and Cameron, the smart forwards, playing front. Cameron played in front. Took the mark, played on really quick, but all the hard work was done by Rayner. That's a great contested mark, and it was Aaliyah normally spoils them, but Cameron Rayner, super player. He's really hit his talent that we all thought he would the last couple of years, Rayner, and he's a very good player. But the midfield dominance is really starting to rear its head for Brisbane. 4 stoppage goals, clearances, they're on top.
Rayner with a goal that looked like something Jason Dunstall might have kicked. Just propped himself in front to take that mark. Out of the centre, it's taken by Port Adelaide. Drew will send it long inside 50. Ball falls over the back. Lord first to recover. Slips the hand pass looking for Rosie. And the hand in there came from McKenna for Brisbane. Just knocked it over the boundary line in the old scoreboard pocket here at the Adelaide Oval. Cathedral in the background on a beautiful winter's day. Might be a bit cool, but other than that, it's absolutely perfect for football.
Brisbane by 3 goals. Toss back in. Finlayson edges. Danaher out of the ruck. Tapped it in the path of Rosie, who had to become the tackler on Starcevic. Caught him too high. Free kick to Brisbane. It's going to Bailey. He has it deep in the scoreboard pocket. Defensive 50 for the Lions. They're kicking to the right-hand side of your radio dial. The Riverbank stand end. Up towards Reveal. One-on-one with Burgoyne. Hit the deck. Morris was there. Uses Reveal. Now Archie to Dunkley. Breaks through traffic. Up towards left half forward. Long kick to Cameron. Over his head in the end. Cleared it to the back. Picked up by Morris. Races to 40. Logan Morris drives it home. Brisbane have the last 3. They're up by 24 points. 8-8-56. Plays 5-2-32. 15-minute mark of the second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Dean Brogan, Ebony Marinoff, your experts.
Oh, it's just the past 5 minutes. Port Adelaide were really in it, but they've allowed Brisbane to get their game going. Some fast ball movement over the back and a couple of one-on-one contests. I think we've just seen a couple of times Port Adelaide and Brisbane Lions, to be fair, just lost their feet, and they pay. They make you pay.
Well, ground balls in Port's back 50, in their back half of their game isn't their strong point. We saw a couple of fumbles there at ground level and Brisbane just pounced, and that's a fantastic finish. On the run, 40 metres, split the middle. Brisbane are just flexing right now.
Back in the middle, neither ruckman touched the ball in the ruck contest. Lord picked it up, tried to get the ball on the outside of the foot. It's been paddled back, and finally Butters picks it up. He'll get a clean possession. Down to half forward, one-hander taken by Rosie, if you don't mind. He's got a couple wide of him. Opts to hand pass wide to Sin off his left foot. Just a little chip. It wasn't far enough. Horne-Francis took it, played on, and hit the right-hand post. It was curling around and just did not have enough time to curl inside the post. Minus score, 23-point margin, still in favour of the Lions.
McKenna gets the belly of the ball as he loops it up towards the broadcast wing and cleared the pack in the end. On the bounce, Horne-Francis spun a full 720 by Dunkley. Got the handball out but coughed it up to Neal. Tried to use Leicester, gave it away to Sin. Now dancing is Rosie. Caught, dropped it, ball. Dunkley got him, and here come Brisbane. Bailey races away. Hits up Hitwood. Handball over the top to Neal. Then back to Bailey, who kept running. Whistle for a free kick. They'll take the advantage because Archie's free in the pocket. He dinks it to the goal line. Morris is all alone. They had the clear overlap, and it was far too easy. Logan Morris, marked just outside the goal square right-hand side. Just has to take a step here. Opens the angle, hooks it through for his second. Brisbane have the last 4. 9-8-62 to Port's 5-3-33. The crowd's losing its energy and the Lions are starting to roar as we approach time on in the second term on ABC Sport.
Oh, they're just better in the contest. They're winning all one-on-ones, as we just spoke about. Port is starting to lose the one-on-one battle. The pressure Brisbane are bringing around the contest, they're just sharper when they exit, and they're getting good looks at it ahead of the footy, and they're really starting to, run away with this game. And, what was a promising start by Port Adelaide at the start of the quarter, Brisbane just look like they've got different gears today. So, Port throw something at them, and then Brisbane just go up another couple of gears, and all of a sudden they're out by 2 or 3 goals. So they've just got all the answers for the moment, but danger signs here for Port Adelaide.
Yes, this is the challenge from Port Adelaide. Do they have another gear to go with, or is it going to be another bloodbath coming?
Lord with a tap down. Ineffective. McInerney took it, kicked it inside forward 50 for Brisbane again. On the ground, Hipwood. And he's set upon straight away. Couldn't get a clean disposal. Bailey was there, flicked a hand pass wide. Against the boundary was Danaher. Hooks it back to the top of the square. Lohman went up, and he went up prematurely, said the umpire. And it'll be play on advantage as Mead comes outside 50 with 2 bounces and then directs the ball towards McAtee, whose hand pass inside was dropped. Turnover. Zorko off the left foot looking for Lohman. Surely did enough. He did, said the umpire. Just outside 50 the mark was taken. Lohman looks wide open space for Brisbane to lead into. They haven't taken advantage. Man deep there was Bailey. Didn't continue with the lead. Lohman now goes inside 50. Ball comes off the pack. Now here's Bailey, picks it up, immediately tackled, released a hand pass. It's Ratanalea who comes wide. They went through Bergman and then out the other side and then towards centre wing. And there was Big Andrews in the way, setting up nicely, got rid of Georgiades and directed the ball back inside to Leicester.
He'll continue the switch to Payne. The 3 big men down back for Brisbane. To the outer side. Mark taken by McKenna. Swings it up towards Leicester, who found himself all alone. Attacking edge of the square. Drills it inside 50 for Brisbane. Crunching the back was McInerney, but couldn't control it. Spilled down towards Evans. Just threw it on the boot off a step. Dunkley was waiting outside 50. Releases McKenna into the pocket. Thatcher floated across, got a hand to it. Tries to gather, but he's set upon. Couple of tackles. Fletcher got him. Ball comes out. Quick exit and out on the full. Burgoyne just missed the target there. Or Radaglia it was in the end. And out on the full in front of the Rashudo stand. Brisbane free kick up by 29.
That's 2 hack balls in a row. Port Adelaide have exited their defensive 50 and they've got so many players inside the defensive 50 they've got no one out to kick to.
Dunkley pops the ball up. Owen McInerney stopped the ball, couldn't pull it down. Lohman picked it up. Head pass to Hipwood. Snap around the corner. And there's another goal for Brisbane. Hipwood has 3 for the afternoon. Brisbane are just tearing apart the power at the moment. And as we close in on half-time, Brisbane 10-8-68. Port Adelaide 5-3-33. It is definitely getting messy for the power.
If you're going to flood the forward line of the opposition, you've got to actually win those one-on-ones and kill it or spoil. Too many times today, Port Adelaide have just gone one man up and let someone get a ground ball. Lohman's been super impressive. I feel like he's the barometer of that forward line and he's been in awesome form. And when you have players like that at the feet and someone like Hipwood just turn on his left, he's been impressive today with Danaher spending a little bit more time in the ruck.
Yeah, the dump kicks out. The Port Adelaide forwards are going to get right up the ground, so when they do dump kick out, they've got a contest. They just lag back a bit, which allowed Brisbane to get some re-entries, and bang, goal.
You saying dump kick or dumb kick?
Both.
In the middle, McInerney tapped it down looking for Neil. Couple of tacklers to beat, couldn't get through. Ball up. Brisbane by 35, Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Tossed up, sweep beaten again. McInerney, quick kick up towards half forward. Back with the flight of Lear, couldn't control it. The assist comes by Evans. Looping handball to Rosie, got it back, but Neil was waiting. Brick wall, bang, coughed it up. Dunkley gathers. His handball not clean to Morris. Wrapped up by Farrell and will get a ball up.
That's another one of those handballs, just not giving the advantage to the person giving to. They're trying to get speed on the ball, but Brisbane Lions' pressure has gone up a notch this quarter.
Sweet down, only found Rayner. Rolling ball, a worm burner into the 50, just wide of Zerk Thatcher. Frees up Danaher, who can gather at 40. Hands it inside to Dunkley. Tried to get it to Rayner. Big body collision with Butters. And the power midfielder wins out. Gathers and hands it to Drew, then Mead. Looks to the broadcast wing and charging by is Aaliyah.
Drops it in short. Mistake coming the other way. Archie picks it up for Brisbane. What can he make of it? The kick was wide. It landed just inside the line fortuitously for Bailey, who knocks it on. He's taken down in a tackle as soon as he took possession. Well done there by the debutant in Logan Evans to secure the ball in and force a ball up just inside forward 50, right half forward for the Lions. They are really doing a number at the moment on Port Adelaide. Off the contest, taken by Horn Francis. Down the line he goes, another dump kick. And it was picked off by Starcevic this time. Squares the ball. Gets it to McKenna. So just back to those boards, the only part that was in red that Brisbane was in deficit in was pressure, and they've picked it up in this quarter. It's in the hands of Wilmot. He drives it along, looking for a mark inside 50. Off hands it comes. On the ground, a couple of Port players indecisive. Finally, Burgoyne gets the kick away. Another dump kick outside 50. Georgiades forced to come from behind, made the contest and forced it over the boundary line on centre wing on the eastern side. Port Adelaide, though, under siege. They trail by 35 points. On the boundary for us is Josh Money.
Yeah, Crossy, Eric Wood, who's had a great afternoon for the Lions so far, has come off the ground looking a little proppy, pointed to his right hip. Looks to be okay. We'll have some treatment now. I'll keep you posted.
Brisbane by 35, toss back in, out of side. McInerney won it down, looking for Dunkley, little wide. Fletcher gathers, he's tackled by Burgoyne, releases it to Horn Francis. Can't rip it away under the pressure. Bodies colliding and pinballing around. Rayner brushes off two. The bulldozer kicks inside 50. Aaliyah's there. Diving slips catch, but gee, that was impressive from Cam Rayner. Port Adelaide now on the switch. Bergman takes it in defensive 50. Dancing his way past Lohman and back out to right half back. Burgoyne had some space in front of the Rashudo stand. Chips over the top to Rosie. The skipper all alone. Spots Finlayson down the line. Good ball movement here from the power.
Taking a lesson from Brisbane and keeping possession of the ball. Finlayson to Morris and then, or rather, the debutant Evans, and then he received the ball back by hands and had the ball smothered. Then it went to Evans again. Speculator ball up the outside of the boot, found Mead. Gave it to Finlayson, who was on his wrong foot. Got it back inside 50 on the bounce to Georgiades. Flicked it to McEntee. Went long. Ball at the top of the square, came off hands. Burne-Jones had it briefly. His hand pass smothered. Brisbane get it away. Bailey wide to Zorko. Rarely misses, and he doesn't this time. And it was just about hit Dunkley in the face. Turnover. It's come to Finlayson again, who had an opportunity to kick a goal across the body. Just hooked it too far for the minor score. Comedy of errors then. It just said Zorko doesn't miss, and he virtually hit Dunkley in the face, and he dropped it. Turnover for Brisbane. They get away with one.
Jeremy Finlayson's inaccurate year continues, so 11-13 for the season. Brisbane by 34. Wilmot has it in the pocket, but I think we've got a blood rule here, so Zach Bailey's just making his way off, which will hold proceedings. Gives me time to mention a cheeky stat. You know I love a random one, Brokes.
You do.
So Brisbane at the moment, with 4 of their last 5 games, they've had more than 10 goals at half-time, or 10 or more. And in the last 2 years, when they've kicked 10 goals or more at half-time, they've won.
I've thought that might be the case in kicking 10.5. Where'd you find that stat?
No, I just Had a quick look on AFL tables. Let Crossy do the hard work while I ran through.
It's really important 5 minutes for Port Adelaide. Brisbane have dominated. It's really important that they go into half-time with this. Can't get down any further right now.
Wilmot long ball to the broadcast swing, and there's a holding free kick in the pack that converged. McInerney takes it. Looking for some options, and 50.
I think it was an offence off the ball that was noticed by the non-officiating umpire, and he was, I'm sure, the man who signalled. I think it was Danaher who was offended against, so it was 50.
McInerney slowly walks his way towards the attacking 50. Man on the mark will be 40 out. Maybe even 35 now. Big O has it slightly right of centre. Still punish Port. Looked promising in the last couple of minutes, but the Lions' hot streak is set to continue if he can cash in. McInerney crosses the paint of 50. That is an excellent strike of the ball. They have the last 6 goals, Brisbane. And they're up by 40 points. 11-8-74 to 5-4-34 as we close in on half-time. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Josh Money downstairs.
Yeah, so it was Lachie Neale who came up to the Lions with the blood rule with a small cut under his left eye, or just above his left eye. He's just thrown the towel down on the floor and gone down to the rooms. I wonder if he's been ordered to have a concussion test. You can see it on the replay now. He's not happy. Gone down to the room, so that may be the last we see of Lachie in this half, for now at least.
Well, that's two goals Port Adelaide have given Brisbane when they've had a little bit of momentum. Look, umpires are making those calls now. You hit someone off the ball and they fall over, it's almost always a free kick. So
it was actually Ratinalea actually held back Danaher as he tried to run away.
Stupid.
So back in the middle, it's come down Brisbane's way, and Archie's got it and sends it along again. And Alea was involved in a contest with Rayner. Neither got near the ball in the end as they tried to use the body, and it rolls out in the left forward pocket. Not long till half-time. Ken Hinkley will be thinking, can we just get to half-time and reset as the ball comes back into play? Trying to charge through there was Berry. He might be booked for holding the ball. Then he's reached out and reefed the ball, and he's going to go down. Horne-Francis, his direct opponent, will take the free kick. So blessed relief for Port Adelaide. He drops it in short into the corridor. Rosie takes off, having taken it, and goes out wide with his kick. And it is virtually a dump kick. And there was a push there from Finlayson on the veteran, the 200 gamer there.
He sold that well,
just took it away, Andrews. Andrews probably had that done to him a few times too, taking up position behind and pushing away.
The dual All-Australian uses McKenna at half-back and no pressure as he steps off his line and called to play on. But he'll still wait until there's an option. Heads up towards the broadcast swing to reveal. Burne-Jones outmatches him with the big fist and knocks it over the boundary line.
That's just another one of Connor Rosie. He's certainly trying to put pace on the footy, but there's been a couple of times today where it's just been really poor execution and it's not helping the forward line.
Still to come today. Battle of the Bridge, the Giants and the Swans, and Melbourne and North Melbourne as it's tossed back in. Brisbane currently leading this by 40 points. Reveal head over the footy, couldn't rip it away. And Rosie caught in a couple of tackles. He'll be tossed into the air. They're behind right half forward for the Lions right now. Closing in on half time. Taken out of the ruck by Sweet. Handball a little errant for Rosie. Drew tries to make amends. Towed it out of dodge towards Butters. Horne-Francis has dropped down. I think he's been stood on, clutching his fingers. Meanwhile, another gang tackle on Connor Rosie as Horne-Francis races off the ground and clutches his right hand. We'll check in with Josh in a moment, but that's not great for the youngster. Quick reset. Sweet paddles it down towards the boundary line. Dunkley's chasing. Butters all over him. Still got a handball away to the Brisbane mid. Only found Farrell, who's just scored it over. What are you seeing down there, Josh?
I think you're right, Aaron. I think it was a foot on the fingers of Horne-Francis. Physios don't seem too worried. They may have to put something back into place, though, which is never nice to watch. Good news for the Lions, however. Lachie Neale is back and seemingly ready to go back on.
Speaking of going back on, ball back in from the boundary umpire. And Rayner, surrounded by 3 Port players, picked it up for Brisbane, and Drew, Wines and Farrell made sure he wasn't going anywhere. Umpire puts the ball in the air again. Tapped by McInerney, who's dominated the ruck contest. Revel sends a 25 from goal. Ball comes down the front. Brisbane with a snap away from Morris. It was just a snap. Danaher couldn't take it. Zerk Thatcher did, and in the tackle, stepped over the boundary line. Right beside the behind post in the right forward pocket for the Lions. They're threatening again, and they've got time before we hit the half-time break. 40 points the margin in favour of the Lions.
Aaron Bryans, Neil Cross, Dean Brogan, Ebony Marinoff with you as it's tossed back in. McInerney got rid of Sweet, rolls the footy out of the stoppage and kicks his second. Oh, the big man loves it. He's sprinting back to the centre circle like, give me more. He's gone bang, bang. 12-8-80. Brisbane up by 46. They lead Port Adelaide 5-4-34. A minute away from half-time. Ken Hinkley would be furious. Dean Brogan, Ebony Marinoff, your experts.
Well, it's an interesting decision. They dropped Soldo this week for Sweet. You'd have to say that's a costly mistake right at the moment, because McInerney is absolutely destroying Sweet at the moment. He's had 2 goals. He's had 8 disposals. He's scored 2 goals. He's had 12 hit-outs. He's had an unbelievable quarter for a ruckman, and Sweet, on the other hand, has only had the 3 disposals and the 8 hit-outs for the game. So, interesting decision, and it's a costly goal heading into half-time.
Just a couple of weeks ago, McInerney was criticised by a few experts, saying that he didn't have an impact on the game. All he was a nullifying ruckman. Proved that wrong this afternoon.
Well, that's still okay, a nullifying ruckman.
So there's a free kick off the ball then. Farrell's got it as he received it from Sweet, who was the recipient of the free kick. Drives it long, 25 from goal. Andrews gave it to Zorko. He cleared the area as best he could. Butters picks it up at half forward. Goes straight across to centre half forward. Finds Bergman. Good kick. Bergman, though, 60 from goal. Called to play on now. Sends a hand pass wide. Steadying himself as Evans goes to goal. Game 1 just to the left for the minor score. Crowd was going up on this side of the ground. Goal umpire said, nope, minor score. McKenna quick to bring it in for Brisbane and finds the chest of the big man Danaher. Content to slide in and waste a bit of time as we count down to half-time.
So Big Joe at right half back. Just eat away the final seconds of this half. Switching through defensive 50 to Archie. And Andrews, milestone man. Pick 61 in 2014. What a gem of a pick that is, Brooks. He's been amazing for this footy club. Back to Archie he went, and that'll do us for the first half of footy as frustrations begin to boil over at the Adelaide Oval. There's a lot on the line for both these clubs, and Port Adelaide, who are celebrating the 20-year anniversary of their 04 flag, haven't turned up, and it's on again. Zach Butters getting stuck into Jared Berry. Horn Francis has come to join, and Oscar McInerney, who's got all the momentum right now, can break it all up with a laugh. He had the last 2 of that quarter. Brisbane had the last 7 heading into half-time. They're up by 45 points, 12-8-80 to Port's 5-5-35. The goal scorers at the major change, 3 to Hitwood, 2 to Morris, and McInerney singles to Danaher, Archie, Rayner, Cameron, Reville, Lord, Finlayson, Butters, Sin, and Marshall. So 12-8-80 plays 5-5-35. Aaron Bryans and Neil Cross calling the action. Premiership ruckman Dean Brogan, 6-time All-Australian Ebony Marinoff, your experts. The text line 0437 774 774. Fran in Melbourne says, hi to my favourite SAABC team. I love both of these experienced senior coaches. May the better side win, and enjoying the expert commentary. Phil from Werribee says, enjoying the call, played country footy this morning, and I'm liking the honest talk. Slipping over by players is due to the poor quality of footwear. Players should be able to wear boots with more than 6 stops. And Wendy in Glenunga says, I'm too engrossed in the call to recall the exact details, but paying tribute to the fearsome tagger that was Josh Carr. He had a game where he looked injured, came off, and came back on minutes later, straight to his opponent, who had his back to him, tapped him on the shoulder, and as he turned around, you could see Josh say with an evil smile, I'm back. He was the greatest tagger ever, says Wendy in Glenunga. Well, no one knows him better than his premiership teammate, Dean Brogan. probably the man he bunked with on the night. I think you had Jared Schofield before the grand final, but Brogues, you know all about Josh Carr and how much of a menace he was on the footy field.
Oh, look, I wish he could put on a Guernsey and get out there now and try and help his team, because they need him. The dominance of Brisbane. So bear with me on this one. Plus 18 inside 50, plus 10 ground ball gets, plus 9 in uncontested possession, plus 20 in contested possessions, plus 30 in possessions, plus 500 metres gained in a half of football. They're heading for a kilometre. That's a long way. Plus 10 scoring shots in a half of football. And there were times in this game where Port actually looked good. So it's not like Brisbane have dominated from the start of the first half to half time. They've probably had 2 15-minute patches where they have absolutely wiped Port Adelaide off the park, which is quite concerning for two reasons. Where Port are actually at, they just can't go with them. They just cannot go with them. And the league better be watching what Brisbane are doing right now, because they are in scintillating form. They are back to their best at what got them into the grand final last year. And don't worry, Port Adelaide have turned up. Their first 10 minutes were good. The start of the second quarter was good, but they just can't go with them, Ebony. It's just crazy how much more they've got than Port Adelaide. So, look, this has the makings of a 100-point loss if they keep playing like this, Port Adelaide, and that's a massive concern. And what that will do for Port and its supporters and where they sit in the season and in the competition, it could be devastating if they don't make some moves and sort this out very quickly. So Josh Carr and maybe Chad Corns, go put a Guernsey on and see if you can save us, because they're in a bit of trouble. Ebony.
They certainly are. I think one for me is McInerney. He's had 7 clearances himself, and he's doing it on the ground with his ground ball gets. And I guess the conversation throughout the week with Soldo going out and not being at form, they bring Jordan Sweet in, but you can see the experience that he's giving up, and just that goal previously, just giving that the front space to just get caught under the footy. You just can't do that, and even if you can't beat him, you got to create a contest or take him off his line to tap. He's been really strong, especially in that quarter, and I think they need to start nullifying that.
Well, it's a golden rule as in your back 50 as a ruckman, you never give your back. And he gave his back from the minute the ball went out of bounds, and McInerney just kept him in front. Like you said, the experience. Jordan Sweet hasn't played much AFL. He's coming up against a player that's played close to 100 games and been in some big battles. So I think they've got that wrong today. I think Soldo should be playing against someone of this calibre and McInerney and experience, but it isn't the reason why they're getting smashed, but he's having a major impact. But yeah, Porter just in some serious trouble.
Some of the quick stats on that. So Oscar McInerney leads the game for clearances with 7. Last week against the Power, Kieran Briggs led with 9. So Port Adelaide's having a ruck problem regardless of who's playing that role, that they're letting the opposition ruckman almost become an extra midfielder.
Well, the good rucks of the game now, as you see, most clubs have high clearance numbers and high contested possessions, and that's how you become a number one ruckman. And McInerney has been a solid ruckman for Brisbane for a very long time, and his eyes are lighting up every time Sweet's around him. So I don't know if that would have been the difference if you bring in a Soldo, if Soldo stayed in, but they've definitely got that wrong so far. McInerney's having an absolute day out against Sweet, but look, they're just getting beaten all over the ground. Like there's not one area where you go, well, if Port fix that up, they're okay. They're absolutely getting belted everywhere, and I love their energy at the start of the quarters, but they just can't sustain it. So look, if I'm Ken right now, I'm moving the magnets around. Darcy Burton-Jones has had one touch, has not been in the game. Put him back. Put Farrell forward. You got to start to throw the magnets around a little bit now. And even maybe throw Lord up into the ruck. Like, you've got to do something. Otherwise, this is going to be a 100-point loss on what is not a great day, which is meant to be a good day for the footy club.
Thoughts of Port Premiership ruck Dean Brogan alongside 3-time Premiership Crow Ebony Marinoff. We'll give you some scores from around the other codes and let you know what's still to come on this Saturday trifecta of footy on ABC Sport. But for now, at halftime at the Adelaide Oval, with Brisbane up by 45 points, we can take the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. The federal government says opposition leader Peter Dutton is deliberately avoiding providing costings and further details on the coalition's plan for nuclear energy. The opposition leader Peter Dutton has used a speech to the Federal Liberal Council in Sydney to rally the party faithful around his plans to put nuclear reactors at 7 sites across Australia. In his speech, he said it would cost a fraction of the price of Labor's pursuit of renewable energy, but the Assistant Climate Change and Energy Minister Jenny McAllister says Mr Dutton's plan is a fantasy.
Mr Dutton could have used today to answer any number of questions that are yet to be answered about his policy. He could have talked about how much it will cost. He could have talked about what it will do to bills. He could have talked about exactly how much energy they plan to generate through nuclear. But he has done none of those things.
A Queensland government MP says the alleged shooting murder of a woman in North Queensland is a tragedy. It's alleged Natalie Farham was shot dead in her car by her neighbour, 31-year-old Ryan Cole in South Mackay on Wednesday. Police allege Mr Cole used an illegally acquired revolver. Energy Minister Mick de Brenny says law reforms aimed at toughening up gun ownership have stalled in the Queensland Parliament.
For the Queensland Parliament right now is legislation to increase the parameters around gun ownership to make sure that we keep Queenslanders safe. Registered gun owners have asked for more time to work with the government to make sure that there are no unintended consequences on them.
A driver accused of killing a man in an alleged road rage attack in Sydney's west this week will remain behind bars. 27-year-old Reese Harding was found on Jersey Road at Blackett, about 100 metres from his vehicle, and couldn't be saved. 39-year-old Bradley Wilkinson fronted Parramatta Local Court today, charged with 4 offences, including manslaughter, and did not apply for bail. According to court documents, police will allege Mr Wilkinson held Mr Harding intentionally and forcibly against a moving vehicle. New South Wales Health Minister Ryan Park says healthcare workers have a right to be safe at work after 4 hospital staff were injured in an attack at Westmead overnight. Police were called to the hospital about 11:30 after reports 2 security guards had been cut with a knife by a 39-year-old patient. Another security guard and a male nurse also suffered minor injuries, while the man has been placed under police guard in the hospital. State Secretary of the Health Services Union, Gerard Haynes, says he wants to see the 2020 Anderson Review into security in hospitals implemented in full.
Enough talk, a lot of money was spent on it, a lot of people contributed to it. It shouldn't be sitting on a shelf and more people getting injured day by day.
The New South Wales Health Minister Ryan Park says he's open to hearing suggestions on how to make hospitals safer. A house has been destroyed by a fire in the Lockyer Valley west of Brisbane today. Emergency services were called to the blaze in Blancheview in the early hours of the morning. A man in his 20s and a woman in her 50s were taken to hospital with minor burns. It's not yet known what sparked the blaze. A Swiss court has handed jail sentences to Britain's richest family for exploiting servants imported from India to work in their villa in Geneva. Prakash Hinduja, his wife, son and daughter-in-law received sentences ranging from 4 to 4.5 years in prison after paying their servants as little as $12 a day. The BBC's Imogen Folks has more.
During the trial, the prosecutor claimed the Hindujas spent more on their pet dog than their servants. Although the family came to an undisclosed, believed to be substantial settlement with the complainants, Geneva's prosecutor pursued the case. Today, the court dismissed the charge of trafficking, but found all 4 Hinduja family members guilty of exploitation, a serious offence under Swiss law, and imposed prison sentences. None of the 4 were in court to hear the verdict. The Geneva prosecutor has called for their detention.
A judge in the US state of Nevada has thrown out a case against 6 Republican operatives accused of taking part in a fake elector scheme. The group are accused of submitting certificates to the US Congress, falsely declaring Donald Trump the winner of the state's 2020 presidential election. And a pet donkey escaped from its owners 5 years ago in California has been found living in the wild with a herd of elk. The donkey's owners say the animal filmed by a hiker in Northern California this month is their pet donkey, Diesel. You're up to date with ABC News.
So what's the most entertaining thing about sport?
All the stuff that goes on beyond the final whistle, of course.
Correct.
Tony Armstrong, Catherine Murphy and their celebrity guests delve into all the personalities and stories of the weekend in sport.
Americans, they love entertainment. I don't think a KFC bucket on the head is going to cut it.
Heads up for Monday's Experts.
That's us, Tony.
Of course it is. Monday's Experts, 9:35 Monday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Farrell on the other side of the ground, and he slipped a beautiful long kick as he does. Drew and Butters with handballs, and then Horne-Francis with a beautiful kick inside 50. Finds the chest of his lead-up man and Ollie Lord. Lord comes in, arcs out to his right, hooks it around, and it stays straight enough. Port Adelaide creep back.
Hit the deck. Morris was there, uses reveal. Now Archie to Dunkley. Breaks through traffic. Up towards left half forward. Long kick to Cameron for his head in the end. Cleared it to the back. Picked up by Morris. Races to 40. Logan Morris drives it home.
Dunkley props the ball up. Owen McInerney stopped the ball, couldn't pull it down. Lohman picked it up. Head pass to Hipwood. Snap around the corner. And there's another goal for Brisbane. Hipwood has 3 for the afternoon.
It's tossed back in. McInerney got rid of Sweet. Rolls the footy out of the stoppage and kicks his second. Oh, the big man loves it.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
The New Look Lions are roaring at the Adelaide Oval. It's their 4th game in the last 5 where they've kicked over 10 goals at the major break. And guess what? In all the others they've done it, they've won over the last 2 seasons. So looking ominous for Port Adelaide, who need to win this to move back into the top 4. They lose it, they're just on the cusp of slipping out of the 8. And Brisbane, well, at least temporarily, considering how the rest of the round will go, will move into the top 8 for the first time this season. So it's an absolute crunch game. Brisbane are the only ones who have turned up for it. They led by 15 at quarter time, but have surged away since. So they kicked 7 goals to Port Adelaide's 2 in this second term. A magnificent quarter of footy from Chris Fagan's men. Aaron Bryans and Neil Cross calling the action. Premiership stars Dean Brogan and Ebony Marinoff with you for the call. Just quickly around the other codes. In the NRL, the game between the Titans and the Warriors has just got underway. No score so far, but you can hear it on the ABC Listen app through the NRL button. Speaking of the Listen app, every ball of every game of the T20 World Cup available to you. And we had a couple of them overnight in Group 2, which is the group that Australia isn't in, but some big results. So South Africa beat England by 7 runs. The Poms unable to chase down 164 for victory. What that does mean is, in the other game, the West Indies defeated the United States by 9 wickets, and now England and the West Indies are tied for points in their table. So there's still a game to come. The West Indies play South Africa, who's up the top. England play the United States, but the West Indies are ahead on run rate. So if both of those sides, the West Indies and England, win, and the Windies hang on to that run rate, they will advance through to the semi-finals and England will be out. So once again, the English cricket side in a bit of treacherous waters in the T20 World Cup. Not so much for Australia. They won their opening game against Bangladesh, and the next one's against Afghanistan, which you can hear tomorrow on the ABC Listen app, 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So Australia and Afghanistan to continue the tournament there. A couple of games to come today in the Super Netball. We'll see the Firebirds face the Fever and the Thunderbirds host the Mavericks as well. Speaking of the ABC Listen app, if you want to hear one of the best shows related to footy in the code right now, AFL Saturday is your home for it. Corbin Middlemass is the host. He's an absolute guru alongside Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball. They had a very special guest on this morning, Carlton coach Michael Voss, after the Blues' big win last night over the Cats. There's been a bit of talk this week about Mark Evans' comments, the Gold Coast Suns CEO, saying that the first week of finals should be interstate. Victorian clubs should have to move because of the grand final being locked in at the MCG. And Corbin decided to ask Vossi about that.
You played your entire playing career up in Queensland. Mark Evans, who's the chief executive of the Gold Coast, has been strong in the last couple of days about if the grand final stays at the MCG, then week 1 finals involving Victorian teams should be played interstate as a result. What do you think about that as a possibility from the CEO of the Gold Coast?
I've got to be careful here because being a person who was interstate for all his playing career, and I'll state this as a Carlton person, if you're good enough, you'll win a grand final. It doesn't matter where it's played.
He's changed his tune a little bit, Brogues. Your old nemesis from the 04 grand final that we're celebrating today, 20 years on. The Lions players at that period of time weren't too happy about having to play at the G in consecutive weeks, but now he's the Carlton coach. Do you think he's a bit more happy to have it in Victoria?
Oh, I think he's probably forgotten about that prelim game 20 years ago. It's erased from his memory. He is heavily focused on the now, and he's coaching a team that is a potential chance to take it out the way they're playing. So it's a very diplomatic answer that he gave, but he did say, I've got to be a bit careful what I say. But yeah, I'd love to get some lines from him from 20 years ago when they were complaining about playing the prelim, which I thought was a little bit unfair as well. But he's a very diplomatic coach now, isn't he?
It's a massive talking point, Ebony, because, I mean, at this stage it looks like Carlton and Sydney are the front runners. If that's played at the MCG, the Swans, who are the miles ahead kind of premiership leader, could be exposed a little bit because they have to play on the road.
Yeah, it's crazy, and I think being in Adelaide my whole life and having my career here, AFL, I mean, really it is, what do they say, it's run by Victorians, it's all Victoria VFL, but it's becoming more of a conversation. I'm not sure whether the conversation came from the 12 business class that the West Coast Eagles were getting, but I'm probably in agreement in Vossi in terms of if you're good enough to make the grand final, you should be able to get it done on any given day, and I think that's just fact.
And the fact too, like, you dream of winning a grand final at the MCG. You don't dream of winning a grand final at the SCG. You know, like, every player wants to win at the MCG. Just every player wants to play at the MCG. Let no win a grand final there. So
in front of 100,000.
I'm not. Gold Coast should just worry about making the finals, and then they should start writing letters to the AFL.
I don't envy those who work at AFL House right now. We're working on competitive balance. All eyes on this fixture at the moment. So the start of 3 games, we've got the Battle of the Bridge, the Giants and the Swans to come with Brett Scrick, Daniel Garb, Ty Kennelly and Callum Sinclair. We'll wrap up the day at the MCG with Melbourne and North Melbourne. Corbin Middlemass, Lauren Borden, Boomer Harvey and Nathan Burke there. But here it is, Port Adelaide and Brisbane. The Lions by 45 points. Aaron Bryans, Neil Cross, Dean Brogan, Ebony Marinoff calling the action. Can Port Adelaide pull this back, Brogues?
The answer would be no, but what Port Adelaide should do is start to close the gap and show a little bit and see if they can just win the half. To turn around, 45-point turnaround, they're going to have to play something pretty special. But I think we're just looking for them to finish the way they start and have a consistent quarter and see if they can match it in Brisbane in some areas and at least peg some of this big lead back.
Ebony Marinoff predicted a bloodbath in the pre-game.
Right.
Pretty firm on your prediction now, Ebs?
I think so. I mean, you've got to give it to Port Adelaide. They've shown glimpses and passages of this game that they've actually really taken up to Brisbane Lions. I think their execution today has just really let them down, and if they can bring some more execution into the second half of the game, hopefully they can bridge the margin, but Brisbane, so far, too good.
0437 774 774, the text line if you want to get in touch. The third term underway at the Adelaide Oval. Brisbane lead Port Adelaide by 45.
Nothing different in the centre for Port. They've got Sweet going in the ruck. And out of the middle it'll be Brisbane again. McCluggage, Berry, Neal all involved, then wide towards centre wing. Fletcher had the ball knocked away by Mead. Narkles on the ground for Port Adelaide. There is a change to start the second half. Sin has the ball. He's under pressure. Turns it over. McInerney a bit too severe with his handball. Turns it over. Horne-Francis. Handball off to Houston. Then he goes to Drew, and Drew will get it forward. Finally a clean possession inside forward 50. Lester comes again after he was beaten in the air by Finlayson. Fletcher has it now for Brisbane. Lohman on centre wing. There were 2 of them. The other was Neal. Receives the hand pass against the boundary line. Chips inside. Bailey with the ball.
Bailey looks in the scoreboard pocket, presenting his Archie, who takes the mark, squares it up. Hitwood's there. He clunks it 30 out, 45-degree angle to the right.
Sorry, Aaron. I was about to throw over, and then I realised he was playing on. I thought he'd stop.
We got there, Crossy. The most confusing part of the start of this term is that, as you mentioned, Narkle is on, but Champion Data have no idea who's been subbed off, and I reckon Josh Money might have the answer. So we'll check in with him in a moment as Eric Hitwood lines up. But obviously a bit of a last-minute shocking change by the Power here. Hipwood's used all of his set shot time and has just started his run-up. Crosses the paint of 50. The lethal left of Eric Hipwood misses to the right. Brisbane by 46. Josh Money downstairs.
You can turn your champion data computer off, Aaron. I've got you covered. Brandon Zirk-Thatcher has been subbed out of the game for Port Adelaide. I understand it is a tactical substitution. Port need a sparkle. They've added Narkle.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
Brisbane by 46. Ball comes back into play and it's turned over straight away. Dunkley with the intercept off the Hipwood from outside 50, low and hard, top of the square. Ball off hands and into the scoreboard pocket. Bailey chasing down Rosie, worried him out of it. Then gets the ball back towards the goal square and right on the line.
He's hurt himself.
Ratanolea knocks it through for the minus score. So Brisbane add to their lead. 47 points it stands at.
Almost a jarred knee, Brogues, just trying to push it into the turf and keep going.
Slipped over so many times today. Love to know what boots he's wearing.
It happened a lot last week as well in Adelaide, Sydney, so I do wonder if the ground is playing a factor here and maybe the drainage. Port Adelaide, meanwhile, exit defensive 50. Narkle marks, uses Mead, then gets it back. Racing through centre half back, drives it up the spine. Zorko's waiting, looking straight into the sun, still managed to take the mark. And now calling for options on the 45, spears it to McCluggage. Brisbane kicking to the left-hand side of your radio dial, up by 47 points. Game high. Wide to Starcevic on the logo. Front of the benches, looks back into the square to Zorko. So methodical of Brisbane. They're just moving at pinpoint. Zorko to Hipwood, who marks, sends it into the pocket. Cameron stayed down. Ratanolea launched himself into the air and tapped it over the boundary line. If you are just joining us, new pronunciation for Asava's surname, Ratanolea, which is his Fijian heritage, and he did let the Sport and Spice team know it on the ABC Listen app that is how it is said. So we're rolling with it, Crossy.
As best we can. Just getting used to these changes. Now off the ball again, as we've seen all match. A lot of push and shove as the ball comes back in from the boundary throw-in. It's tapped down and Bergman takes it, releases a hand pass, turns it over straight to Dunkley on the left foot. The snap was wide and out on the full. He was under pressure from that man, Ratanolea. So it'll be a free kick in the right back pocket for Bergman for Port Adelaide. Just assessing options. Brisbane set up well. Bergman comes down the line, long and high. Andrews got Lord off the ball, thought that was illegal, and that's what the umpire saw. He bumped him before he could get to the McInerney contest. So a free kick for Lord. Hand pass inside. Farrell, hand pass forward was dangerous, got away with it just.
Drew buffeted off the ball, rolled towards Houston, who didn't gather, and Brisbane can get away with it. Neil out wide to Andrews. So we've got the man in green, Neil Cross, up here. Champion data expert Josh Money downstairs. Dunkley moves it to Bailey, then Archie right on the boundary line, may have been over, keeps playing, kicks it towards the 50, long ball that cleared Cameron. Ratanolea was there and escorted over the boundary line. So we're doing our best to utilise all skill sets in the ABC Sport Box this afternoon.
It's poor. They're just fumbling with their hands. They're trying to do something, trying to take the game on, but their skill execution is absolutely horrible at the moment.
Thoughts of Premiership Ruckman, Dean Brogan. McInerney got it down to Bailey. Payne of 50, sends it in the Danaher direction. Knocked down, front and square. Hipwood snaps. Hipwood has 4. Brisbane are rolling. The last 8 goals either side of half-time, and they're up by 53 points. 5.5 into the third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Dean Brogan and 6-time All-Australian Ebony Marinoff.
Well, Brogues, we spoke about it earlier with the defence. It was a question mark, and obviously already with King Hinkley subbing out Zach Thatcher, and they're a little bit undersized now, and we spoke about it at the start of the game. Would the power defence be able to stop these Brisbane Lions forwards? And right now, that's just another ground ball. That's a contest you've got to half. Loose ball ground ball get. And Hipwood's been super impressive. 4 goals. Danaher with 5 last week, and, well, Hipwood's might be on his way to 6, let's say, Crossy.
Could be. So Hipwood out of the Aspley Football Club in northern Brisbane, the Hornets. McCluggage out of the middle for Brisbane, received a free kick and sends it long. Ball comes off hands, knocked forward. There was Rayner, got through Horne-Francis, couldn't hold him. Back to McCluggage, the two class Brisbane players, and they provide another goal for the Lions. Hugh McCluggage, what a talent. Rayner so smooth and so strong through the hips, couldn't be brought down. Brisbane get their 14th. 14-10-94, Port Adelaide 5-5-35, and the power is being cut to pieces.
Well, Rayner's just absolutely bulldozed through Horne-Francis, missed tackle. I mean, he's a hard man to tackle, Rayner, but there's a bit of white flag stuff here from Port Adelaide, if you're asking me. I'm just sitting back here watching it, and the heads are down, there's no energy. It's just, this is going to get real ugly real quick. It already is ugly, I should say, but this could get an absolute smashing if they don't start to fly the flag and start winning some footy, because Brisbane are absolutely belting them at the moment.
9 separate goal kickers and up by 59. In the middle, McInerney won it down. Sweet tried to crumb, tapped it towards Butters, who slides in and wraps up McCluggage. Ball up to come close to centre half forward for the power.
And on that, Connor Rosie and Zach Butters yet to touch the footy in this quarter. Zach Bailey's had 5, Lockie Neal with 4, and Josh Dunkley with 4. So really need to start winning the footy at the source.
McInerney down to McCluggage, then Neal. Went back to Zorko, bowled over as he tried to kick by Horne-Francis. Eventually they get the exit. Up to the broadcast wing. Bounces in front of Morris. Did well to get it to Reville for the Lions. Then Berry thrust the handball back over his head to Reville. Then forward to Cameron, who's alone at left half forward. From 55, he spots Danaher, and it's perfectly weighted to him. Radonalea did everything he could to try and get back and impact the contest, but Big Joe knew exactly where it was dropping. He takes it a couple of metres out, and we'll have to hook it around the body in front of the behind line on the right-hand side. Silence across the Adelaide Oval as Danaher opens the angle and heaves it into the hill. An emphatic kick to punch this margin into the stratosphere. 65 points. Danaher has 2, and we're 8 minutes into the third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Josh Money downstairs.
And just in case things weren't going bad enough for Port, Zach Butters tackled Jared Berry to the ground just in that last passage of play before the Brisbane goal. He's come off clutching his shoulder, which is already strapped, in the hands of Dr. Fisher now, but doesn't look comfortable at all. I'll keep you posted.
Well, Brisbane we've only been going, I think, probably 7 minutes. They're plus 24 in possessions, plus 20 in uncontested possessions. Like, that tells me that Port Adelaide have no work rate. So this is going to be an interesting quarter and a half for Port Adelaide and what it does for their season.
Brisbane bring the ton up at the Adelaide Oval, and we're not talking Brisbane Heat, we're talking Brisbane Lions. And there's still plenty of time to travel in this match as well. Ball out to the eastern side of the square, picked up by Narkle. Wobbles a ball forward. Georgiades in front, took the mark, played on immediately from outside 50. Sends it high. Brisbane bring the ball to ground. Can't follow up. And the ball's held in and we'll get a ball up. It's 25 out from the goal face, just to the right for Port Adelaide. In comes Big McInerney to go against Sweet. Sweet took it out of the ruck contest. Couldn't get a clean disposal, though. He tried to do what McInerney did to him. The trouble was he couldn't get a clean disposal. Caught holding the ball. Wilmot with the free kick. Not a great kick outside 50. Brisbane will get away with it through Fletcher.
Turns away from Burgoyne and hooks it up towards McInerney. Releases Zorko running by. Up the wing he goes. 2-on-2 there. Lohman launches, but he's outmarked. Rising up. Logan Evans has looked good on debut.
He's shown a bit, hasn't he?
Missed out on his draft year, but Port Adelaide loved his prospects, stuck with him. Now finally getting a debut after a back injury this year in the mid-season draft. They go through the centre square. Rosie to the bootlaces of McEntee. Dinks it over the top to Finlayson. Charging by was Payne. Misread the drop. Finlayson gathers at the back, but loses his footing against Zorko. Had to get a handball out. Burgoyne to Bergman. Tight. Could have gone for home. I think he did in the end. And he's kicked it right across the face and out on the full. So plenty of pressure from Brisbane, who are on their haunches, all three of them. in the left back pocket, but they've done enough to force the turnover. Free kick to Reveal in defensive 50. Brisbane by 65.
Bergman went with the check side. It didn't check. Revel goes out and along looking for Andrews. Came off his hands. Thought it went over the boundary line. Umpire called play on. Sweet with a hand pass to Drew. Inside he went to Sin. Went back to his left foot. Directed it inside 50. Narkle rose up. Couldn't take it. Burne-Jones was perhaps manhandled. The umpire said no. Ball over the line. Throw it in. So it's about 45 around from the goal face for Port Adelaide. They're attacking the River Torrens into the ground.
Toss back into play. Sweet wins it down straight to Fletcher. Off a step. Jams it out of there. Found Archie. Defensive edge of the square. Heads wide. Putting it in the path of Berry. Races back with the flight and reels it in, and Rosie does enough to just look like he's entangled with him and hold him up on the logo, giving the power some time to get back. Berry doesn't waste any time. Pops up and hands it to McKenna. Long ball inside 50. Radonalea launched and took out Bergman, who was all alone, who could have taken the intercept mark, and Brisbane cash in. Oh, that is an absolute gift. Spilled down, and Bailey has kicked it from 35. A calamity of errors from Port Adelaide across the afternoon, and Brisbane are surging away. 71 points their lead at the 13-minute mark of the third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, premiership players, Ebony Marinoff, Dean Brogan, who was supposed to be part of the premiership anniversary celebrations today, chose to be with us, and I imagine your blood's boiling over, Brogues.
Well, they're just not up to it. Like, this is really bad. Really, really bad. This is probably some of the worst footy I have seen from an AFL side in a very long time. This first 15 minutes of this half, the white flag is out. They don't want to be there. They're not running. They're not contesting the ball. They're making silly errors. It's really hard to watch and commentate at that too.
Danaher goes into the ruck. Makes no difference to Brisbane. They get it out, or fumble by Wilmot, but still able to get it McCluggage. Forward of centre he goes with his kick. Good by Hipwood. Aaliyah came across, may have got a hand on it. Gets the crumb, breaks away. Comes out to this broadcast side, and Finlayson, whose kicking hasn't been quite on. And that time he sets it up into this corridor. Dangerous. It's come off hands. McEntee works the ball wide. And Brisbane just covers up. Forces the ball up on the point of the square at right half forward for Port Adelaide on this broadcast side. Brisbane attacking the end where they have to look into the sun. Middle of winter.
Isn't impeding them though, Crossy, up by 71. Danaher out of the ruck contest to Fletcher, tried to find McCluggage. He's running out of room, but did well on the boundary line to keep it in. A handball on one knee towards Berry. Drives it through centre wing. Three Port defenders launch, and Evans wins out at the back. His handball was very messy, though, to Farrell, and ripping it in. Rayner tried to bulldoze his way past Drew and has actually given away a free. He left the ball behind, played the man. They've given it to Rayner.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Stuck his head into Drew without the footy.
It sort of fell over Rayner and went straight into Drew. Yeah, anyway. But it's not your day. It's not your day, is it?
Crowd's not happy as Rayner sends Brisbane inside 50. Hipwood clunks it up against Aaliyah. He's looking for 5.
That's against Bergman, you know. That's just a mismatch that they've got to deal with Thatcher going off.
I don't get that. He's a tall forward. They've got a tall forward line that's absolutely destroying Port Adelaide. Darcy Burne-Jones has had 2 touches for the game, and they've brought on Narkle for a backman. It makes no sense to me. And like you just said, there's mismatches everywhere down there at the moment.
Eric Hipwood dominating the power this afternoon. Comes in on the left. Excellent strike. Amazing finish. Brisbane can do no wrong. They're up by 77. 17-10, 112. Plays 5-5-35. 15 minutes into the third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Josh Money downstairs.
Possibly the only good news for Port Adelaide in about half an hour, but Zach Butters is back on the ground with that sore shoulder.
And it started early, Ebony. Adrian from Geraldton on the text line. What has happened to Port Adelaide? Is the coach done? And I mentioned this in the pre-game. So if they lost today, it was likely they'd stay inside the 8 just. But they're losing by so much that if all the favourites win for the rest of the weekend, they will drop behind Geelong and out of the top 8.
And that's what I said earlier today. You know, this 6 to 12 is so tight, and if keep going back to the bloodbath only because I know Crossy loves it. But if that's the case today, they could potentially fall out of the 8, and then that next 2 weeks looks really challenging for Port Adelaide.
Out of the middle, Horn Francis, look away hand pass to Wines. Inside forward 50 he goes. Coming late was Payne, just to take a chest mark ahead of Marshall. Payne drops it in short. Reville out there on the eastern side of the ground, just inside defensive 50 for the Lions with the mark. Just holding up, just waiting. Now called to play on. Goes long down the line, hits the logo on centre wing. Hipwood was there, ball knocked forward. Well done by Aaliyah. Picked up by Lester, went back to the logo, and Ratanalea dives in, takes the mark, just sends it high. An absolute bomb inside forward 50. Set up for Andrews, knocked it forward, picked up by Horn Francis, snap for goal. It's away to the right. Couple of Brisbane Lions back there, just covering off just in case. McKenna, one of them, to take the kick in. See, they've got loose players. Wilmot was available outside 50. It was a good kick from McKenna, but he had the 2 or 3 seconds to wait for it.
So Port's behind there, their first score of the quarter. They haven't had a goal since the 8-minute mark of the second term. Wilmot goes up the broadcast wing. Morris presents, knocked away from him by Evans, spilled to Archie, empty attacking 50, so he hits it in hope as it rolls into open real estate. Ratanalea closes down, got it to Farrell, then Evans, low ball to Aaliyah. Marks alone in defensive 50. It's to go up the corridor. Finds Rosie at centre half back. Not a lot of energy right now as they look to transition. He's calling for options and no one is presenting. Eventually Horn Francis delivers. Marks wide of the centre circle. Dink it over the top towards Marshall. Some Bronx cheers for him, I think. Hasn't had the best of afternoons. Wide of the logo, he looks inside. Squares it up to Farrell. All alone, Evans has trotted forward. He can mark. 50 out, turn, head for home. It'll sit up on the goal line. And the goalkeeper, Harris Andrews, is there as Dean Brogan shakes his head and 50.
That's a couple of times today. The debutant in Logan Evans has had a peg at goal, and Harris Andrews on his 200th game stills that party.
Ollie Lord stepped forward and gave away the infringement, and here come Brisbane.
Yeah, it wasn't a great kick that came out there from Wilmot, who'd received the hand pass. Marshall went forward with his kick, shouldn't have. And an easy pick off. It literally fell in the lap of Danaher. He said, let's hold it up a little bit, fellas. Let's be a bit more organised in what we're doing. Umpires called him to play on. Burgoyne eventually runs at him. And Danaher goes for Archie near the interchange gates. Brisbane have support for Archie on the ground. Wilmot with a flick hand pass to Neil. Caught between his legs. Butters was there as well. And eventually across the boundary line where the interchange gates are. And we'll get a throw in. Brisbane, what have they put on in this quarter? They put on 5 goals, 2 to 1 behind in the quarter. And we've still to reach. In fact, we just ticked over into time on.
It's unravelled fast. Toss back in. McInerney wins it down to Barry. Sliding in was Finlayson. May have caught him high with the head over the ball. Whistle stays away. Horn Francis to Butters. Nice little chain. Finlayson, the Burgoyne, and now Aaliyah through the centre square. Sends it up to half forward. Back with the flight. Burn-Jones pulls it in, looking into the sun. And on the mark, Reville pulled back to the 45-metre mark. Burn-Jones thought about it, instead hands it to Bergman, who runs in, tight angle, heads for home. It's across the face. And a minor score on the right-hand side. 75 points the margin. Port trail at the time on mark of the third term. Saturday footy, I should say, on ABC Sport. Aaron Bryans, Neil Cross and Premiership players Dean Brogan, Ebony Marinoff with you.
Well, it's looking pretty dark for Port Adelaide, so perhaps that's what you meant. Anyway,
I think we're looking forward to Saturday night at this rate. Look, I want to see some changes from Port. Like, Marshall's done nothing all day. Put him in the back line or put him in the ruck, and they haven't done anything to flip the magnets around. And you know, when in a game like this, you've got an opportunity to change some things around and see what you've got to take into next week. But there's been no changes at all, from no positional changes whatsoever other than the sub, and you're getting the same result.
Brisbane just chipping the ball around, got it to inside 50. Lohmann picked it up, gave a hand pass off under pressure, and Rayner with a snap off his left foot, more than capable, but away to the left for the minor score. 76 the margin. It is all Brisbane as Houston goes in short from the kick-in.
Ultimately, the question will be asked about Port Adelaide's record against better sides. They've delivered against those below them, but can't seem to match it up with the best, as Evans looks to exit out of defensive 50. Got it to Bergman and then up towards the centre circle, and Wines had his arms chopped by Dunkley. He'll hand it off to the charging Farrell. Loads up. Long ball up to Lord. Juggled. Couldn't quite take it. Spilled down. Lester paddled it towards Harris Andrews. Couldn't quite hit up McCluggage, and wide with the handball over the boundary line it goes.
Well, the point on that one for this game, Aaron, it won't be after today, is Brisbane are actually below Port on the ladder, but over the last month they're obviously playing well. But, you know, they can't even beat teams sort of on the level pecking with them that are trying to get up the ladder. So they're heading down south very, very quickly this season.
Horne-Francis off the contest. Handball to Butters, who just chipped the ball for Marshall, and he was outmarked by Lester, the unheralded man who's been surviving on one-year contracts. Just drives it outside 50, finds the chest of Berry. Brisbane, again, methodical. Berry goes across the arc of 50 to find McKenna. Hand passes to McCluggage, who just romps away. He uses his left foot beautifully, out wide into the path of Payne. Got a bad bounce, but he did have support. Tapped it out to Starcevic. Starcevic down to half forward. Neal was there. He's 60 from goal. On the boundary line, pulls it back for Morris. Half volleyed it. Hand pass was astray. The one mistake Brisbane had really made there. And away comes Evans for Port Adelaide, who did well to deliver it inside the back end of the centre square to Wines.
Here they come on the surge. Butters to Marshall. Up the corridor. Into the 50, put it in the path of Finlayson, gathers, spots Georgiadis over the top, little wide of him, and an awkward bounce. Dunkley's closing, he wheels away from him, keeps it in play, charges to the goal line, and smashes it into the Riverbank stand. Little bit of hope for Port Adelaide, and needed a win there. Down by 70 points now. Brisbane 17-11-113 to the Power 6-7-43. Still 4 to play in the third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Premiership players, your experts, Dean Brogan, Ebony Marinoff.
Well, I think if you're a Port fan in the crowd, you were hoping for that one. Again, when Port have been able to get speed on the ball, look good today, it's when they've used the corridor and they've got an overlap. A really big open forward line with Finlayson finding the footy. Todd Marshall up the ground as well. And an unlucky bounce, but Mitch Georgiadis was able to execute that goal there. But again, going back to the speed on the ball, you got to cut down the corridor, not fat and wide.
But they even almost made that look the easiest, look the hardest. But I'll tell you who's been good today. Logan Evans on debut for Port has looked really good. So there's some positive come out of it. He looks good.
Sweet with a beautiful touchdown to Butters. Gave it forward at the hand pass to Wines. Inside 50. It's punched down by Lester, who follows up on the ground. Horne-Francis got him in a tackle, though, just as he was about to dispose of it. Free kick, Port Adelaide. 35 out, 45-degree angle.
That's what you want to see, and that's what you can do. You can put Horne-Francis forward, and you know you'll get something from him when he goes forward. So that, you know, talk about moving some players around. Maybe they just leave him forward inside 50 to see if they can get a bit of a spark inside their forward 50.
Horne-Francis, it was at 77 points. This to bring it all the way back to 64 points. Kicks for goal and hits the right-hand goalpost. Clunks it. It's still moving. Minor score. Brisbane to bring it in through Zorko. And he goes for Fletcher, who takes a nice mark, and immediately they're off and running.
It was a dangerous 2-on-1, and he still beat the Power. Hands it to Bailey up the broadcast wing, looking for Cameron. Knocked away by Sin. Roved, though, by Archie. Got it back to Charlie, who uses Big Joe. Archie stayed down. He was collected after the disposal. Danaher's running along the boundary line, tackled by Radonulea. and knocked over to be tossed back into play. The text line starting to blow up now. Peter says, what is obvious to me is that Port's coaching team would benefit from some improvements to their tactics, and I reckon they should look at getting Ebony Marinoff on board. She clearly has a better read of the game than them. There you go, Noffy. Coaching in your future. Stan for Victoria isn't happy either. We'll get to his text in a moment. Sweet tried to tap it down behind McInerney, reached over him, and it's a free kick for over the shoulder. Big O for the Lions. Just forward of centre wing broadcast side. Up by 69 points. Long ball into the 50. Rising Radonalea. Stood his ground with Hipwood charging behind him and cuts it off. Stan says this is so hard to listen to when Dean points out the stats that Port simply aren't playing. What is Ken Hinkley even looking at? So frustration there for some Power faithful. The exit from Radonalea is poor. Dropped short of Neil in the end. Brisbane have the numbers. Rayner soccers it off the deck straight back to Bigasava, who marks in the right back pocket. So Brisbane by 69. Dangerous kick again from Radonalea across the goal face. It sat up for Houston, and Archie races back with the fist to knock it over the boundary line.
You talk about those types of kicks, Aaron. They're almost lazy-like, and you know they just sit in their chair, and we've all been there. But you need to be able to kick through that footy and help your teammate in possession. Because when you kick a kick like that, Brisbane Lions going to make you pay. Their forward pressure has been awesome today.
Ball comes back into play. Sweet knocks it straight down and back over the line.
But with those kicks too, Eb, and you're 100% right. If you're going to switch like that, you've got to be able to play on. Otherwise, you're in the same position as what you're in 2 seconds ago. So you're better off taking your medicines and going long down the line and getting it out of your back 50 and having a stoppage. So it just shows it's just a bit all over the place with what they should be doing at the moment.
McInerney goes to ground under pressure from Sweet, and then Sweet makes the tackle as the ball's knocked down. So Bailey will surrender the ball to the umpire and will go again. Just a throw up. McInerney knocks it. Sweet belts it back. Zorko couldn't take it. Neil, though, flicked out the hand pass. Reville off to Wilmot inside 50. Sweet with the mark. So purple patch for the big ruckman.
Farrell hands it off towards Butters. Sidestepping Dunkley and back to Farrell, who tried to get it to Rosie. Impeded by McCluggage, who cut off his run. Ball hits the deck. Play continues. Reville gathers, gives it to McCluggage, who kept running. On the right, flaring it inside 50 for McInerney. Knocked to ground. Waiting there was Archie, and he cashes in. Archie, the kid from Kelmscott, kicks it from 15 out. He's got 2. Brisbane have 18. They lead by 75 points once again as we close in on three-quarter time. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, 4 flags between them, Dean Brogan and Ebony Marinoff.
So, what have we said all day now in Port's back 50, Ebony? Mismatches and ground balls. It's just been absolutely...
And it's the mishandle up the field again.
Yeah.
Just players not being on the same page. Connor Rosie wasn't even facing the game, nor the handballer to receive that. And again, they're trying to be a little bit daring through that corridor, but you got to hit the ball on the body, and that's what Brisbane have done all day. They've had numbers show up to the contest and had the overlap. And this is getting ugly for Port Adelaide, but I'd really like to see their tackle pressure. And even when the centre bounces, like the forwards are playing from behind.
Been ugly for a while, to be honest. Out of the middle, McCluggage gave it to Neil. He goes out to the eastern side. Reville picks the ball up. Got a hand pass back to Neil under pressure. Neil follows up on the ground and forces the ball in. And umpire says, yep, I'll ball it up. Logan Evans was the Port Adelaide player over the ball. Enveloped by Neil. Ball goes in the air. Sweet with a knockdown. Neil will take it away. Boys having fun this afternoon. Most of the Lions players have seen a bit of the ball as well. Sweet just flicks a hand pass over his head. Houston came through, got it to Bergman. Then to Rosie. Rosie flicks it over his head. Forward to Narkle. Narkle ahead of centre wing now. Zorko did well. Knocked the ball down. Chases up. Butters flicked it to Narkle. Inside 50. Marshall lost his man Andrews, who slipped on the turf. And as a result, Marshall's able to take the ball just to the left of the goal and about 40 metres out.
Well, Port have dropped a seventh defender behind the ball. Darcy Byrne-Jones has gone back to pick up a defender, which allowed Shin to be the loose man who had an impact when Brisbane kicked the ball forward. So we talk about changing some things. They finally made a couple of changes, Port, which has helped lead to this goal. Potential shot on goal.
So here's Marshall. And well spoken.
Well, I got it wrong both times, and he didn't even barely register. So
yep, a shank for a minor score. Port Adelaide now already with the worst goal kicking record in the league. At 3/4 time, Brisbane have absolutely ripped apart Port Adelaide. Another impressive quarter from the Lions, and another disaster for the Power. Brisbane 18-11, 119 as we turn for home. Port Adelaide 6-9-45.
An absolute demolition job in the works. The goal scorers, 5 to Eric Hipwood. He's eyeing off what would be a fourth bag of his career if he can get his sixth in the final term. 2 to Danaher, McInerney and Morris. Singles to Archie, McCluggage, Rayner, Cameron and Reville. For the Power, all individual, Marshall, Sin, Butters, Finlayson, Georgiadis and Lord. Text lines blowing up. Lou, the Crowie, says the Port Knives are coming. Brendan in Hobart says, I haven't seen David Koch lately. And Henry in Melbourne reckons Treaders was right and has been right all this time. He's on the board now, but maybe too little too late.
In a town that's only got 2 teams, the pressure's been on the Adelaide coach. Now all of a sudden, Matthew Nix will be breathing a sigh of relief.
It's a good week to have a bye if you're at the Adelaide Footy Club, that is for sure. So Brisbane currently lead 18-11, 119 to the Powers 6-9-45. Still some good footy coming your way, I promise, on ABC Sport. We've got Melbourne and North Melbourne to wrap up your Saturday trifecta. And coming up next, it's the Battle of the Bridge, the Giants and the Swans. We'll preview that with Brett Sprigg in a moment. Wherever you're listening on ABC Radio, News Radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app, this is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
Are we ready, ladies?
First floor, ladies' apparel, shoes, hats and model gowns.
Let's create the best dressed women in Sydney.
Welcome to Goods Department Store, 1961, in a brand new series.
Is harsh lighting an Australian thing?
Oh. Somebody is copying our most expensive designer gowns.
I built model gowns and I'm demoted to ladies' shoes.
Ladies in Black. Streaming all episodes now. Always free, always entertaining on ABC iView.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
McInerney got it down to Bailey. Payne of 50 sends it in the Danaher direction. Knocked down, front and square. Hipwood snaps. Hipwood has 4.
McCluggage out of the middle for Brisbane received a free kick and sends it long. Ball comes off hands, not forward. There was Rayner. Got through Horn Francis, couldn't hold him. Back to McCluggage, the 2 class Brisbane players, and they provide another goal for the Lions. Hugh McCluggage, what a talent.
Crowd's not happy as Rayner sends Brisbane inside 50. Hipwood clunks it up against Aaliyah. He's looking for 5. Eric Hipwood dominating the Power this afternoon. Comes in on the left. Excellent strike. Reville gathers, gives it to McCluggage, who kept running. On the right, flaring it inside 50 for McInerney. Knocked to ground. Waiting there was Archie, and he cashes in.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
The Power has run dry. The switch has been flicked off and Brisbane is roaring at the Adelaide Oval. What a month of footy they've had, and they're capping it off with an absolute demolition of the Power in South Australia. They're up by 74 points at the final change. 18-11, 119 to 6-9-45. But there's better footy coming on ABC Sport. We've got the Battle of the Bridge, the Sydney Derby, or the Great Western, as Corbin Middlemass likes to call it. The Giants and the Swans coming up next, and calling the action as part of ABC Sport is Brett Sprigg. He's with us to preview it all. Good afternoon, Spriggy.
G'day, Az. We're expecting 2 things today. Lots of rain, which we've already had plenty of, and lots of people. It's a rare sellout here today for the Giants, but that is clearly in no small part thanks to their crosstown rivals. The Swans have won the past couple of derbies, including in round 8 of this year. It was only a few weeks ago, really, it feels like. But the Giants had the opportunity to make a real statement and do something no team has done now for 9 straight weeks, and that's beat the flag favourites, the Sydney Swans. There's a debutant for either side, by the way. Max Grajewski, a key forward for the Giants, And Caden Cleary, who's an inside mid, he will be the starting sub for the Swans. The sub for GWS is James Peatling, and of course they are without Sam Taylor down back. Ty Canelli and Callum Sinclair amongst our team for Sydney Derby 28. It's coming up shortly. Can't wait.
Thanks for that, Spriggy. You'd know a bit about some miserable footy after the first few seasons of the Giants in the competition, as would you, Dean Brogan. Where does this rank amongst what you've seen over your time in footy?
Well, that first 15 minutes after a half-time for a team that's supposedly meant to be finishing in the top 4 or vying for a top 4 position, that is up there with some of the first couple of years of the Giants. I've seen it before. I've played in it. I know the look. That's the look of a team that looks absolutely defeated. And it wasn't for a couple of plays towards the end there that they'd almost be down by 100 points going into three-quarter time. But what is concerning for me with this team and this, the way they coach at the moment is they're not changing anything. They're not. Todd Marshall, put him up on the wing. Just release him of playing in the forward line because he just looks like he can't get a kick. Put Farrell at half forward and put Dan Houston around the footy. Like, you may as well throw some stuff around to show your supporters and to show the competition, hey, we're not afraid to change a few things and do a few things and try and win the last quarter or try and win 10 minutes of footy. So you go, well, we tried some things, but at the moment, all they've done is made a sub, which I don't agree on that sub, neither do you, Ebbs, about the sub. And they put Darcy Byrne-Jones back for the last 3 or 4 minutes of the quarter. So they're just a team that's a bit of a rabble at the moment, as we know, and it's going to blow out to 100 points if they don't do something significant in this last quarter.
Brisbane by 74 points. McInerney wins it down to Neil. Quickly spun in the tackle of Rosie. Dropped the footy. The power skipper rips it in. Got it out towards Mead. And now Horne-Francis lowers the eyes and drills it to the leading Georgiadis. Put it on a silver platter. And he marks it straight in front, 45 out.
Well, you've got some change in the centre bounce. Bergman in and Mead in. So 2 big changes from Ken Hinkley to start the fourth quarter.
Shout out to Pete from Footscray and Rich from Ocean Grove on the text line, who said Brisbane are tearing the power apart. Good play considering that Chris Fagan blasted Never Tear Us apart all week at training. Seems to have worked. Mitch Georgiadis starts in the centre square, trying to give them a little bit of a lifeline. Leans back on the kick, and he's certainly been the shining light in a dark day. Mitch Georgiadis has 2. Margin down to 68. 7-9-51 plays 18-11, 119. Josh Money downstairs.
Yeah, Aaron, Brisbane has made its sub. Kyle Lohmann is out of the game with a corked quad. Shadow Brain is into the game.
Great name, isn't it? Great name.
Genius move by Chris Fagan to hold his sub and bring Brain on.
But you're right, Ebbs. And look, they finally made a couple of changes, Port. With Bergman coming in and Mead into the centre bounce and have an immediate impact. Now, whether or not that's going to be something that they look at down the future, but they've done something and they've got a goal out of it. And, you could argue, should they have done that coming out of half-time when they were down and out and they should need to mix things up, but at least they've done it.
Back in the middle this time, it's Brisbane. Just getting the ball off the ruck contest. A couple of hand passes. Bailey has it, accelerates away. Inside 50, just doesn't, or does in the end. Carry to Danaher, who snaps on the left foot and hits the right post. Right post, goal post for the Miners score. 69 the margin in favour of Brisbane. So they're quick to bring it in, Port Adelaide. And at half back was Bergman.
Narkle hands it to Evans through the centre circle, sends it to the outer side, 2-on-2 there, back with the flight. Fletcher got a fist in, gathers and then turns, races away from Drew, put on the Jets, looping handball over the top. Gee, it was a hospital one. He sold his teammate into tremendous trouble. And poor old Brain got crunched. We'll have a migraine after that one from Malia.
He's got plenty of them. He's got plenty of them.
Strap yourselves in. Been waiting for this. McInerney down to Bergman in front of the Williams stand. Handball wasn't clean. Sweet had the footy whistle going to Rayner. So receives a free kick for the Lions on the outer side. Bergman's disposal wasn't clean. Serena sends it into the pocket. McInerney floated forward and had a good metre on Dan Houston to stick up both mitts and clunk it. Tight angle 25 out.
Where's Sweet? Where was Sweet on that play? Nowhere near his opponent in McInerney. He's been totally beaten today. He'll learn a lot from today. That's one thing when a ruckman does get beaten by a more experienced ruckman. Win or lose, you do learn about your craft and your position. But McInerney's definitely had him today.
McInerney trots in on the right, tight angle, squeezes it in for his third. The big man turned goal kicker. Brisbane back up by 75 points. 19-12, 126 to 7-9-51 at the 4-minute mark of the final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Premiership ruckman Dean Brogan, 6-time All-Australian Ebony Marinoff.
Well, it's almost a Max Gawn-like game from Oscar McInerney. And you look back on who Port Adelaide brought in with their recruits this year, and to have one of them subbed off against, one of the best teams in the competition last year, it really hurts. And this mismatch, I know that's Jordan Sweet's role to be able to get there, but there's some serious mismatch across this forward line, and it's really hurting Port Adelaide.
Noticed at three-quarter time that the dating service that they provide, yes, at least two Power fans are going to come out happy with the afternoon, because that was a yes to the perfect pair. Beyond that, it's been awful for Port Adelaide, and it's not shaping any better as Brisbane goes forward again. And they've got the ball from Bailey to McCluggage and wide out on the angle. McCluggage with a brilliant goal. 45 out, close to the boundary. And the classy Hugh McCluggage has his second of the afternoon. And Brisbane just accelerate away again. 81 the margin. 20 goals, 12, 132. Plays 7-9-51. 5 minutes down in the last quarter. Boy, oh boy. Flags are hard to win, just emphasised today. It was celebration for Port Adelaide of their 2004 triumph. But here's a reminder of how hard it is to get through to a grand final, let alone win one.
Oh, we just saw, the strength of Bailey just pushed off young Jace Burgoyne here with a bit of a don't argue. And that's just, 100 games, 150 games, lots of pre-seasons against, a second-year, third-year player, which allowed McCluggage, the shot on goal. But, yeah, Brisbane have just been, as an understatement to say, they've just been too big, too strong, too good.
Out of the middle goes Port Adelaide's way. Sweet slapped it out to the outer side. Chasing was Fletcher and Drew, the opposing 28s, and Fletcher wins out. Handed it towards Zorko. Through the wing he goes. Archie's target. Houston closes, got a fist in. Knocks it over the boundary line to be tossed back into play.
Today, what's the difference been? It's been the contest balance at Brisbane. They've always got numbers showing up around the contest, whereas Port Adelaide are finding themselves under a lot of pressure and heat. But Brisbane just always seem to have one extra around stoppage.
That jeer that you just heard from the crowd was because Ken Hinkley was shown on the big screen, sitting on the bench. Tossed back in. Dunkley gets a handball towards the 50. It's cut off by Butters, who half volleys it to the square. Wilmot's waiting.
It was always the tiger's tail that they eat their own. I'll tell you what, Port Adelaide's doing a good job at the moment. Wilmot's played on from the front half of the centre square. Goes long. Rayner mid-pack, couldn't take it. Falls to the back. Archie curls in a ball as he's tackled by Houston, forcing the ball up right forward pocket. The Lions attacking, and they have been attacking all day, but in this case they're attacking the River Torrens end of the ground. Sweet off the contest. Down to Neal, kept it going, picked up by Butters. He breaks away. 1-2 with a leer. One bounce outside 50. Second bounce as he's being chased by Brain. And then over the top he goes with a kick into the path of Bergman on centre wing, ahead of centre wing now. Down to half forward with a kick. This is good from the power. Georgiani's with a mark inside 50. Lord lead up mark. Lordy, Lord. Do they need a goal now?
That's just giving your forward every chance to, I guess, do some work early to their defender.
So Lord back at the distance. He's had his injury problems, and I noticed in the third quarter he reeled out of a pack at the other end of the ground and had a bit of a stinger with his shoulder, it looked like, but seems to have recovered. picked 49 in 2020. It's taken him a while. It's just his 15th game of football, of AFL football, I should say. And leaves it narrow with a shot at goal. Minor score. Port with 1-1 in the final quarter. They move along to 7 goals, 10-52. Brisbane 20 goals, 12, 132.
I just want to quickly jump in. You know how you said Brisbane looked better post the clearance, their work rate. So they're 60-plus possessions post-clearance to Port Adelaide. So the eye tells you they've just been better all day in that area.
Wilmot went long up the broadcast wing and it slipped out the back. Danaher was there, hands it to Reville, runs unopposed to 30, and Reville finishes with power. Oh, they're headed for the exits at the Adelaide Oval. Brisbane's up by a game-high 86. 21-12, 138 to 7-10, 52. Get out your record books. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Dean Brogan and Ebony Marinoff.
Again, that's another one from a ground ball and an overlap to an open player inside their forward 50, and it's been a theme of their game today, just being able to really use their runners and get on the outside. Really hard to defend that.
Yeah, the numbers to the contest and post-contest, so that initial clearance or the first contest to the next contest, that's where Brisbane have really destroyed Port Adelaide today. And there's been a lot of other facets, but that's a work rate thing, and Port just haven't been able to go with Brisbane in that area today. And that's a big part of why you get yourself up the ladder in this competition, is that work rate.
10 goal kickers for Brisbane, 6 of them in double figures. Well, that is 2 or more. Out of the middle, Horn Francis pushes off a couple, gives it to Butters. He's now on centre wing, inside 50, non-preferred left foot was good. Found Sweet, 49 from goal. Sweet just drops it in, looking for a lead-up. He came off hands, and Lord, he's on the back foot. What a goal! It bounced into his hands off the pack, and he was going backwards as he put the ball onto his right foot, and just to add to the degree of difficulty, bananaed the ball a little bit through the goals. So Lord, with his second, he becomes the first multiple goal kicker for Port Adelaide this afternoon. 8-10-58, still trailing. Brisbane 21-12, 138, 10 minutes into the final quarter.
Well, that all started with Horn Francis, just his ability to leg drive. He's a powerful beast. Jace Burgoyne actually lost him, and Zach Butters showed up to the next phase of the contest. And it's a great crumb. Jordan Sweet getting involved. Todd Marshall creating a 1v1 contest. So all you got to do is half a contest.
I really like Lord. I hope they leave him in for the rest of the year so he gets a good, 6-7 weeks of footy into him, because I think he's the future of that forward line moving forward.
In the middle, Brisbane by 80. Tapped down. Tackle late on Dunkley, dropped it with one arm, spills out towards Horn Francis, lowered it, bullet kick straight to Leicester. Sitting back, cutting off the leading lane, and 50. Finlayson came in late to stand the mark, was too far forward. There's a player down in the middle. Looks to be big Jordan Sweet, I reckon. He's on his haunches close to the centre circle where Leicester was marched to, so we're going to have to stop play for a second.
It is Sweet.
Josh Money downstairs.
Yeah, it was Jordan Sweet in that ruck contest coming down, hit his head or clutched his head, I believe, in the hands of the trainers now coming off.
So, looking a little worse for wear as he trots towards the boundary line, and Georgiadis waiting to change over for him. A reminder, if you're listening in the ACT, we're about to take you to the NRL at the conclusion of this game, the Gold Coast Titans and the New Zealand Warriors, and everybody else, the Giants and the Swans, the Battle of the Bridge, to continue your Sunday afternoon of footy. Leicester kicks it to Wilmot, and then Andrews for the Lions. Sweet still hasn't made his way off the ground yet, and players continued. Andrews up towards the 50, floating across Fletcher marks. Bang on the paint. Had Brain waiting alongside him. McKenna as well. And Fletcher into the pocket, finds Bailey. Just eased his way into some space and takes it 20 out, 45-degree angle to the right. It's all too easy at the moment for the Brisbane Lions. And Bailey will share it across and find McCluggage. So he's got it on a better angle, a bit further back. It's looking more like 35. but certainly promising in front of goal. Has 2 for the afternoon so far. Matt's wondering the crowd figure. We've just got it, 32,862, although it could be significantly less now. McCluggage comes in, leans back on the kick, starting left, coming back, but not enough. Minus score for Brisbane. 21-13, 139 to Port's 8-10-58. Still 12 minutes to go here at the Adelaide Oval. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
So the ball in from Farrell found Sin. So he's some 40 metres from goal. Drops it in short. Still inside defensive 50, Rosie, the skipper. He drops it outside 50 back into the square to Farrell. Hand pass off straight away to Houston. Houston goes down the line and just showed too much of it to Andrews, who knocked it to ground but couldn't get full control. Rosie gave it inside with his hand pass to Houston, and then inside 50. A rare mark inside 50 for Georgiades leading up. And so halfway through the final term, Georgiades will have a shot at goal for his second of the afternoon, his second of the quarter, in fact.
Just we just called Houston's name a couple of times then, but relatively quiet day for Dan Houston, and he's one of your best ball users, and you want him kicking the ball inside 50. We just haven't seen enough of Dan today.
Georgiades straight out, 35 metres, comes in and connects well. No problem with that. Scattered applause, I think you'd say, around the ground. Certainly not the raucous sounds that you normally get for a Port goal at home. Port Adelaide moves along, 9-10-64. The Lions, 21-13, 139. That's 34 shots at goal for the Lions to Port Adelaide's 19. One of the many figures that tells a story about what's happened today.
Mitch Georgiades, look, he kicked last week? 4? Mitch Georgiades, Aaron?
3 last week.
3 last week. So, Mitch is starting to get himself back into form. We're coming off, obviously, a big knee injury, and he's in different seasons so far. But all you can do as a young kid is just keep fronting up in a game like this, is just keep leading at the footy as a forward and keep presenting, and you can end up kicking 3 or 4 and a couple of them in junk time.
Terrible bounce in the middle, but just stayed in the circle. Finlayson taps it down to Neal. No look handball to Wilmot, who at centre half back launches it high to the outer wing for Brisbane. Reville stayed down and is outmarked by Drew on the logo. Looks inside on the 45. Bit short for Butters, did well to gather at his shins. Gave it to Wines, who pulled the kick up towards Mead. Caught the tackle of Berry. Got it to Rosie though. Now Drew free on the outside. Can release Burn-Jones. Pops it wide to Houston from 55. The Rocket heading for home. Hits the post. Minus score on the right-hand side. 74 points the deficit. It is currently the highest score kicked on Port Adelaide since round 22 of 2019. It'll be Brisbane's biggest ever win over them. Biggest ever win at the Adelaide Oval as well.
McKenna brings the ball in for Brisbane. Goes long. Fletcher was caught. He just went to hand pass and Burgoyne managed to tackle him. Hand pass went astray. Burgoyne inside with a kick. Burn-Jones with the mark just outside attacking 50 near centre half forward. He holds up. This is classically, with still half a quarter to go, what you'd refer to as junk time. Ball inside 50, a little chip. It didn't find anybody. Rosie in trouble. Hand pass back to Burn-Jones. Now he's 45 from goal. Like his chances, away to the right for the minus score. They're doing it by ones at the moment, Port Adelaide. 21-13, 139 Brisbane. 9-12-66 Port Adelaide, and 17 minutes down in the final term.
Expecting a pretty quick post game as we head to Sydney for the Battle of the Bridge. So big question to ask you, Brogues, in a moment's time. As Brisbane exit defensive 50, McInerney took the mark and Wines tried to cut off his handball, and it's another 50.
That's five today.
Had a fair few.
Probably 4 or 5. It's 5 too many, really, isn't it?
McInerney went wide to Neil early, who spears it into the leading Danaher. Excellent delivery. And he takes it out in front. 45 out from goal, tight angle. And the question to you, Brogues, you can sit on for the next couple of minutes if you want. Does Ken Hinkley survive this year? Because at the moment, they'll be in the 8. They could fall out of it by the end of the round, considering how big of a loss this is. You have to wait until the end of the season, considering they're still in the hunt for finals. But this campaign has not gone the way that they'd want. Danaher starts outside the boundary line. Comes in, booming kick from 55, Joe Danaher. 3 for the afternoon. Brisbane up by 79. They've got 22 majors for the afternoon as we close in on time on in the final term. Goal umpires are thinking about heading upstairs and checking the post to see if it may have clipped it on the way through. They're converging, thinking, score review coming. So keep your records clean for a moment time. Brogues, where's your head at?
I think because of the way the competition is, it's so clunky between 6 and 10 at the moment that even after the debacle today from Port, there's still going to be a chance, in the next month or 5 weeks. I think it's a goal.
Yep, cleared as a goal, so Danaher does have 3. Brisbane up by 79.
Look, I think if anything happens, it'll be at the end of the year when they're clearly either out of the finals or they make the finals or lose the first week of the finals. I don't think they're going to... You wouldn't do anything, at round 15 or 16 because they're still going to be relevant. They're still going to be in it. But the weeks are getting worse and worse. So that always tells you that messaging is clearly not getting through and players aren't playing the system that obviously the coaches want you to play. So you can't keep losing by 10 goals every week without change. So it's going to be an interesting couple of weeks. They've got some good teams coming up. It's hard to say, but I doubt they would do anything until probably the end of the year.
Danaher into the ruck, along with Finlayson. Bergman couldn't get it cleanly away. Taken by Zorko for Brisbane. Down to half forward, Archie with a mark. And he can chip wide for Neal. Opts to go over the top of the man on the mark. Cameron pushed his man to ground. Got it on the left foot. Snaps for goal. Another one for Brisbane. Mark it down now. You won't need a review. Charlie Cameron with his second. There'll be no country roads, but they've been flat track bullies this afternoon, Brisbane. They have really taken care of Port Adelaide. 23-13, 151. Port 9-12-66. And we still have a little while to go. We're just into time on.
Well, the worst thing that could happen is losing by 100 points. I mean, that would... You never know what happens when the team gets belted by 100 points. You could have presidents and boards react very emotionally. So if you're Port Adelaide, you've got to try and win these last 10 minutes. Otherwise, if you do lose by 100 points, maybe something does happen, Aaron. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, the emotion of it is the fact that today is a celebratory day. It's the 20-year anniversary celebrations of the 04 flag. Everybody's here. They've flown big names for it. They haven't turned up. Down by 85. Both rucks converge. Free kick to the power. Finlayson held. Steps around Danaher. Lethal long ball into the 50. 3-on-3 there. Lord taps it down. Front square was Horne-Francis. A high bounce, though, didn't favour him. And volleyed out of there by McKenna. Rolls towards the bootlaces of Evans. Couldn't gather cleanly. Picked up by Reville. Uses Neal. Close to the boundary line. Flirts with it. But a beautiful kick down the line to Cameron. True centre wing broadcast side. He'll look down the line and presenting his brain. Be having a peace of mind, Chris Fagan, I imagine, this afternoon as Brain goes into the 50 and Hitwood charges out, takes it on the chest and a chance to equal his career best with 6. This is probably going to be the trickiest shot of the lot.
Here's another one with Brisbane Lions. Their percentage is everything. I think you've seen Sydney be ruthless in their games, and this is what Brisbane Lions are going to be like if they're going to be in the top 8. They've got to keep pegging at that percentage because it might come down to that draw.
Eric Hitwood starts on the fence. Get a clean shot around Radonalea, and it's an awful one. Started left, will never come back. Sits up in the pocket, off hands Finlayson at the back. Will use Evans on the goal line. Time to think about his exit. Hands it off towards Bergman. Looks wide. Kick was awful. Straight to Reville. Cathers. His sat was low. About a metre off the ground. Cut off as it tried to get its way to Brain. And Bergman will use Aaliyah and then wide to Mead in the right back pocket. His kick really dangerous as well as he lofted it up back to Bergman, but just finds where he intended to land.
Bergman's kick, though. Revel got a hand on it, knocked it away. Rosie got it on the ground. Then off to Burne-Jones by hand, a 1-2 effectively with Drew, and then Burne-Jones wide with his kick to Butters, who lazily somewhat dropped it over the top to Wines. He picked it up on the half volley and then gave it to Dunkley, who dropped the easiest of marks. Off to Andrews in game number 200. He'll enjoy the celebrations tonight, you'd think. And he's back to the square from Lester, who took the mark out in that scoreboard pocket, the old scoreboard there. And Zorko at the top of the square with the mark. Straight up the ground to Neil, who's knocked up getting kicks or possessions in this last quarter. Off to Danaher by hand and out into the eastern side of the ground.
Look to get it to Brain, a thoughtful handball forward. The Cluggage gave it away though. Mead squaring it up towards Wines, 55 out. Brownlow medalist on the slight angle to the right. Wants to share it into the pocket. Horne-Francis charging. Lester knew where it was headed. Got back and stuck a fist in over the boundary line. We've given Brogues a lot of stick about the power, but Ebony, I do want to ask you about Brisbane, because at the moment they're right back in contention in terms of finals and premiership contenders. Josh Money downstairs.
Yeah, Jordan Sweet's been on the bench for about 15 minutes now. Looks as though his day is done. I'll put it to Port whether he's failed his concussion test or still undergoing it, but doesn't look like he'll be coming back on the ground. That may make the decision to bring Ivan Soto in next week even easier.
Toss back in. Berry cleared the stoppage. Found its way to centre half back, and Rayner a hit and hope to the open half forward line, and racing onto it is the Harley speedster and Charlie Cameron, who revs up and misses from 40. That would have been special. Minor score for Brisbane, they won't care. They're up by 86 points. Where do they sit in that conversation, Ebony?
I think it's been a remarkable turnaround, and I think looking back at the start of the season, Brisbane Lions, they had a lot of heat on them due to that backlash from the Las Vegas trip that we all heard about and questions were asked. But reality is Collingwood started a little bit slow. When you come off that big September, I mean, I think people forget you play 4 to 5 more weeks than everyone else, and not only that, you come into the pre-season a little bit fatigued. So maybe it was just them taking a little bit of time to find their form, find their feet, and in saying that, it's been an impressive turnaround, and I think they'll play finals.
Incredible stoppage there for Brisbane. They had Charlie Cameron taking the ruck. It's gone to Farrell on centre wing. Inboard he went with his kick, and off to Marshall, who goes inside 50. And it'll be brought back, will it? Yes, it will. It'll be Marshall for being dumped in the tackle. It wasn't down the ground, said the umpire. Zorko, meanwhile, has punched the ball out wide. He's going to pick it up after making Horne-Francis run all the way to him and kick it back some 45 metres to Marshall, who now plays on. Flares wide from inside the centre square to Farrell at half forward. Farrell takes his time, drops it in short. Butters leading up, takes the mark, still outside the attacking 50, which is crowded with players from both sides just at the moment. Pokes it over the top. Oh, gee, that was a good kick. It was in the only space available. Narkle led into it and took the mark. 40 out, just to the left. Not a lot of enthusiasm from our experts, not a lot of enthusiasm from the crowd. It's just one of those games that's petering to an end, and it is a sad sight if you're a Port fan. So Narkle comes in. He'll kick from just over the 50, in fact just on the 50. So way to the right, and it'll be through for the minor score.
Well, just on Brisbane, Eb, if they stay healthy, and they finish about 6th or 7th, you do not want to play them first week of the finals, and that's probably where they're going to get to. And they're still a very dangerous team, and as bad as what Port have been today, let's not forget, Brisbane have been unbelievable today, unbelievable.
We see Will Ashcroft, he'll be in around the mark in the next couple of weeks, and I'm sure, again, he'll probably take some time to find form, but he's a superstar. Who knows, he might come back and absolutely steal the competition. And having someone fit and fresh and all the work that Will Ashcroft would have done is going to be a huge bonus for this team.
Bit of junk time stat padding from the Brisbane Lions defenders. They've gone wing to wing across centre half back, and they'll go back inside defensive 50 again, with McKenna sharing it with Andrews. So Brisbane have Melbourne coming up next Friday, a home game for them. So 3 of their next 4 are at home. Melbourne without Petrarca, Adelaide, who are very gettable right now, West Coast away, and then Sydney, the big matchup in a month's time. Port Adelaide, meanwhile, the next 4 are sides outside of the 8, so St Kilda, the Western Bulldogs, Gold Coast and Richmond. So both sides would still feel, or certainly Brisbane, but Port Adelaide as well would feel their season is alive. Finally, Brisbane decide to go forward. Fletcher at the attacking edge of the square, coughs it up. Sent it inside 50, straight to the hole that Aaliyah was waiting. He's desperate for 50, thinking Charlie Cameron came in from the side to stand the mark. Won't be paid. What's going on, Brokes?
All my 20-year teammates, they've had enough. They're walking out.
So they're walking out in front of us.
I'm just saying goodbye to them.
Meanwhile, Port tried to exit defensive 50. Narkle was the target, put it down. Brisbane swarm. McInerney to Danaher. Looping handball in the path of Neil. Trying to gather in the pocket. Aaliyah closing. Tackles. Forces the boundary throw in. Crowd wanted deliberate as Neil essentially tossed it over and has been paid eventually. So late win for the home fans who've had a miserable afternoon. Aaliyah to Burgoyne. Defensive 50. 85 points. Is currently the margin Brisbane's way. Port move it to left half back. It was treacherous. Handball chain from Houston cut off by Dunkley. Burgoyne slides in to tackle Danaher. Neil rips it out. Long ball into the 50. Hold by Sin. Free kick to go his way. He was entangled with Bailey. In the 7th game over receives it. It was delayed in for Travis Boak yesterday out with illness. Not sure it would have made much of a change in terms of the outcome as Sin pops it to Bergen.
There was no sinner in that situation. It was Bailey was in trouble. He dropped it in short to Bergman. He comes wide onto this side of the ground looking for Burgoyne. Interesting contrast in the generations. His father played, of course, in that 2004 premiership. And he's in a disaster game this afternoon as McEntee slips one of the Brisbane players inside forward 50 and from wide out close to the boundary after getting away from Archie. The snap at goal goes through from Jed McEntee. Belated goals coming for Port in the last quarter. They move along to 10 goals, 13-73. Brisbane 23-14, 152. 30 minutes down in the final quarter. You can't read this any other way than it's been a disastrous day for Port Adelaide and for Brisbane. It just confirms what we know over the past 6 or 7 weeks. They have found their mojo this season.
It's currently the 13th biggest score ever kicked on Port Adelaide. So that's not great. We've got a couple of Lions supporters on the text line as well. So shout out to Mick, who's in the Philippines enjoying our coverage, says this game reminds me of the not-so-tough rivalry between Brisbane and Port in our three-peat years, not 2004.
Pretty good rivalry, but Brisbane were just too good at the end of the year.
And Craig in Perth says, can anyone tell me if Nathan Buckley's interested in coaching?
Well, he is in Adelaide. He went to a lunch at Port Adelaide yesterday. They'd be stupid not to ask the question.
Bounce in the middle, tap down to Butters, uses Wines, then Rosie. There's the trifecta of stars. Combined with Narkle, dinks it into the scoreboard pocket to Bergman. Tight angle, 35 out. He's thinking about the set shot here in front of the Wanganeen stand. Eric and 2J says, g'day gang, listening here on a mine site. With the draw ahead, the only thing Port and the Cats will be doing in September is making sandcastles on a beach in Bali. Bergman heads inside the arc, kicks for home, it's across the face and marked on the behind line. Good floating back there from Oscar McInerney, and the goal umpires are going to have to check if it was over the line. So that'll delay things even more here in a dead game. The crowd's frustrated. 79 points is Brisbane's lead at the moment. I'm pretty sure that's a clear-cut mark, so it shouldn't change. Hopefully a quick score review here. Yeah, mark to be paid. Oscar McInerney will have it on the behind line, so it'll stay at 79 points. In a moment's time, we'll take you to the Sydney Showgrounds for the Giants and the Swans, Sydney Derby, and then Melbourne and North Melbourne tonight at the MCG. Listeners in the ACT will go to the NRL for the Gold Coast Titans and the New Zealand Warriors.
So McInerney hand passed off to Zorko, who'd run around behind him, but it was behind the line, so the umpire said, let's go again. Anyway, McInerney kicks it out to this broadcast side of the ground. It comes off the pack, over the back. Joe Danaher literally escorts the ball over the line, and then we'll get a throw in. So not much time left. We're counting up to 33 minutes in this final term. Port Adelaide kicking 4 goals. Brisbane still managing 4 of their own. 5, in fact, in the final quarter. So out of the ruck contest. Neil gets it forward. He beat his own man there in Morris. Got to Houston, who picked up, the ground ball up. And then Evans in his first game stepped around an opponent, delivered wide, Mead with the mark. And there it is. Not a great afternoon. One of the great understatements. Not a great afternoon for Port Adelaide. Brisbane absolutely superior in virtually all facets of the game at the Lions by 79 points.
An absolute obliteration by the Brisbane Lions, who demolished the Power by 79. They led by 15 at quarter time, 45 at the half, 74 at three-quarter time, and ultimately winners 23-14, 152 to the Power's 10-13, 73. It's their biggest win at this venue, their biggest win over the Power, and the 13th most points scored on Port Adelaide in history. We're with you for the next couple of minutes before we head to the Giants and the Swans. Dean Brogan, you're 3-2-1 for the day?
Lockie Neal 3, Big McInerney. I almost thought he could have got the 3, but just from a stat perspective, Neal gets it. So Neal 3, McInerney 2, and Danaher 1. Like, you could have given it to 15 of their players today. That's my 3-2-1. Neal was just sensational. He absolutely tortures Port every time he plays them. He must give Ken Inkley and Port Adelaide nightmares every time they play Brisbane.
An unbelievable afternoon as Brisbane rocket their way back towards September. They've had an absolutely incredible month of footy. So they've been unbeaten now. They have had just one loss in their last 6 games, and I'm pretty sure unbeaten in their last 3. So it's an incredible run from the Lions, who head towards September. Brogues, hope you enjoyed the Premiership reunion tonight despite the day. Ebony, how do you see that game?
You've got to give it to Port Adelaide. In the first quarter, we were chatting about one of the best contests that we've seen at two teams just going at it, and I think Port Adelaide looked like they came out to play. They had energy. We had a few tussles and contested balls to be won in the first quarter, but they just allowed Brisbane to get the game on their terms, and it was a really disappointing game. I think the energy, a couple of times just looking up here like Connor Rosie and Zach Butters just walking along the ground. Like, they're your 2 leaders. I know it's hard and you're getting absolute smashed, but people look to you.
Thoughts of Ebony Marinoff. Great to have her back in the ABC Sport Box as well. A big thanks to Josh Money downstairs. He's going to do his best to get the song and an interview in the rooms that, if we have time, we'll play at the next game. But that's set to be an absolute blockbuster. The Sydney derby between the Giants and the Swans, the Battle of the Bridge, coming your way in a moment. Big thanks to Neil Cross, to Paul Brokenshow as well, Craig Davis back in the studio, and to everybody who texted in across the afternoon. So Melbourne and North Melbourne tonight at the MCG. Up next, it's the Giants and the Swans with Brett Sprigg, Daniel Garb, Ty Kennelly and Cal Sinclair. If you are listening on News Radio, you head back to regular programming in Brisbane. And our listeners in the ACT, you're off to the NRL. Gold Coast Titans up against the New Zealand Warriors. Here, Brisbane winners, their 7th victory of the campaign, 7-6-1. They got over the line by 79 points, 23-14, 152 to 10-13, 73.